The air filled with the harrowing sound of a structure collapsing, piece by crumbling piece. Amidst violent rending, the very ground seemed to disintegrate, amplifying the cataclysmic chaos with each deafening crash. The young woman, Mina, crumpled amidst the ruins, her groans echoing her excruciating pain. Her body screamed in protest, each agonizing attempt to rise met with a clatter of debris. Terror seized her, a raw, desperate moan escaping her lips. With a weary sigh, Mina succumbed to the debris, the sounds of further collapse sealing her fate. Her thoughts, heavy with despair, confirmed the futility of even a single movement. Urgent footsteps crunched through the rubble, drawing nearer. Yeonjae surged forward, his frantic call for Mina piercing the desperate air. A pained gasp escaped Yeonjae as he collapsed, still struggling towards Mina. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of ethereal light erupted, consuming the scene in its shimmering embrace. Yeonjae, his bleeding hand frantic against the rubble, pleaded for the crushing weight to yield. Rage and desperation contorted Yeonjae's face as he screamed at the unmoving debris. Mina's quiet plea for him to leave struck Yeonjae, his bruised face flinching in shock. Mina's faint, sad smile spoke of resignation, her heavy breaths an acceptance of the inevitable. Confessing her own entrapment, Mina urged Yeonjae to flee, desperate for his escape. Yeonjae roared his defiance, refusing to abandon her, as Mina insisted he cease his futile efforts. Weakly, Mina appealed to his own exhaustion, warning of the deepening peril if he remained. A cacophony of unsettling noises and a sharp clatter made Mina flinch, her wide eyes darting upward in rising panic, calling for Yeonjae. Mina shrieked a desperate warning, but a massive segment of the set plunged earthward, hurtling towards Yeonjae. With a cataclysmic crash, the section of the set annihilated the ground, scattering terrified crew members in its violent wake. Faces contorted in visceral horror, the crew members recoiled from the devastation, screams caught in their throats. A cacophony of frantic shouts filled the air as the crew realized Yeonjae was crushed beneath the wreckage, having saved Mina. Yeonjae's agonized scream tore through the air as the crushing debris overwhelmed him. Covered in dust, Yeonjae held Mina close, his relieved smile declaring their impossible safety. Unseen voices shouted their relief as the crew confirmed Yeonjae and Mina were miraculously alive and unharmed. Her gratitude mixed with fresh concern, Mina asked after Yeonjae's own well-being. With a confident pat, Yeonjae playfully assured her he was perfectly fine. The enraged director's fury erupted, demanding answers about the shoddy set construction. The director accused the trembling crew member of negligence, receiving only a timid apology in return. The sweating crew member insisted on his prior diligence, yet could not explain the set's sudden failure. As the director's fury escalated, Yeonjae calmly intervened, cutting through the accusatory tension. Yeonjae calmly pleaded for peace, stressing that no one was truly harmed, yet the director still worried. While Yeonjae downplayed the event as mere props, Mina, still shaken, insisted on their crushing weight. Weary, Mina ran a hand through her hair, her pounding heart gradually settling as a drink was offered. Mina reassured a worried crew member of her safety, attributing it entirely to Yeonjae's heroic intervention. Two fangirling crew members squealed, imagining Yeonjae's dashing rescue in a dreamy, romantic embrace. Her eyes sparkling, the crew member gushed over Yeonjae's youthful perfection. She inwardly catalogued his virtues, kindness, handsome features, impeccable acting, and the youngest International Best Actor award winner. While a crew member confessed her initial skepticism about Yeonjae's perfection, he simply held a hidden, reassuring thought. She marveled at Yeonjae's sweetness and astonishing composure, even after such a terrifying incident. Mina conceded his calmness, a thoughtful gulp accompanying her growing unease. His unnatural tranquility struck her as profoundly strange. Her thoughts drifted, a nascent suspicion taking root. Yeonjae turned to Mina, inquiring if her precarious position was suitable. With a charming smile, Yeonjae asked Mina to shift slightly. Mina, though surprised, readily agreed to adjust her pose for the scene. Mina's chilling realization settled, Yeonjae had anticipated the entire catastrophe. The director, utterly drained, questioned the feasibility of continuing the interrupted shoot. Despite the director's lament over their lost momentum, Yeonjae confidently declared his readiness to proceed. Yeonjae offered to resume shooting immediately, even solo, stretching vigorously for the task ahead. The director's concern was met with Yeonjae's nonchalant smirk. He simply stated he was used to such incidents. As Yeonjae strode away, he revealed his unsettling truth: such harrowing incidents had become utterly mundane. The acclaimed actor, a box office guarantee, strode confidently through the set, a true prodigy in his prime. He was Lee Yeonjae, the genius who effortlessly swept Korean acting awards long before adulthood, a legend in the making. Yet Yeonjae remembered a life preceding his grand, celebrated titles. His entire existence, he revealed, had always been a magnet for catastrophe. Fragmented shadows danced, echoes of past misfortunes. Yet, a profound shift had now occurred. Now, he possessed the chilling knowledge to preempt every looming disaster. Reflecting, Yeonjae realized his string of misfortunes had begun in his earliest years. Not only had he been abandoned to the orphanage, but more lay ahead. Even in stillness, misfortune found him. An unseen voice suddenly broke his peace. "Right, you," a child suddenly called, and Yeonjae paused, wondering. As other children showed concern for his injury, Yeonjae briefly questioned his deeply held belief of being so unfortunate. With friends always by his side, young Yeonjae found solace and comfort. Yet, one agonizing day, a child's piercing wail shattered his peace. A chilling realization dawned: only those closest to Yeonjae ever seemed to suffer injury. An adult's accusatory question, asking if a child was hurt again with Yeonjae, sent shivers through the others. An unsettling suspicion began to bloom within him. Amidst the frantic chaos of a medical emergency, young Yeonjae first wondered if he was a child of misfortune. As the person most precious to him suffered, Yeonjae, riddled with rashes, grappled with the devastating question: was he truly a child of misfortune? Despite his dark thoughts, a caring teacher's gentle reassurance momentarily alleviated Yeonjae's crushing self-blame. Held by her comforting hand, Yeonjae found fleeting peace, convincing himself he couldn't possibly be the cause. As they walked hand in hand, a violent splash shattered their momentary calm. Even the teacher, his sanctuary, fell victim to a terrifying, unfortunate incident. Young Yeonjae bolted, frantic, towards his injured teacher, now reliant on crutches. He reached for her, but she flinched away, recoiling from his touch. Her terrified eyes wide, the teacher screamed for him not to touch her. The impact of her rejection left him reeling. A pained groan escaped the teacher, leaning heavily on her crutch. The terrified teacher, pointing, begged for Yeonjae to be removed, while he stared in helpless distress. As whispers affirmed his deepest fears, Yeonjae's suspicion hardened into grim certainty. A silent chorus condemned him: misfortune would befall anyone near. Isolated under their gaze, he accepted his fate as a misfortune. Students chatted animatedly about post-class plans, one reluctantly mentioning academy lessons. A student loudly requested to borrow sports attire, sparking playful complaints and general classroom chatter. Amidst the classroom buzz, students discussed colors and searched for misplaced items. Teen Yeonjae sat silently, observing the bustling classroom. As other students moved about, Teen Yeonjae remained engrossed in his writing. A sudden bump jarred Teen Yeonjae's desk. Yeonjae's pen and papers clattered loudly to the floor. The student angrily denied intentionally bumping Yeonjae's desk, bristling at the whispering girl's accusation. Teen Yeonjae met their gazes with silent intensity. The male student lunged, accusing Yeonjae, while a girl unfairly blamed him for an unseen stain. As the student defended himself, Yeonjae wondered if his tormentors ever grew weary of their repetitive cruelty. Two boys snickered, dismissively warning Yeonjae to keep his perceived misfortune away from them. With a smug grin, a student sneered a cruel joke about ending up an orphan, and laughter followed. In the past, those cutting words and judgmental stares had deeply wounded him. Over time, however, he had grown chillingly accustomed to the constant cruelty. A hand gently placed his fallen pen back on the floor. Yeonjae looked up, confused by the unexpected gesture. Park Hae-in quietly settled beside Yeonjae, her gaze steady upon him. She offered him his pen, prompting his surprised, grateful thanks. Park Hae-in then called his full name. Yeonjae stared, confused, as Park Hae-in casually reminded him of a looming Korean evaluation. With a friendly grin, Park Hae-in gently reminded him to submit the assignment. Yeonjae called out in surprise as Park Hae-in cheerfully walked away, her task complete. Yeonjae watched, noting her remarkably kind personality, unaffected by his reputation. Her genuine kindness profoundly surprised him. He pondered whether she genuinely remained ignorant of the persistent rumors surrounding him. He sighed, lost in his thoughts. Everyone adored her, Yeonjae observed, for that very unaffected nature. A deep longing stirred within him. He imagined a life, much like hers, where he could exist among people without spreading misfortune. Or perhaps, even for just a few precious hours. A mischievous smirk touched his lips. Could he truly know that feeling, if he became that girl? A hopeful smile stretched across his face. He attempted a bright smile, then wondered if he was doing it right. His forced smile faltered, replaced by lingering sadness. He quickly dismissed the fleeting fantasy as utterly useless. Wearily, he resolved to head home, eager to escape his own mind. His foot landed on loose bricks, causing a sudden stumble. He swayed, then tumbled, his hand grasping desperately at nothing. Holding a piece of falling debris, Yeonjae looked up with grim realization. The sky rained debris as he plunged downward. He landed, a searing, unfamiliar pain engulfing him, as distant voices registered his catastrophic fall. Critically injured, Yeonjae contemplated death, finding a perverse sense of potential relief in the end. As he flinched from the pain, Yeonjae considered letting go, ending all the incident simply by closing his eyes. His eyes flashed open, and Yeonjae, bewildered, found himself moving his hands, questioning his very survival. Mumbling in confusion, Yeonjae questioned if he had somehow evaded death. An eerie voice echoed from the dark, questioning Yeonjae's inexplicable presence, filling him with dread. Terrified, Yeonjae confronted a spectral Park Hae-in, who declared his survival an unprecedented impossibility. With wide, unnerving eyes, the spectral figure calmly affirmed Yeonjae should have perished. The spectral figure chillingly declared that his very existence defied destiny. A profound bewilderment clawed at Yeonjae, demanding comprehension from the ethereal enigma. Her words hung heavy, detailing an impossible fate, as Yeonjae, struck by a terrible recognition, whispered her name. A torrent of desperate questions erupted from Yeonjae, demanding answers about their impossible location, her unsettling presence, and the dark pronouncements of death and fate. A chilling, dawning horror began to snake its way through Yeonjae's mind. Then a radiant, innocent memory of young Yeonjae surfaced, bringing with it a searing guilt as he wondered if his past actions had somehow doomed her. A chilling whisper abruptly pierced the ether, and smoky tendrils swirled around him, startling Yeonjae. With a malevolent grin, the entity chillingly proclaimed it was never Park Hae-in at all. A cold dread seeped into Yeonjae as the entity chillingly declared itself the ancient steward of his fate, watching him from the depths of the unconscious. The spectral figure widened its sinister smile, proclaiming Yeonjae's troublesome fate change was fine with an unnerving ease. A spectral hand reached, accompanied by a chilling promise, next time, you'll die for sure. A haunting vision erupted, distraught children FFT, their cries wahhh echoing, faced the grim closure of their orphanage, a consequence of his survival. The vision dissolved into a desolate landscape, and Yeonjae's heart clenched with the crushing weight of self-blame. A spectral hand filled his vision, paralyzing Yeonjae with abject terror. A wave of profound regret engulfed Yeonjae, convinced he had irrevocably shattered everything. He believed everyone suffered, all because of him. Yeonjae jolted upright, wham in his bed, a raw, primal scream thud tearing from him as the nightmare's grip refused to loosen. A pained whimper escaped Yeonjae as the lingering terror clutched his mind. Yeonjae lay, a fragile hope flickering as he desperately questioned if it had all been a dream. The stark reality of his fall from the school roof slowly began to settle in. The doctor recounted the sheer brutality of Yeonjae's fall, emphasizing the severity of his impact on concrete. The medical professional, astonished, confessed he had never witnessed such an extraordinary case. Yet, against all odds, the doctor gently informed Yeonjae that examinations revealed absolutely nothing wrong with his body. His recovery transcended medicine, a genuine miracle, leaving the staff convinced he possessed an extraordinary, almost impossible, luck. Despite the doctor's words, a faint whimper of unease still clung to the bright hospital room. The director, her brow furrowed with maternal concern, gently questioned Yeonjae's readiness for discharge. Yeonjae feigned complete recovery, citing clean tests, but the director's eyes saw past his words, noting his unsettling pallor. Outwardly dismissing his paleness as a weird dream, Yeonjae inwardly wrestled with the unnerving persistence of Park Hae-in's spectral presence, the memory tap-tap disturbing him deeply. A sudden, urgent worry seized Yeonjae, prompting him to ask about the orphanage, fearing the nightmare's echo. The director casually dismissed his orphanage fears, handing him his uniform, while Yeonjae Fidget tried to silence his nagging inner doubt. Yeonjae Fidget called out, sensing an impending shift in the air. The director's surprise greeted teacher Sai-hyun, whose hesitant, "Oh, that," hinted at an unwelcome conversation. Teacher Sai-hyun urgently requested a private word, her tone implying a matter of delicate secrecy. With a serious nod, teacher Sai-hyun led the way out, the hallway swallowing their urgent whispers. A single, stunned, "What?" escaped the director, her hands clenched in disbelief. From outside, the director's voice expressed utter shock, questioning the absurd request for Yeonjae to guide the Manhwa Group's donor. The name Manhwa Group jolted Yeonjae, signaling a recognition he couldn't yet place. The director worried, insisting Yeonjae needed rest, but teacher Sai-hyun reluctantly revealed the donor's specific and unyielding demand for him. Teacher Sai-hyun confessed the donor had leveraged their vital contributions, leaving the director trapped in a suffocating dilemma. As the director voiced her despair, a chilling, dawning realization began to settle over Yeonjae. The horrifying truth crashed down, this was the very scenario from his terrifying nightmare. The spectral hand returned swish, plunging Yeonjae into a profound gasp as the terrifying reality of his dream's prophecy truly intensified. A shocked gasp escaped Yeonjae as he spiraled in profound disorientation, questioning the very fabric of his reality. Yeonjae's frantic question hung in the air as mysterious Park Hae-in calmly explained it was a grim future, born solely from his stubborn survival. With a chilling smile, mysterious Park Hae-in painted a future of utter devastation, a collapsed orphanage, suffering children, and teachers consumed by crushing guilt. Pointing a spectral finger, she cruelly declared Yeonjae the true source of all their troubles, predicting his eventual breakdown under the unbearable weight. Yeonjae's horrified query hung in the air, met by her damning affirmation, as a new vision gasp unfolded, him spilling coffee on the donor's pristine pants. The entity revealed the donor's prestigious identity, the Manhwa Enterprise director, whose enraged face now burned in Yeonjae's mind. The entity explained the donor's cold fury would sever all donations, eliciting a guttural, "ha," of despair from Yeonjae. Yeonjae's desperate protests were met with a chilling smirk as mysterious Park Hae-in asserted that such logical outcomes only applied to normal people. With a sharp gasp, Yeonjae felt the entity's probing question pierce him, why did only strange things happen to him? Mysterious Park Hae-in's voice echoed over a chaotic vision of countless injured people, all suffering in Yeonjae's inescapable orbit. A poignant memory surfaced, a child's fall, a flash of pain, and young Yeonjae's helpless, worried gaze. The entity's question lingered, a heavy accusation, did everyone around him always end up miserable? The entity began to explain, its spectral hand trembling as it almost revealed a chilling truth, he gathered something dreadful. A sinister flash accompanied her cruel declaration. Yeonjae was born with an impossibly vast, monumental burden of bad luck. Yeonjae heard a terrifying gasp as she proclaimed that for him, a simple coffee spill was a 100% guarantee of absolute catastrophe. Yeonjae, fueled by desperate defiance, angrily demanded an end to the entity's cruel nonsense. A desperate gasp escaped Yeonjae as he clung to rationalizations, a head injury, a lingering dream, anything but this impossible, terrifying reality. The entity, smugly dismissing his denial, declared fate's grim inevitability, eliciting a broken whimper from Yeonjae. Could he truly not escape his destiny? Yeonjae furiously defied her, shouting back shocked that he had already twisted fate once, living when he was meant to die. A rare, unnerving silence fell as the entity paused, contemplating his defiant words. With an unsettling smile, she coldly dismissed his defiance as a mere, inexplicable coincidence. She reiterated the unprecedented nature of his survival, and Yeonjae echoed, "Never happened before," a subtle challenge in his tone. A quiet thud marked Yeonjae's descent into weary, profound thought. A flicker of defiant resolve ignited within him. He would never know unless he tried. He had already defied destiny once, a quiet clicking in his mind solidifying his next decision. A firm, resolute voice declared, "I'll do it," surprising the two women. The director stammered, "Why Yeonjae," as he calmly stepped forward, accepting the daunting role of donor guide. With an unwavering resolve, Yeonjae promised to take the challenging task into his own hands. His resolve hardened, he would change fate again. The attendant whimper placated the disgruntled director, urging him to endure his first public event, despite clear dissatisfaction. The earnest attendant promised a quick wrap-up after photos, citing the vice chairman's relentless insistence on a flawless event, and the door clunked shut. A bitter "ha" echoed in the director's mind, convinced his brother intended only sabotage, as his hand clicked the door. As he exited the car with a low creak, the director harbored a menacing resolve for any mistake. His fierce resolve crystallized: one wrong move, and all donations would instantly cease. A mysterious voice thundered, challenging Yeonjae's audacious claim to alter destiny, the very air crashing around them with daunting power. The enigmatic voice then pressed, demanding a bleak consideration of fate's very design. From the swirling depths, a hand emerged as the voice unveiled a profound, mystical truth. Unseen mediums orchestrated all of life's fortunes. Each soul possessed a unique, unalterable energy flow, a destiny fixed before birth, the very fabric of existence crackling with this absolute, universal decree. The woman's maniacal smile deepened, delivering a chilling, absolute decree. Only rebirth could ever purge misfortune's tenacious grasp. She stretched forth her arm, the swirling chaos crackling around her as she prepared to unveil the ultimate, dreadful truth. Then, with an explosive surge, she revealed the crushing truth: the misfortune mediums were not external, but intrinsic, his very birthright. A horrified Yeonjae could only question the immense burden, receiving a stark, unequivocal confirmation. Her hands settled with a quiet glide, underscoring the chilling truth: no one, least of all him, could ever escape such an abundant fate. Back in the bright reality of the director's office hallway, the ominous question still echoed, challenging Yeonjae's trembling resolve. A quiet hiccup caught him, as he wrestled with the chilling thought: was rebirth truly the only escape? His internal struggle deepened, the implication of the voice's words swirling within his young mind. A new, unsettling possibility clicked into place: perhaps becoming someone else was not just metaphor, but his only option. With a burst of forced cheer, Yeonjae hailed the director, trying to project an enthusiasm he scarcely felt. Yeonjae beamed, introducing himself with an effervescent energy, a desperate plea for attention. A sudden, awkward silence fell, Yeonjae's unexpected outburst seizing the room's attention, much to Teacher Saihyun's dismay. Teacher Saihyun flinched as Yeonjae's sudden, sparkling zeal propelled him to volunteer a tour, much to her bewilderment. Yeonjae bowed deeply, a heartfelt gesture masking a desperate underlying ambition, as the crew quietly observed. The director, male, black cap, reacted with a flicker of surprise before issuing instructions, piquing a female crew member's curiosity. The director, male, black cap, offered a knowing smirk, a silent, non-committal response to the unfolding situation. Another female crew member hesitated, addressing the director, male, black cap, with an anxious gasp, while others watched from the periphery. The female crew member gently urged the director, male, black cap, to proceed, a quiet realization settling upon her regarding Yeonjae's surprising nature. The director, male, black cap, mused on Yeonjae's baffling demeanor, finding it entirely unlike the reserved boy he believed he knew. Park Hae-in, within Yeonjae, asserted her true, confident identity, declaring her resolve in this surreal, hazy memory. Amidst the classroom's quiet, Park Hae-in and a student shared a moment, their gazes locking in unspoken understanding. Park Hae-in declared her name and purpose with unwavering certainty. She was not one to passively observe injustice. Yeonjae's unexpected words shattered the director's, male, black cap, passive indifference, hinting at the tiring nature of his obligations. Yeonjae turned and strode away, speaking of the director's, male, black cap, demanding schedule, subtly maneuvering the conversation. With a sparkling, broad smile, Yeonjae eagerly promised the director, male, black cap, a swift, efficient, and thoroughly enjoyable tour. The director, male, black cap, leaned forward, a slight, intrigued smile playing on his lips, finding Yeonjae's offer unexpectedly welcome. The director, male, black cap, then issued a playful challenge, a quiet squeeze of his hand underscoring the implicit test: how fast could Yeonjae deliver? Yeonjae gleefully accepted the director's, male, black cap, challenge, his bright acceptance echoing with enthusiastic chatter and a decisive smack. Yeonjae declared the tour an honor, his enthusiasm shining, while the crew members exchanged quiet observations. The male crew member adjusted his glasses, expressing genuine surprise and admiration for Yeonjae's impressive initiative. A camera clicked, capturing Yeonjae and the director, male, black cap, amidst the colorful, bright playground, a meticulously orchestrated moment. The director, male, black cap, remarked on the childish surroundings of the orphanage, his dismissive tone barely hidden behind the camera's click. The director, male, black cap, disparaged the study room, his criticism sharp, prompting a worried glance from Yeonjae as the camera clicked. With an enthusiastic gesture, Yeonjae proudly presented the study room, his bright smile a stark contrast to the director's, male, black cap, earlier disdain. The male crew member held his camera, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips. The cameraman suggested an early wrap-up, much to Secretary Han's surprise, implying their objective was already met. The cameraman praised Yeonjae's exceptional performance, asserting they already possessed abundant, quality footage, the camera clicking shut. Secretary Han internally acknowledged the truth in the cameraman's words, noting the director's, male, black cap, unusually pleasant demeanor. Secretary Han mused on Yeonjae's uncanny ability to cater to the director's, male, black cap, interests, recognizing his extraordinary astuteness. The director, male, black cap, expressed his satisfaction, thanking Secretary Han, whose grateful smile belied an underlying confusion. Secretary Han suggested concluding the program, prompting the director's, male, black cap, surprised and questioning reaction about the brevity of the visit. The director, male, black cap, paused abruptly, a sudden, thoughtful realization arresting his attention. Yeonjae's earlier, sparkling promise echoed in the director's, male, black cap, mind, a quick, efficient tour, devoid of annoyance. The director, male, black cap, inwardly questioned if Yeonjae's influence alone had swayed his surprisingly positive mood. The director, male, black cap, grumbled, feeling inexplicably offended, while Secretary Han was utterly bewildered by the sudden, internal tremor of his superior. Secretary Han's eyes widened in dawning horror, a sudden, stark realization dawning, while the director, male, black cap, offered a knowing smirk, the tension whistling between them. The director, male, black cap, called out, Yeonjae turning back, surprised by the sudden attention. The director, male, black cap, delivered his condescending question, his thin smile a cruel punctuation to the verbal jab at Yeonjae's pride. His cruel words cut through the room, implying Yeonjae's aspirations were futile, causing teacher Si-hyun and another female crew member to flinch in distress. The director, male, black cap, continued his offensive, suggesting Yeonjae's flattery suited him only for a life of servitude. Secretary Han clenched his fists, seething internally at the director's, male, black cap, twisted malice, his frustration a burning rage. Yeonjae's jaw clenched, a quiet hiss of internal tension betraying the silent battle he waged against the director's, male, black cap, insults. Yeonjae directly confronted the director, male, black cap, his voice raw with hurt and confusion. Yeonjae defiantly defended the orphanage, asserting their well-being and the teacher's love, surprising the director, male, black cap, with his unexpected courage. He spoke with pride of the freedom to learn and the honorable upbringing everyone received, painting a vivid picture of their self-worth. Yeonjae declared the director's, male, black cap, words baseless, provoking an angry glare from the director, male, black cap, himself. The director, male, black cap's face contorted in a furious snarl, enraged by Yeonjae's defiance, as he prepared his next salvo. As the director, male, black cap, bristled with fury, Yeonjae unexpectedly delivered a polite, resonant, thank you, the air thudding and crashing with the sudden shift. The director, male, black cap, was utterly bewildered as Yeonjae, radiating pure cheer, attributed their current blessings to his support. Teacher Si-hyun anxiously whispered, hoping the director's, male, black cap, harsh words were merely a test. Teacher Si-hyun speculated that the director's, male, black cap, intent was to gauge their resilience, a strained attempt to normalize his appalling behavior. Yeonjae, sparkling with aspirational zeal, declared his dream to emulate the director, male, black cap, in the future. Yeonjae then outlined his ambitious path, diligent study, corporate success, a blueprint for his grand future. A booming ha-ha-ha echoed, an unseen laughter breaking the tense atmosphere. The director, male, black cap, chuckled at Yeonjae's naive ambition, but Yeonjae, though flustered, defiantly maintained his right to dream big. Secretary Han internally marveled at Yeonjae's uncanny ability, realizing Yeonjae had effortlessly disarmed the director, male, black cap. Secretary Han reflected on Yeonjae's disarming charm, as the boy, radiating sweetness, expressed concern for the director's, male, black cap, comfort. The director, male, black cap, conceded, instructing Yeonjae to guide him, while Park Hae-in, within, breathed a silent, relieved sigh. Yeonjae eagerly beckoned the director, male, black cap, forward, while Park Hae-in inwardly winced, having barely prevented Yeonjae from revealing himself. An attendant's encouraging words about talent and the director's, male, black cap, favor were heard, but Yeonjae's true self yearned for proper recognition. The director, male, black cap, boastfully prolonged the visit, much to Park Hae-in's internal frustration, as his self-aggrandizing monologue droned on. Park Hae-in fretted over the lingering visit, while teacher Si-hyun innocently offered drinks, inadvertently introducing a new source of apprehension. Upon hearing coffee, Yeonjae recoiled in a flash of green and purple dread, a chilling premonition seizing him. The mysterious long-haired woman, with a malevolent smile, explicitly foretold the impending disaster, spilled coffee on the sponsor's trousers. Despite his tireless efforts, Yeonjae despaired at the inevitable misfortune, his heart tingling with anxiety, questioning his next desperate move. Park Hae-in imagined the director's, male, black cap, furious outburst, a vivid mental image of being scorned for daring to serve him coffee. Yeonjae then envisioned teacher Si-hyun's chaotic coffee spill, dismissing it as too unpredictable, a disastrous variable. Yeonjae realized his current strategy was insufficient, the past's tenuous luck wouldn't suffice, a more certain, concrete method was desperately needed. With a resolute thud of his hand on his knee, Yeonjae committed to a new, more certain course of action. He grimly envisioned the sacrifice, a purposeful collision, hot coffee drenching him, a desperate self-immolation to halt misfortune's relentless march. Yeonjae flung in alarm as teacher Si-hyen's voice announced her presence, the moment of truth drawing near. Teacher Si-hyen's footsteps clipped along the floor, drawing closer, each thud amplifying the suspense. Yeonjae steeled himself, sweat beading on his brow, determined to execute his dangerous plan with absolute, flawless precision. Yeonjae lunged, a desperate thud and thwack accompanying his cry as he collided with teacher Si-hyen. Yeonjae's eyes widened, a profound shock washing over him as his carefully orchestrated plan unexpectedly unraveled. As if in a hazy dream, teacher Si-hyen's voice spoke of the hot weather, accompanied by the bright clink and crash of refreshing, cold drinks. Teacher Si-hyen, beaming, presented a tray of iced tea, her cheerful alternative having unknowingly averted Yeonjae's predicted disaster. The director, male, black cap, expressed surprise, then satisfaction, accepting the cold drink while Yeonjae stared, utterly confused by the unexpected turn. Amidst the relaxed chatter and clinking glasses, Park Hae-in wrestled with bewildered frustration, questioning the unexpected, serene outcome. Park Hae-in's internal voice echoed with utter bewilderment, demanding to know what bizarre turn of events had just transpired. Teacher Si-hyen expressed her gratitude, and the director, male, black cap, politely offered a vague promise of future encounters. The director, male, black cap, complimented Yeonjae and pledged ongoing support, much to teacher Si-hyen's delight, as Yeonjae watched sadly from behind. Yeonjae's mind reeled, unable to comprehend that the expected misfortunes had simply vanished without a trace. A single tear tapped down his face, then another tapped, as Yeonjae questioned if the dreaded misfortunes had truly, miraculously, failed to materialize. The cameraman addressed Yeonjae by name, causing the boy a flicker of nervous surprise. The cameraman swiped a business card into Yeonjae's hand, explaining his profession with a confident flourish. Yeonjae pondered the unexpected business card, a seed of curiosity taking root. What could this gesture possibly signify? The cameraman's simple question ignited an unexpected spark in Yeonjae's mind. Had he ever considered a path as a child actor? An actress on set delivered her lines with dramatic flair, embodying a desperate plea. The male actor's face contorted, projecting his character's agonizing fear for the children under his care. A sharp breath escaped the male actor, betraying a flicker of exasperation. A sudden, decisive command from the director sliced through the scene. A wave of genuine admiration rippled through the crew, praising the recent take. His exceptional performance drew effusive praise, making actor Jung-hyun blush with modest warmth. Actor Jung-hyun, ever humble, graciously credited the director's skill. With a subtle rustle, the assistant director respectfully sought the director's attention. The director, arms crossed, simply prompted the assistant director to state his purpose. With an eager gulp, the assistant director proudly announced his discovery of a promising child actor. The director retorted, his voice laced with annoyance at the ignored instructions. A spark of irritation flashed across the director's face as he demanded an explanation, a stark contrast to actor Jung-hyun's serene grooming. The assistant director stammered, frantically searching for words to defend his actions. He persistently presented his phone, pleading for the director to acknowledge the difficulty of his discovery. A critical smack of his lips betrayed the director's initial skepticism. With a sharp click, the director unexpectedly reached for the phone, curiosity now overriding his dismissal. The assistant director watched, utterly bewildered by the director's sudden change of heart. Impressed, the director issued a firm, urgent command to bring the child to him at once. Actor Jung-hyun registered the director's unexpected, decisive order. A sudden shiver of surprise rippled through the crew and actor Jung-hyun at the director's shocking urgency. Actor Jung-hyun mused, utterly intrigued by the mysterious child who could so impress the director. A searing rush of energy consumed Yeonjae, pulling him through a chaotic, painful void. The otherworldly man in suit gripped the air, his voice a low growl questioning the dark, mysterious energy engulfing Yeonjae. A sharp gasp escaped Yeonjae as an unseen force intensely confronted him, demanding an explanation for his actions. The otherworldly man's jaw clenched, his voice sharp with anger as he demanded answers. A shocking realization dawned on the otherworldly man: Yeonjae's misfortune mediums had vanished entirely. Yeonjae's wide eyes burned with a profound, bewildered confusion. His mind echoed with the disbelief: had all his misfortune mediums truly disappeared? Yeonjae, with a sharp gesture, questioned if this transformation mirrored his past brush with death. The otherworldly man asserted, with a condescending air, that he was responsible for Yeonjae's escape. Before, he recalled, as Yeonjae teetered on the brink of falling, a strange crackling energy had made his misfortune wiggle unnervingly. The otherworldly hand, with a squishing touch, revealed his prior inability to interact with that shifting energy. But, he revealed, that peculiar, fortune-bending phenomenon had never resurfaced, until now. A knowing smirk played on the otherworldly man's lips as he paused. He recalled the dramatic cracking of fate's framework the moment he witnessed Yeonjae's fall. The otherworldly man, back turned, admitted the profound error of his previous judgment. He burst into an exuberant, starry-eyed declaration: Yeonjae was a misfortune-evading mutant. Overjoyed and floating with wonder, the otherworldly man excitedly bombarded Yeonjae with urgent questions. Yeonjae's mind shimmered, grappling with the astonishing possibility that he had shaken off his misfortune mediums. The otherworldly man dramatically explained that for such an unlucky soul, the change occurred when Yeonjae had burst into a bright, innocent, and utterly magnificent laugh. He clarified the fixed nature of human misfortune mediums, expressing his utter bewilderment at Yeonjae's anomaly. Yeonjae offered a small, knowing chuckle. Yeonjae then revealed his actions had been a deliberate gamble, which had, remarkably, paid off. He paused, allowing the gravity of his next words to settle. The otherworldly man's eyes widened in utter, disbelieving confusion. Young Yeonjae, eyes burning with determination, echoed the otherworldly man's own words: "You can't avoid misfortune unless you are reborn as a different person." A chibi otherworldly man goggled, amazed Yeonjae had deduced such a strategy from so little. Yeonjae further explained that even before his fall, he had been laughing with Haein. A smirk of disbelief spread across the otherworldly man's face. The otherworldly man erupted in ecstatic, crackling energy, finding the revelation impossibly interesting. He eagerly grabbed Yeonjae, insistently demanding confirmation of the incredible story. Yeonjae remained silent, lost in profound contemplation. Back in reality, a voice gently posed an intriguing question: had young Yeonjae ever considered becoming a child actor? A surprised gasp escaped Yeonjae as he bewilderedly questioned the assistant director's sudden query. The assistant director earnestly explained he was merely out doing some side work. Yet, he persuasively insisted, Yeonjae possessed the perfect qualities for the role. He reassuringly clapped Yeonjae's shoulder, asserting that his inexperience was, in fact, an advantage. With a breezy sweep, the assistant director prepared to conclude. Teen Yeonjae pondered the weight of the surprising proposition. Back in the cosmic void, the otherworldly man triumphantly declared he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. His feet bobbed lightly as he asserted that the outcome mattered less than the attempt. Teen Yeonjae, resolved, understood that only by trying could he truly comprehend the outcome. A gentle voice called Yeonjae, signaling the urgent departure as soft knocks echoed through the bright, warm hallway. He was warned of lateness, the unseen speaker promising entry if he remained hidden behind the door. A soft click followed as the young woman, surprised by what she found, or didn't find, inside, pushed the door ajar. Her alarm quickly turned to frantic disbelief. Yeonjae had vanished from the brightly lit room without a trace. The bus sighed into motion, its mechanisms clanking rhythmically as it traversed the sun-drenched streets. Unfazed by the commotion he'd left behind, Yeonjae rode in quiet defiance, his gaze drifting thoughtfully out the bus window. He mused that a bustling set, teeming with people and equipment, was a perfect breeding ground for unforeseen misfortune. His reflection mirrored a quiet resolve to scout the location first, ensuring no one would suffer harm from his intervention. Yeonjae pondered his next guise, but a child's sudden, sharp shout startled him from his contemplative daze. A triumphant accusation cut through the bus's hum as one child branded the other cheap. Their escalating quarrel over a game console erupted into shoves and defiant retorts, unsettling the woman behind them. The woman, her patience thinning, attempted to quell the rising tide of youthful bickering. She sternly reminded the boisterous pair about public decorum, to which they offered quiet, head-bowed apologies. Yet, the victor couldn't resist a smug taunt, prompting a frustrated squirm and whine from his outmaneuvered sibling. Yeonjae watched the child's parting shot, a subtle amusement flickering across his face. The automated voice of the bus announced its imminent arrival at Dosong Park, a bright beacon in the sunny day. With a whoosh of bus doors, Yeonjae stepped out, ready to confront the day's impending drama. He surveyed Dosong Park, the stated shooting location, searching for any sign of the chaos he anticipated. Before he could fully orient himself, a rushing crew member nearly crashed into him, causing Yeonjae to flinch instinctively. The director barked orders, his voice slicing through the frantic clatter of equipment and the flurry of busy crew members, all while Yeonjae observed the frenetic scene. Yeonjae stumbled, a sharp bump sending a jolt through his arm as another crew member rushed past him. Flustered, Yeonjae quickly apologized, only to hear actor Jung-hyun's surprised recognition. The famous actor finished his thought, a revelation hanging in the bright, ethereal air. With a warm smile, actor Jung-hyun confirmed Yeonjae was indeed the child actor he would be working with that day. Actor Jung-hyun extended a friendly hand, introducing himself as Lee Jung-hyun, and Yeonjae, a touch shy, returned the handshake in his own name. Laughing, actor Jung-hyun swept an arm around Yeonjae, suggesting they escape the set's delightful chaos for a quieter spot. Yeonjae's eyes widened ever so slightly, taken aback by the famous actor's unexpectedly easygoing demeanor. The two walked away from the bustling film set, leaving the crew members to their energetic preparations. Nearby, the scattered fragments of a film set, equipment boxes, cables, and an open makeup kit, lay testament to the impending production. Actor Jung-hyun gently probed, asking if Yeonjae had arrived alone, to which Yeonjae, fidgeting slightly, admitted the bus was simply faster. Playfully, chibi Yeonjae suggested a casual tone, and chibi actor Jung-hyun eagerly responded with a laugh. Impressed by Yeonjae's solo journey, Jung-hyun learned this was his very first shoot, making him the inaugural co-actor in Yeonjae's budding career. Yeonjae's quiet declaration firmly stated his true identity: he was not an actor. He explained his presence was merely a favor, a truth actor Jung-hyun graciously acknowledged. Jung-hyun thoughtfully observed that Yeonjae's reserved nature seemed innate, not a sign of nervousness, contrary to what he expected. A flicker of concern crossed Jung-hyun's mind as he worried Yeonjae's quietness might clash with the role's bubbly requirements, foreseeing an awkward performance. He concluded with a sigh, the day's filming would be far from easy. A flurry of footsteps announced the assistant director's frantic arrival, having finally tracked down Yeonjae. The flustered assistant director apologized profusely for his tardiness, his words tumbling out as actor Jung-hyun waved away his concerns with a knowing smile. He swiftly handed Yeonjae the script, urging him to simply glance at the short dialogue he was expected to deliver. The assistant director then offered a final, encouraging word, to perform without pressure, to simply be himself. As the assistant director suggested they prepare for standby, actor Jung-hyun readily agreed, while Yeonjae remained engrossed in the script. Actor Jung-hyun, his gaze soft, began to address Yeonjae, about to usher him towards the set. Suddenly, Yeonjae's eyes snapped wide open, a stark surprise electrifying the air around him. Actor Jung-hyun watched with a concerned expression as Yeonjae mumbled softly to himself, engrossed in the script. The film crew buzzed with activity, cameras, lights, and monitors swiftly taking their positions across the paved area. The main PD for Tail, Kim Yo-han, beamed a welcoming smile as he introduced himself to Yeonjae amidst the bright, sparkling atmosphere. He heartily shook Yeonjae's hand, offering boisterous encouragement for his first shoot, while actor Young-hyun watched politely nearby. The director and assistant director pondered the surprising shift, wondering what had prompted the casting of a child actor when extras were usually found on site, yet admitting his face was a great match. Internally, the director's assessment was grim. Yeonjae's quiet demeanor betrayed no glimmer of acting talent. Two crew members, chuckling lightly, assured the director that his directorial finesse would easily gloss over any lack of acting skill. The director began to explain the emotional heart of the scene, detailing the conflict between the lead, Jowon, and his cherished younger sister. He painted a vivid picture of the sister, a new teacher, bravely unearthing corruption, and Jowon's desperate, failed attempts to shield her, only for a bright child to intrude upon his distress. With a chuckle, the director instructed actor Young-hyun to unleash his harshest demeanor, then reassured Yeonjae that the anger was merely an act. The director sought confirmation. Actor Young-hyun agreed with a slight, uneasy smile, a bead of sweat betraying his slight apprehension. Yeonjae, his spirit sparkling, enthusiastically declared his readiness, a fist clenched with bright optimism. Actor Young-hyun was utterly stunned, Yeonjae's unexpected cheerfulness striking him with an almost palpable shock. The director praised Yeonjae's vibrant energy, patting his shoulder as he instructed him to prepare, while actor Young-hyun forced a nervous, strained laugh. As he walked away, a wry smile played on actor Young-hyun's lips. His initial judgment of Yeonjae had been entirely mistaken. A newfound, exciting energy crackled within him. The shoot was suddenly interesting. Yeonjae skipped along the path, a delighted smile glancing over his shoulder as sparkling sunlight danced around him. A female crew member clapped the clapperboard, calling out the marker for Scene 27, Take 1. The director's voice cut through the air, sharp and serious, signaling, ready. And then, the commanding shout of action unleashed the scene. Actor Young-hyun sighed deeply, sinking into character as he braced for the emotional weight of Jowon. He picked up the basketball, settling onto the bench, his mind consumed by Jowon's turmoil over his meddling sister, just as a child's voice intruded. The child actor, eyes bright, innocently questioned if the basketball belonged to him. A wide, playful grin spread across the child's face, radiating with a golden, sparkling charm. The director, utterly surprised by this unexpected burst of playfulness, gasped. Actor Young-hyun flatly denied ownership, prompting the child to ask for a temporary loan of the ball. The child promised its swift return, but actor Young-hyun's stern, sharp dismissal sent a visceral shiver through the air, startling the young actor. The director and his crew stared, their faces a tableau of collective surprise at the child actor's impactful delivery. The assistant director marveled, his mind echoing with impressed wonder at Yeonjae's performance, which far surpassed his initial expectations based purely on image. He observed Yeonjae's natural acting, pondering if it stemmed from his personality, and realized that with his dialogue completed, the scene might just conclude swiftly. A confident clench of his fist, the assistant director thought, suggested a single take would suffice. Actor Young-hyun clicked his tongue in character, a sound of annoyance as the child actor walked away, seemingly dejected. Cheapskate, actor Young-hyun muttered under his breath, a final, unscripted jab. The child actor, however, glanced back with a subtle, knowing smirk, a private joke playing on his lips. The crew members and actor Young-hyun stared, their faces contorting in shocked surprise at the child actor's unexpected, unscripted smirk. A crew member voiced the obvious, that subtle, knowing smirk had certainly not been in the script, leaving actor Young-hyun visibly concerned. The director, his hand clapped over his mouth, stood in utterly speechless shock, the unexpected turn leaving him breathless. Actor Young-hyun, embracing his character's pettiness, threw out a final, unscripted taunt. A wave of uneasy murmurs rippled through the crew as the unscripted dialogue sparked immediate apprehension. The unseen voice of a crew member clarified the unspoken tension. The director despised unscripted moments from anyone outside the main cast. The director remained in a silent, watchful contemplation of the unfolding scene. Actor Young-hyun, caught off guard, murmured about the surprising depth of Yeonjae's immersion. Yeonjae reiterated his defiance, compelling actor Jung Hyun to playfully deepen their unexpected improvisation. Actor Jung Hyun erupted in an exaggerated fit of laughter, caught in the throes of the unexpected exchange. Yeonjae recoiled, his composure momentarily shattered by actor Jung Hyun's sudden, aggressive challenge. Actor Jung Hyun, fully invested in his ad-lib, passionately spun a detailed, indignant defense, accusing Yeonjae of irresponsibility with borrowed goods. The unexpected comparison to actor Jung Hyun's own younger brother struck Yeonjae with a jolt of dismay. Yeonjae's face contorted into a subtle, annoyed pout, a silent protest to the comparison. Yeonjae's voice cracked with a fierce, unwavering yell, defending his integrity against the implied accusation. Yeonjae's deeply personal question about game consoles landed with a visceral thump, completely blindsiding actor Jung Hyun. Yeonjae, having unexpectedly settled beside him, continued his animated grievances, leaving actor Jung Hyun utterly bewildered. Yeonjae, basking in his smug satisfaction, provoked actor Jung Hyun into a weary sigh of defeat, internally wishing he could extend the verbal volley. Yeonjae, off-panel, defiantly declared his future plans for brotherly retribution, only deepening actor Jung Hyun's palpable exasperation. Yeonjae's unexpected advice about brotherly generosity prompted actor Jung Hyun into a rare moment of silent, thoughtful introspection. Yeonjae delivered his final, solemn warning: regrets, once formed, would arrive too late to mend. The director watched the monitor with an almost breathless, tense surprise. A sharp, disembodied cut sliced through the air, causing both actors to flinch abruptly from their roles. Yeonjae's sudden, shocked realization hit him like a physical jolt: they had been filming all along. Yeonjae, sensing the sudden shift, observed the crew's collective expressions of shock and unease. Internally, Yeonjae chastised himself for succumbing too deeply to the role. Yeonjae offered a hesitant apology, which actor Jung Hyun met with a comforting pat and a warm, reassuring dismissal. A quiet, internal stirring filled the air as the crew remained motionless, processing the profound impact of the moment. The director's face contorted in profound, wide-eyed astonishment at Yeonjae's unexpected performance. The director, with a sharp, surprising movement, suddenly gripped Yeonjae's hoodie. The director, beaming with joyous praise, enthusiastically shook Yeonjae, completely overcome by his performance. Overwhelmed, Yeonjae could only manage a soft, bashful murmur at the director's emphatic insistence that he pursue acting. A wave of impressed excitement swept through the crew as they marveled at Yeonjae's seamless ad-libs, wondering if he had become utterly possessed by his role. The assistant director, seizing the moment, leaned in hopefully to suggest wrapping the shoot right there. The director, energized by Yeonjae's performance, decided on another take, explicitly encouraging further improvisation. The director then dropped a surprising, authoritative decision: a solo cut would be filmed exclusively for the child actor. Actor Jung Hyun quietly observed Yeonjae, who appeared slightly overwhelmed by the sudden spotlight. Actor Jung Hyun, wildly grinning, vigorously shook Yeonjae's shoulders, proclaiming him an absolute genius with celebratory shouts. An unseen crew member's urgent call for speed was met with immediate, energetic affirmations. The director, humming in deep contemplation, concluded that Yeonjae's talent was truly exceptional and immediately warranted follow-up after the shoot. As actor Jung Hyun warmly embraced a blushing Yeonjae, the director's mind raced, determined to introduce this exceptional child to writer O without delay. Happy crew members dispersed, leaving Yeonjae standing quietly, a small, slightly lost figure amidst the bright afterglow. Yeonjae thoughtfully observed the newly harmonious and pleasant atmosphere that now permeated the set. Actor Jung Hyun, radiating warmth, playfully insisted Yeonjae use the more familial address of Hyung. Actor Jung Hyun's heartfelt gratitude poured out, crediting Yeonjae for reigniting his own passion for acting, as the joyful crew waved their goodbyes. Actor Jung Hyun comically wailed his exaggerated sorrow over the swift end of their shoot, his over-the-top praise causing Yeonjae to blush furiously. Yeonjae humbly denied his budding acting status, while actor Jung Hyun offered a gentle, knowing smile in response. Teacher Sai-hyun's stern call sliced through the air, catching Yeonjae completely by surprise. Teacher Saihyun barreled past, nearly stumbling with a sharp bang as she hastily apologized to an unwitting passerby. Yeonjae, in bewildered recognition, pondered why his teacher, Lee Saihyun, was running through the park. Yeonjae, with a quick bow and a hurried goodbye, rapidly made his exit, thanking actor Jung-hyun for their day. Actor Jung-hyun called out to Yeonjae, his voice echoing across the parting footsteps. Actor Jung-hyun, radiant with golden hope, enthusiastically extended an invitation for them to share the stage again someday. Actor Jung-hyun's playful chibi form then added one crucial, delightful condition to their future collaboration. Yeonjae, looking back with a surprised intake of breath, pondered the full weight of the word officially. A passing male student, sighing with relief, noted the long-awaited end of the shoot and considered heading off to dance practice. The male student casually wondered if the boy he'd seen was a child actor, sensing a vague familiarity with his face. Quiet, deliberate footsteps echoed towards the school building. Yeonjae watched teacher Saihyun's troubled gait, while she silently questioned her own unusual decision to appear where others could see her. Yeonjae's concern deepened as the distinct sound of her limping footsteps underscored teacher Saihyun's fragile health. Teacher Saihyun's abrupt, serious question pierced the quiet, leaving Yeonjae utterly confused. Teacher Saihyun's pointed question about his solo trip to the film set elicited a sharp gasp of belated understanding from Yeonjae. Yeonjae scratched his cheek, offering a dismissive explanation for his perceived lack of need for a guardian. Yeonjae's admission of being accustomed to solitude brought a somber, choked expression of deep concern to teacher Saihyun's face. Teacher Saihyun's stern admonition was abruptly cut short by the excited, rapidly approaching footsteps of the director. Teacher Saihyun's confused query was met by the director's breathless huffs as he urgently explained the phone call from a Kim Yo-han. The director then delivered the surprising news: Kim Yo-han specifically requested an additional shoot with Yeonjae. Teacher Saihyun's concerned questions about a reshoot were met with the director's clarification that an entirely new, unscripted scene had been added. The mention of a funeral home as the new filming location sent a wave of unsettling fear through Yeonjae. Teacher Saihyun's voice dropped, repeating the words, "a funeral home," with gravely serious apprehension. Teacher Saihyun's intense, narrowed gaze fell upon Yeonjae, who visibly flinched in startled surprise. Teacher Saihyun stood firm, her voice resolute as she declared Yeonjae could not participate. With unwavering resolve, teacher Saihyun made her defiant decree: she would refuse the additional shoot entirely. A sharp gasp escaped Yeonjae as he unexpectedly found teacher Saihyun. Yeonjae's tentative question was met with teacher Saihyun's unyielding decree: he could not go. With defiant resolve, teacher Saihyun vowed she would never allow his participation. Teacher Saihyun turned her determined gaze, invoking the authority of the woman. The woman calmly asserted Yeonjae's ultimate autonomy, silencing teacher Saihyun's sharp protests to the director with finality. Faced with the choice, Yeonjae internally mused on acting as his desperate experiment to outweak misfortune. Inside Yeonjae's mind, the otherworldly man in suit vibrantly declared the notion of a test utterly thrilling. The otherworldly man, deep in thought, heralded Yeonjae's acting experiment a dazzling success against predicted misfortune. And so, a new chapter awaited, fraught with unknown challenges. Actor Jung-hyun, radiating infectious enthusiasm, invited Yeonjae to join him on screen once he was officially an actor. With a quiet but firm declaration, Yeonjae committed to the shoot, leaving teacher Saihyun deeply unsettled. His eyes burning with a fierce resolve, Yeonjae affirmed his personal stake in this difficult undertaking. A heavy sigh escaped teacher Saihyun, signaling her reluctant surrender to Yeonjae's will. Teacher Saihyun laid down her non-negotiable condition, dismissing the woman's sharp protest with unyielding determination. Urgent footsteps echoed through the hushed, empty school hallway. The rapid pursuit pressed onward. The woman's concerned strides propelled her down the hallway, her expression etched with worry. The woman's voice cut through the somber quiet, finding teacher Saihyun lost in her deep anxieties. Teacher Sai-hyun directly voiced her gnawing suspicion, confirming the director's own quiet fears. A wave of shared anxiety washed over them as they discussed Yeonjae's fate, perpetually cast in emotionally taxing roles that mimicked his own past sorrows. A crew member's booming gratitude punctuated the air, surprised that Yeonjae's teacher had actually arrived. The boisterous crew member heaped praise on Yeonjae, revealing his expanded role was a direct result of his previous, awesome, performance. The crew member advised a toning down of Yeonjae's bubbly personality, which left teacher Sai-hyun privately bewildered. The crew member gravely outlined the scene's grim emotional core, comforting a man shattered by the loss of his entire family. The full weight of the character's profound, raw grief settled heavily upon the scene. The challenging query hung heavy in the air, a crucible for Yeonjae's hidden strength. A telltale gulp betrayed Yeonjae's raw nervousness, watched closely by teacher Sai-hyun's growing worry. Teacher Sai-hyun began to voice her deep apprehension, but Yeonjae swiftly, perhaps too swiftly, assented. His voice ringing with an almost fierce conviction, Yeonjae declared his unwavering capability. The crew member offered encouraging, if somewhat naive, advice, while teacher Sai-hyun's worry remained undiminished. Unseen voices murmured with apprehension, questioning Yeonjae's readiness as he walked towards the set. The director's command signaled the inescapable start of the daunting scene. A tense silence hung, holding its breath. The sharp call of action triggered a fresh wave of anxiety through teacher Sai-hyun. A wrenching sob tore through the quiet, marking the raw onset of the scene's grief. Yeonjae's peculiar question jolted the grieving actor, pulling him abruptly from his sorrow. The actor slumped in profound shock as Yeonjae's voice broke the loaded silence once more. Yeonjae's utterly bizarre query about a game console left the actor utterly speechless. The actor erupted into raw, flustered sobs in Yeonjae's arms, his genuine anguish startling the watching crew into stunned disbelief. Impressed murmurs swept the control room as crew members marveled at the scene's profound, raw immersion. The actor's choked cries persisted, hanging heavy as Yeonjae prepared his next, critical question. Teacher Sai-hyun's anxious thought echoed the rising tension, why was Yeonjae not speaking his lines? A sudden, inexplicable apology ripped through the silence. Teacher Sai-hyun's frantic cry to halt filming was swallowed by the chaotic scramble of collapsing figures on set. A sickening thud punctuated the chaos as the male actor finally collapsed. Yeonjae, distraught, desperately tried to flee as teacher Sai-hyun struggled to restrain him amidst the crew's panicked cries. Yeonjae's mind plunged into a horrific vision of raw grief, tormented by the phantom cries of his lost son, Jaehyun. Wailing cries reverberated through the grim vision, as a mother's profound sorrow for Jaehyun echoed within Yeonjae's tormented heart. Teacher Sai-hyun's grip clamped Yeonjae's arm like a vice, arresting his tremor with desperate strength. Teacher Sai-hyun, her footsteps firm, declared an end to the agonizing shoot, determined to spare Yeonjae further suffering. Yeonjae's hand defiantly pulled free, dismissing her protective gesture as mere triviality. Yeonjae's plea to return was violently cut short by teacher Sai-hyun's frustrated, furious cry of his full name. Teacher Sai-hyun's voice, though catching a gulp, resonated with an accusatory anguish, revealing her profound insight into Yeonjae's true torment. A wave of memory washed over teacher Sai-hyun, reminding her of Yeonjae's past agony as she held him, her own heart aching with a familiar sorrow. Her voice cracking with desperation, teacher Sai-hyun questioned his relentless, trembling struggle against obvious pain. Yeonjae wrestled for the words, ultimately asserting an unyielding, internal drive to persevere. His declaration echoed with an inescapable necessity, a deep conviction that compelled his actions. A brief, charged silence settled. Yeonjae's calm, unexpected gratitude left teacher Sai-hyun profoundly shaken. Gently, his hands disengaged, a poignant farewell to her touch. Yeonjae walked away into the muted hallway, leaving teacher Sai-hyun to her silent, somber vigil. As Yeonjae's footsteps faded into the distance, teacher Sai-hyun remained absorbed in troubled reflection. The actor's anguished cries emanated from the set, the memorial altar confirming the scene's crushing sorrow. The actor, consumed by his role, offered apologies to a spectral Jian, his sorrow boundless and raw. The otherworldly man's spectral voice, cold and unyielding, whispered a chilling reminder. A stark, unsettling premonition of irreversible regret. Yeonjae's tears flowed freely, a poignant cascade of his own deeply buried sorrows. Teacher Sai-hyun openly wept, while the crew member marveled at the profound emotional range Yeonjae unexpectedly unleashed. Amidst impressed gasps and exclamations, Teacher Sai-hyun questioned her own naive underestimation of Yeonjae's formidable talent. The director's exuberant cut resonated with pure, unbridled praise. A flurry of applause and jubilant shouts erupted, overwhelming Yeonjae with collective adoration for his genius. Actor Jung-hyun playfully refused to release the uncomfortable Yeonjae, demanding a familial title for his freedom. Yeonjae's wide eyes betrayed his utter bewilderment and profound discomfort in the tight embrace. With the ordeal finally over, Yeonjae's footsteps confidently brought him towards Teacher Sai-hyun. Yeonjae's announcement was abruptly cut short by Teacher Sai-hyun's sudden, unexpected movement. Teacher Sai-hyun's arms enveloped Yeonjae in a crushing, emotional embrace, her relief palpable. Held tightly, Yeonjae's heart swelled with tender confusion, questioning the depth of her reaction. Amidst her tears, Yeonjae's gentle query underscored the raw, exposed emotion of the moment. Yeonjae softly informed his teacher that the work was finished. He started to announce his freedom, but a sudden, firm grip on his arm halted his words, leaving him wide-eyed. The TTAAK of an unexpected embrace crushed him, as Teacher Sai-hyun's overwhelming relief spilled into tears. Caught in her tearful grip, Yeonjae's heart swelled with tender confusion, questioning the depth of her reaction. His gentle query underscored the raw, exposed emotion of the moment, seeking to understand her deep sorrow. The chapter began, titled The Genius Actor Who Brings Misfortune No. 08. Clinging to him, Teacher Sai-hyun began to unravel her buried feelings. Her eulogiac declaration of sadness was met with Yeonjae's tacit attempt to dismiss his powerful display as mere theatrics. Her soft touch acknowledged his words, yet promised a deeper truth. Teacher Sai-hyun's gaze held a weighty question, hinting at a significant passage of time. As she gently wiped a tear, the mujak realization hit Yeonjae: it had been 4 years since he had truly wept. Teacher Sai-hyun's gaze turned inward, regret washing over her as she pondered Yeonjae's unnaturally composed nature and her own past blindness to its deep significance. A wave of profound shame and sadness washed over her. Her voice tinged with deep regret. Teacher Sai-hyun wished she had known his pain 4 years prior, prompting a soft, empathetic response from Yeonjae. 4 years. The words hung heavy, a vast expanse of time that felt both fleeting and eternally present in Yeonjae's reflective, troubled mind. A guttural kurururu filled the air, as young Yeonjae cowered near a sight too horrific for any child. Amidst the frantic, blurry struggle and a child's hitch, a terrified young Yeonjae weakly called out for his teacher. Kwang! 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 Teacher Sai-hyun's desperate pleas to send someone away echoed through the chaotic room, met with frantic attempts to calm her. A deep, desperate hook escaped Teacher Sai-hyun, her terror palpable as she begged for Yeonjae's protection from her misfortunes, and even the fear itself. After a moment of pensive silence, Yeonjae firmly declared that the past was behind him, asserting his present well-being with quiet determination. A single, resolute word from Teacher Sai-hyun cut through his statement. Her face etched with pain, Teacher Sai-hyun refuted his dismissal, lamenting her failure to speak these crucial words to him sooner. Her tender gaze finally offered the absolution Yeonjae hadn't realized he desperately needed. Teacher Sai-hyun's heartfelt apology brought a surprising, profound welling of tears to Yeonjae's eyes. With a pained expression, Teacher Sai-hyun continued her remorseful apology, regretting her past harshness and the shameful delay in confessing it. He silently finished her apology, his mind tracing the painful memory of her guarded expression whenever their paths had crossed. Yeonjae's voice cut through the quiet, making Teacher Sai-hyun gasp, "Huh." With a confident sook and a dazzling smile, Yeonjae surprised teacher Sai-hyun, leaving her wide-eyed. Her kooke of surprise softened into a subtly touched expression. Holding her hand gently, Yeonjae, with a touch of vulnerability, admitted his own peckishness after the emotional outpouring. Yeonjae proposed chicken on the way home, to which teacher Sai-hyun readily agreed. As they cheerfully walked hand in hand, their debate over chicken was cut short by teacher Sai-hyun recalling actor Jung-hyun's sudden invitation. The quiet residential street welcomed the night with tranquil calm. A woman, startled from her slumber, cried out in sudden, loud recognition. They were met with a warm, effusive welcome as they arrived, laden with packages. The woman's buzzuric surprise at their bounty was met with teacher Sai-hyun's explanation of gifted chicken and treats. His subtle yusuk and noncommittal hum confirmed her observation. Yeonjae seemed quietly content about the shoot. Teacher Sai-hyun's look of pride shone as she passionately declared Yeonjae's acting truly beyond impressive, making him bashfully look down. Teacher Sai-hyun enthusiastically recounted anecdotes of Yeonjae's talent, painting a vivid picture that left the woman utterly mesmerized by his innate gift. As an off-panel actor revealed Jung-hyun's generous gifts, Yeonjae's heart warmed, seeing the genuine happiness radiate from his teacher. A soft pishik of contentment escaped Yeonjae, eyes closed in serene thought. Lost in a shimmering haze, Yeonjae wondered, with a hopeful glint in his mind, if even the fog would appeal to her. Bathed in a triumphant golden glow, teacher Sai-hyun ecstatically proclaimed the test a resounding success, her voice ringing with the vanishing of all misfortune mediums. Teacher Sai-hyun vibrantly recounted seeing a breathtaking light within the misfortune medium, while Yeonjae responded with quiet, knowing affirmation. Floating in starlit clouds, teacher Sai-hyun questioned his happiness, but Yeonjae only offered a thoughtful hum, still deep in contemplation. A profound sadness veiled Yeonjae as he lamented not discovering this power sooner, believing it could have spared so many from his shadow. The unspoken thought echoed, remembering the pain inflicted upon his own birth mother. In a bittersweet memory, a young Yeonjae, holding a torn photograph, innocently questioned the identity of his father, the one his mother spoke of. The young Yeonjae, confused, questioned his mother about his absent father, who explained he had to leave for an unforeseen matter. His innocent persistence was met with his mother's strained, melancholic silence. A heart-wrenching "Kwa-ah" from baby Yeonjae spoke of a deep yearning, a wish for family his mother undoubtedly cherished him enough to try and fulfill. She tirelessly raised him, moving from shop to shop, even enduring dormitory life. Chol-kik, because of his misfortune, every venture they pursued was doomed to fail, or led to their harsh expulsion, leaving his mother distraught. His birth mother, he knew, must have been utterly exhausted. A tiny Yeonjae watched, utterly alone, as a woman walked away, leaving him behind. She simply, heartbreakingly, left him behind. That profound moment, he realized, marked the grim beginning of witnessing others suffering from his misfortune. Perched on a cloud in a starry expanse, Yeonjae silently resolved never to witness such suffering again. Then, teacher Sai-hyun's voice held a question, poised for revelation. Teacher Sai-hyun's excited hope for his acting career was instantly extinguished by Yeonjae's firm, unyielding refusal. Teacher Sai-hyun's whyy was met with Yeonjae's cool explanation that genuine imitation didn't require a film set. Yeonjae calmly articulated his logic, explaining his aversion to increasing the risk of burdening others with his misfortune. A soft, wistful smile touched his lips as he simply wished to navigate misfortunes alone. He desired nothing more than a quiet, undisturbed existence. But the moment those words were uttered, a shift began. Sudden, sharp "ah" and "ah" cries of discomfort rippled through the classroom. Yeonjae, confused by the sudden commotion, found himself wondering what fresh chaos had erupted, just as a voice called out to him. "Bbaak," the male student leaned forward, a challenging smirk on his face, implying a hidden agenda. The male student's confident assertion of important business left Yeonjae utterly surprised and intrigued. With a knowing cheok, the male student extended his hand, recognizing Yeonjae from the recent drama shoot, creating an uneasy moment. The male student's words hung in the air, brimming with anticipation. He declared his earnest desire to simply be Yeonjae's friend, a broad, confident smile illuminating his face. Yeonjae found his sense of equilibrium suddenly challenged as a hand reached out with a confident chiak, declaring a surprising observation about his recent acting stint. With a bright, almost blinding sincerity, Bae-hyuk enthusiastically insisted he wanted to be friends. Yeonjae could only stare ahead, a silent, perplexed question forming in his mind, unsure how to process the sudden declaration. The rapid-fire exchange revealed Bae-hyuk's unexpected knowledge of Yeonjae's identity, leaving Yeonjae even more bewildered. Bae-hyuk burst into a self-deprecating hoo-hoo chuckle, belatedly introducing himself, while Yeonjae responded with an awkward, almost practiced politeness. Bae-hyuk, momentarily concerned that his acting past was the issue, then turned bewildered when Yeonjae offered no laughter, eliciting a genuine of confusion from Yeonjae. Yeonjae calmly questioned the humor, leaving Bae-hyuk flustered as he explained the supposed hilarity of his name, a concept utterly lost on his new acquaintance. With a boisterous sook, Bae-hyuk dramatically proclaimed their destiny, launching himself from his seat, much to Yeonjae's startled alarm. A definitive tuyam echoed as Bae-hyuk's hand landed firmly on Yeonjae's shoulder, sealing an unsolicited fate. Bae-hyuk beamed, striking a pose with a triumphant chiak, audaciously declaring himself Yeonjae's inaugural best friend. The declaration left Yeonjae in a silent, sweat-beaded state of shock, utterly overwhelmed by the sudden, forceful friendship. Indeed, from that day forward, the very fabric of his daily life had undergone a profound and unexpected transformation. A persistent, gnawing worry had taken root, casting a shadow even over mundane moments. His concern stemmed partly from someone, who, despite now being an elementary student, still possessed an incredibly finicky palate. Each dawn, before the world stirred, a meticulous ritual unfolded for a precise hour and 30 minutes. He wondered what the director had done, then caught himself, realizing he too had once been a picky eater, quickly suppressing the unsettling memory. The thought of his dark past resurfacing, transforming him into someone else, filled him with alarm, a constant effort to avoid new misfortunes. A sudden, sharp tock-tock at the door made Yeonjae Yeonjae violently, caught off guard in his secret routine. He found himself sheepishly explaining to a chibi teacher why he was leaving so early, the awkwardness of his routine now a shared secret. It remained a clandestine routine, one he couldn't quite explain but diligently performed in secrecy every single time. Yeonjae walked among his peers, still annoyed by the teacher who had almost exposed his early morning ritual. His smartphone, a tether to another life, rested in his hand, a serious expression on his face. He regularly exchanged messages with people from his past, like actor Jung-hyun, whose overseas filming travails were now a casual text. As he walked, his tiabik footsteps rhythmic, Yeonjae offered a polite, familiar greeting in return, maintaining his distant connections. And so, life continued its unexpected course. Yeonjae sat immersed in a book, finding a quiet solace in the pages of another world. A soft ugh escaped him, a sound of mild annoyance as his peaceful concentration was broken. With an irritated tone, Yeonjae inquired about the latest disruption, met by Bae-hyuk's eager question about finally receiving attention. He calmly admitted his preference for books over Bae-hyuk, unperturbed by the weird kid who had inexplicably attached himself to him. Bae-hyuk cried out in mock despair at Yeonjae's indifference, as nearby, two female students whispered about his persistent presence and peculiar fixation on Yeonjae. The female students noted Yeonjae's recent change, surprised by the unusual absence of accidents, a curious observation overheard by a male student in the doorway. A passing thought acknowledged their unexpected handsomeness amidst the sparkling classroom. A firm tack emphasized Yeonjae's stern warning for someone to stop following him. Leaning forward, a weary Yeonjae insisted he was genuinely no longer acting, the frustration evident in his voice. Ignoring his protests, Bae-hyuk draped an arm around Yeonjae, cheerfully proclaiming their destined best friendship and a trip to the store. Bae-hyuk's arm remained draped over Yeonjae's shoulder with a definite yaki, an insistent demand for a trip to the store. Despite a lack of outwardly significant changes, Yeonjae felt a quiet pudut satisfaction bloom within him. A quiet calm settled over him, the present moment not so bad. As he walked with Baehyuk, the female student's question about books now just a memory. Yeonjae humorously speculated about gaining muscles when Baehyuk complained about his heavy arm, finding comfort in the manageable extent of these new changes. The daily workouts, he realized, were truly paying off, making his body feel light and effortless when he danced. The sickle of the school hallway escalated as students invited someone to play soccer, only to be politely declined, adding to Yeonjae and Baehyuk's growing discomfort. A student's clumsy kwang impact, followed by a jarring peek and a sharp aok from Yeonjae, sent him tumbling, prompting Baehyuk's panicked cries of concern. Baehyuk's furious hack was directed at the male student, whose muttered apology felt hollow and insincere. A smirk played on the male student's face as he smugly claimed he hadn't even seen Yeonjae. The male student's disgusted comment about getting some of Yeonjae on him ignited Baehyuk's fury, but Yeonjae, with a resigned paduduk, calmly told him to let it go. He recognized the student as Oh Sung-yoon, noting with a thoughtful weariness that his troublesome behavior had resurfaced after a period of quiet. Yeonjae calmly declared himself fine as he walked through the wet stairs with repeated cheelbeak sounds, Baehyuk following with worried eyes. Compared to his past suffering, this new mishap felt insignificant, a mere chwerok trickle compared to a deluge. A violent chalseek of water, accompanied by a sudden aok, shattered the momentary calm. Yeonjae's eyes widened in startled confusion, a sudden escaping his lips. A chilling, surreal feeling, one that sent immediate goosebumps across his skin, enveloped Yeonjae in its ethereal grasp. Baehyuk screamed in raw terror, recoiling from the truly horrifying sensation. A wave of deep distress washed over Yeonjae, the horrifying feeling a tragically familiar echo from his past. The EO exclamations of unseen onlookers swirled around them, concerned voices questioning if he had fainted, urging someone to call a teacher. Yeonjae slowly regained consciousness, bewildered by the chaos, and surprised that the fall hurt far less than he expected. A groan of discomfort turned into a startled exclamation as Yeonjae realized Baehyuk was lying unconscious on top of him. Yeonjae's eyes widened in utter shock, panicked escaping him as he began to call out Baehyuk's name. He cradled Baehyuk, desperately pleading for his unconscious friend to open his eyes. This wasn't supposed to happen, Yeonjae thought, a wave of profound distress washing over him. His misfortune had begun anew. A mysterious voice cut through the despair, calmly confirming Baehyuk's injury, thankfully noting its lack of severity. Yeonjae challenged the voice, recounting his careful preparations and the prior confirmation that acting would stave off misfortune, even the supposed departure of the misfortune mediums. He expressed his profound frustration, questioning why, despite his thorough morning rituals, the misfortune had returned. The mysterious voice addressed Yeonjae directly, suggesting they had overlooked a critical detail. The voice revealed a chilling truth: the method Yeonjae employed to ward off misfortune was growing progressively weaker with each use. The voice continued its ominous explanation, stating that Yeonjae's misfortune would inevitably affect those closest to him, beginning with them. Yeonjae vehemently denied the claim, but his voice cracked as he recognized the terrifying implication, and the mysterious voice confirmed the next person was already targeted. A desperate cry tore from Yeonjae's throat, calling out for Haein, now undeniably marked by his dread. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the looming danger, Park Haein smiled brightly, a picture of cheerful innocence. Yeonjae remained frozen, a silent, heavy stillness as the cheerful students, including Park Haein, walked past him with a soft sook. Still, the unseen voice echoed, a question hanging in the bright, clear air. Male student 2 casually confirmed a presence, indicating someone trailed right behind. Female student 1 wondered if he had been in the infirmary earlier, eliciting a surprised question from female student 2. A chilling thought stole through another female student's mind: then was he really following me? Went the sound, a slight, almost imperceptible brush, causing another female student to flinch with mild surprise. "Oh my God!" Male student 1 practically shrieked, celebrating the improbable eye contact, much to Yeonjae and Park Hae-in's shared chagrin. Male student 1 leaned in, a smug smile playing on his lips as he whispered, reminding Park Hae-in he had predicted this moment. Yeonjae flustered, his face heating as male student 1's declaration hung in the air, "Lee Yeonjae likes you." "Ah, that's not true." Park Ha. Park Hae-in protested loudly, her frustration echoing as male student 1 and female student 1 exchanged amused glances. Bae-hyuk, despite his bandages and sling, offered a bright, welcoming smile, remarking on the absence from class. "Nobi, I'm happy you're here." Park Hae-in cried, grabbing Bae-hyuk's arm mid-sentence, her relief urgent and palpable. Park Hae-in, her finger raised in firm instruction, urgently demanded Bae-hyuk do something about his friend, ignoring his annoyance at the "Nobi" nickname. Bae-hyuk squirmed, bewildered and uncomfortable, claiming such discomfort he felt like dying, then let out a confused, "Huh." Yeonjae, seen only from behind, wondered internally why Bae-hyuk had positioned himself so strangely. Yeonjae tentatively tried to deflect, gesturing vaguely towards the bulletin board as if it held the answer. "I'm upset." "Heek." Bae-hyuk cried, collapsing into mock despair, his dramatic sadness shocking Yeonjae. Bae-hyuk stepped closer, slinging an arm around Yeonjae's shoulder, playfully confronting him with rumors of following Park Hae-in. Bae-hyuk lamented dramatically, and emphasizing his feigned weakness, accusing Yeonjae of hurting him both physically and mentally. Yeonjae, held captive by Bae-hyuk's embrace, offered a quiet apology, vaguely alluding to an important, ongoing situation. Bae-hyuk smirked, his eyes narrowing knowingly, implying Yeonjae was intentionally withholding information. "Then, I won't let you go until you tell me," Bae-hyuk declared, tightening his hold as Yeonjae struggled against him. Park Hae-in watched with amused exasperation as Bae-hyuk pulled a protesting Yeonjae away, who claimed he had urgent matters to attend to. Yeonjae internally vowed not to stray far from Hae-in, his worry etched deep into his thoughts. A chilling vision consumed Yeonjae: Park Hae-in would be gravely hurt, and though the details were obscured, the sheer impact of that human called Hae-in would be immense. The horrifying premonition continued, Yeonjae seeing Park Hae-in bleeding from her eyes, writhing in immense pain. Yeonjae's eyes widened, a resolute fire kindling within him. He would not stand by and watch another person suffer because of him. "I'm sorry, Bae-hyuk," Yeonjae exclaimed, abruptly shoving his friend away with determined force. Bae-hyuk called out in confusion, watching Yeonjae quickly retreat down the hallway. An urgent certainty settled over Yeonjae: an accident would definitely happen. As Park Hae-in walked away, Yeonjae desperately pondered how he could prevent it from happening. Yeonjae stealthily peeked from behind a wall, his gaze fixed on Park Hae-in. Yeonjae followed Park Hae-in discreetly, a silent shadow trailing her every step. "Ha!" Park Hae-in sighed, a wave of exasperation washing over her. Yeonjae called out to Park Hae-in, his voice causing her to halt abruptly. Park Hae-in, with an amused, turned her head and challenged Yeonjae, asking if he had something to confess. Yeonjae nervously denied it, his hand instinctively reaching for his neck in an evasive gesture. Park Hae-in directly questioned Yeonjae's motives, asking if he was sent or if she had done something wrong, which he firmly denied. "Really?" Park Hae-in asked, her forced smile barely concealing her growing anger. Park Hae-in advanced, her voice rising in accusation, demanding to know why, all day long. "Why have you been following me?" Park Hae-in demanded, grabbing Yeonjae's tie in a fierce, intense confrontation. "Everyone's misunderstanding since you keep following me," Park Hae-in declared, her grip on Yeonjae's tie as she gave him an ultimatum. "I'm sorry, Hae-in," Yeonjae apologized, reaching out to her in a desperate, urgent gesture. Yeonjae offered a regretful apology for Park Hae-in's discomfort, but confessed there were reasons he could not disclose. Park Hae-in stared back, utterly bewildered by Yeonjae's cryptic words. Yeonjae pleaded for forgiveness for his actions, completely unaware that Park Hae-in was momentarily distracted by his unexpected height. "Huh," Park Hae-in gasped, her eyes widening in sudden shock. "A flower pot," an unseen voice questioned, as the ceramic container tumbled downwards, shattering mid-fall. And then Park Hae-in looked up, her face etched with pure terror as imminent danger loomed above. "Hae-in!" Yeonjae cried, his body moving instinctively to shield her from the plummeting flower pot. A piercing scream tore through the air, signaling absolute alarm. Gasps escaped from onlookers, witnessing the shattered remnants of a terracotta flower pot strewn across the concrete. I almost died," Park Hae-in stammered. "Why did a flower pot fall suddenly?" she questioned in bewildered terror as Yeonjae held her. Yeonjae's thoughts raced, a tremor passing through him as he recalled the flower pot and something on the roof. A cold realization dawned on Yeonjae. There was a person, right? He thought, remembering the silhouetted figure on the roof. "Hae-in!" Yeonjae called, his voice snapping her out of her shock and deepening her fear. "Are you okay? You're not hurt, right?" Yeonjae asked, his concern palpable, to which Park Hae-in disorientedly confirmed she was unharmed. "I think I'm fine," Park Hae-in replied, and Yeonjae sighed with gentle relief. "What about you?" Park Hae-in asked, but Yeonjae's reply was abruptly cut off, hinting at an unforeseen injury. Park Hae-in gasped, her eyes widening in stunned realization as she noticed something horrifying. "Hand!" Park Hae-in exclaimed, pointing at Yeonjae's severely bleeding injury, but he tried to play it off with a strained, "I'm okay." Yeonjae looked down at Park Hae-in, his eyes closed in a gentle smile, finding profound relief that didn't get hurt. A chill of pure dread seized Park Hae-in as she registered the horror unfolding before her. Park Hae-in's horrified gasp barely registered as Yeonjae casually dismissed the brutal injury that now claimed his hand. Though bleeding, Yeonjae offered a strained, unsettling smile, assuring Park Hae-in his relief was all that truly mattered. Park Hae-in's gentle touch sought to ease the throbbing pain from Yeonjae's wounded hand. As Yeonjae swayed, his blood staining the ground, Park Hae-in's sharp question cut through the shock of his nonchalant pain. Urgent and concerned, Park Hae-in tried to rush Yeonjae to the infirmary as a teacher's demanding voice suddenly cut through the air. The female teacher hurried towards them, her face etched with concern, calling out Yeonjae's name in palpable worry. Yeonjae reassured the teacher of his own well-being, but his gaze then shifted pointedly to Park Hae-in, both now bearing visible marks of the incident. A heavy sigh of resigned disappointment escaped the teacher, her focus settling on Yeonjae with a familiar air of disapproval. With stern resolve, the female teacher sent Yeonjae and Park Hae-in to the infirmary, already feeling she understood the troublesome situation. The students' whispers of blame and avoidance echoed Yeonjae's inner turmoil, but then Park Hae-in's fierce declaration cut through the judgments. Park Hae-in pleaded Yeonjae's innocence to the teacher, vehemently insisting that none of this was his fault as Yeonjae watched in stunned surprise. Yeonjae's quiet apology, a silent acceptance of blame, stunned Park Hae-in into disbelieving silence. Park Hae-in seethed with an undercurrent of frustration, bewildered by Yeonjae's inexplicable decision to take the fall. It baffled Park Hae-in how Yeonjae could maintain such unwavering composure when he was clearly an innocent bystander in this mess. A fresh bandage now starkly covered Yeonjae's injured hand, a quiet testament to the moment's lingering pain. Alone in a world of red, Yeonjae sat in a quiet, isolated contemplation, lost in his own thoughts. A soft, concerned voice pierced the crimson solitude, inquiring about the ache in Yeonjae's bandaged hand. The otherworldly man's revelation that he had been watching Yeonjae for some time sent a shiver of surprise through him. Yeonjae, though still surprised, reassured the mysterious man that he felt perfectly fine. The man's sudden, insistent questions about Yeonjae's gloomy mood on such a joyous day left Yeonjae utterly bewildered. The otherworldly man's hand glowed with an ethereal light as he emphasized the importance of the present moment. With a radiant smile, the man excitedly announced the first airing of Yeonjae's drama, a momentous revelation for them both. The otherworldly man eagerly pulled Yeonjae along, declaring his long-held anticipation of watching the drama together now that it had begun. A soft, peaceful exhale escaped Yeonjae, a fragile moment of tranquility amidst the surreal reality. Yeonjae wondered if the enigmatic fog truly used magic just for this fleeting comfort, finding himself unbelievably at ease despite his earlier distress. Yeonjae knew this precious, quiet peace was a fleeting illusion that would vanish the moment he opened his eyes to reality. He had, thankfully, averted Park Hae-in's immediate misfortune, but the crushing weight of his inevitable impact on others remained Yeonjae's melancholic truth. A pang of introspection stirred in Yeonjae as he reflected on his recent, uncharacteristic excitement. With a heavy heart, Yeonjae resolved to retreat to his former self, believing it was the only path forward. Yeonjae stood before the classroom, a somber conviction hardening his resolve to maintain distance from everyone around him. A quick, sharp breath escaped Yeonjae, bracing himself for the difficult decision he was about to enact. With a soft push, Yeonjae opened the classroom door, stepping into an unknown and unfamiliar atmosphere. Yeonjae entered the bustling classroom, the mundane scene belying a subtle shift in the air he couldn't quite place. A nervous gulp, Yeonjae wondered if it was just his imagination, but the classroom atmosphere felt distinctly different. A male student, back to the room, eagerly called out, demanding the attention of his classmates. The male student loudly declared the dramatic entrance of genius actor Lee Yeonjae-nim, catching Yeonjae completely off guard. Utter confusion washed over Yeonjae, his eyes wide in disbelief at the unexpected announcement. Yeonjae's attempt to question the situation was abruptly swallowed by a wave of excited students, all eager to close in. Students swarmed Yeonjae, their shouts of recognition and questions about his drama appearance creating a cacophony of sudden fame. Yeonjae's mind reeled with question marks as a barrage of queries about his secret acting career overwhelmed him. The mention of Lee Jung-gyeon's Instagram post amplified Yeonjae's confusion, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden spotlight. A student extended his phone, and Yeonjae's gaze fell upon the screen with an involuntary jolt of surprise. Yeonjae stared at the phone, stunned by the overwhelming positive social media reactions to his acting performance. The student's insistent praise as a genius actor made Yeonjae squirm uncomfortably, humbly denying the grand title. Yeonjae tried to downplay his impact, insisting his role was minor, only for Park Hae-in to vehemently challenge his modesty. Park Hae-in passionately defended Yeonjae's performance, emphatically praising how he had turned everything upside down, to the surprise of another female student. Park Hae-in's furious defense of Yeonjae's acting talent and character sparked blushes of embarrassment from Yeonjae, while a classmate tried to defuse the intense outburst. Park Hae-in continued to scold Yeonjae, questioning his self-perception and reminding him of his unrewarded courage from yesterday's accident. A warm, surprising compliment from Park Hae-in urged Yeonjae to acknowledge his own worth, stirring a blush and a profound sense of being seen. Other students enthusiastically chimed in, agreeing with Park Hae-in and recounting their astonishment at Yeonjae's unrecognizable performance. A clamor of voices swelled around Yeonjae as students eagerly shared their personal experiences and praises for his incredible acting. Overwhelmed and flustered, Yeonjae found himself completely at a loss, unsure how to navigate this unexpected torrent of attention. Yeonjae's face clouded with distress as he realized his carefully constructed plan to distance himself was now impossibly complicated. A sudden, insistent vibration from Yeonjae's pocket pulled him sharply back to the present moment. A surge of unwelcome recognition gripped Yeonjae as he stared at his phone, a premonition of imminent embarrassment rising within him. The narrative questioned the cruel irony of embarrassing moments arriving in relentless, overwhelming waves. Actor Jung Hyun's voice flowed from an unseen source, playfully identifying desserts in a lavish setting. Actor Jung Hyun's hand reached out, drawn by the irresistible allure of another delectable slice of cake. Yeonjae, looking somewhat hesitant, offered a reluctant agreement to the unfolding situation. Surrounded by an opulent display of desserts, actor Jung Hyun cheerfully urged Yeonjae to indulge, a warm and inviting sparkle in the air. Chibi Yeonjae, utterly bewildered by the dessert mountain, questioned the excessive bounty, which Chibi actor Jung Hyun playfully attributed to a promise. Actor Jung Hyun, holding his fork with a relaxed smile, explained that this sweet feast was a gesture of gratitude for the drama's buzzing success. With cheeks puffed out, Yeonjae looked up from a mouthful, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at actor Jung Hyun's casual explanation. Actor Jung Hyun offered a subtle, knowing smile, a single word hanging in the air with an unspoken challenge. Yeonjae, overwhelmed by the grand gesture, could only offer an awkward shrug as actor Jung Hyun watched him with amusement. Actor Jung Hyun's face broke into a mischievous, knowing grin, a hint of playful conspiracy in his eyes. Actor Jung Hyun burst into hearty laughter, throwing his hands up in mock surrender to Yeonjae's endearing discomfort. Actor Jung Hyun then shifted, a newfound seriousness in his gaze, admitting he had called Yeonjae for a specific, unspoken reason. With a deliberate placement of his hand on the table, actor Jung Hyun cautioned Yeonjae not to feel burdened by the significant words he was about to utter. Actor Jung Hyun's kind smile offered a profound invitation, asking if Yeonjae would consider learning the craft of acting under his tutelage. Another crew member's voice began to outline an unexpected proposition, a gentle tap signifying the moment. Actor Jung Hyun, radiant with an open smile, extended an offer that caught Yeonjae utterly by surprise, to teach him acting. Yeonjae could only manage a startled, disbelieving question, the weight of the proposal settling in. Actor Jung Hyun, with a soft, inviting smile, confessed he had seen a true talent in Yeonjae, one that needed nurturing. His voice filled with genuine warmth, actor Jung Hyun insisted it would be a tragedy to let such natural talent go uncultivated, hoping to see Yeonjae perform for years. Yeonjae's words caught in his throat, a hesitant sound escaping as his fork lightly tapped the vibrant cake. With a quiet certainty, Yeonjae apologized, delivering the unexpected blow: he had no desire to pursue acting. A chilling whisper snaked through the eerie dark, revealing Yeonjae's curse had found its next victim, drawing actor Jung Hyun into its sinister web. The voice lingered, then dropped the bombshell name, sending a jolt through the tense space. It was actor Lee Jung Hyun. A resounding, impossible shock ripped through Yeonjae. Jung Hyun Hyung. Yeonjae desperately questioned the cruel logic, but the voice simply observed the misfortune's flow, hinting at an inescapable, fated connection between them. The whisper deepened, confirming the grim severity of this new misfortune, declaring a terrible burn would soon mar actor Jung Hyun's face, Yeonjae's mind reeling. The horrifying words echoed in Yeonjae's mind, a terrible burn. Jung Hyun Hyung, a dazzling beacon on the red carpet, embodied the very essence of a charismatic actor, his striking looks crucial to his revered status among his peers. He was destined for even greater heights, the narrator thought with a pang of sorrow, but a painful bandage suggested a cruel fate had tragically intervened. A heavy, crushing guilt descended upon Yeonjae, the realization hitting him like a physical blow: Jung Hyun's brilliant life would be utterly destroyed, all because of him. His jaw set with fierce resolve, Yeonjae knew he absolutely can't let that happen. With a heavy heart but unwavering conviction, Yeonjae decided the only way to save Jung Hyun was to sever their connection entirely. While Yeonjae inwardly steeled his resolve to distance himself, actor Jung Hyun voiced genuine disbelief: "You don't want to act? Really?" Actor Jung Hyun leaned back, genuinely shocked, admitting he had mistakenly believed Yeonjae enjoyed acting, eliciting a surprised "me" in response. "You must have misunderstood something," Yeonjae mumbled, gently poking his fork into the colorful cake. Yeonjae thoughtfully revealed his curiosity had led him to tail, but the experience, feeling like mere imitation and disliking crowds, confirmed his skills simply weren't adequate. Actor Jung Hyun's gaze dropped, a pensive echo forming on his lips: "Imitating, you say?" With a gentle, probing smile, actor Jung Hyun sought to clarify: was Yeonjae's true perception of acting truly just imitating? A beat of uncertain silence stretched, then Yeonjae asked, a tremor of vulnerability in his voice, if his perspective was fundamentally flawed. Actor Jung Hyun let out a low rumble of mock indignation, confessing it was a bit humiliating to realize Yeonjae's true thoughts about acting during their collaboration. Yeonjae simply suggested a lack of interest, and actor Jung Hyun, meeting his gaze, conceded with a thoughtful, knowing, maybe. Actor Jung Hyun began to pour tea, his voice growing thoughtful as he described acting as a profound sacrifice, stepping wholeheartedly into another's world. He added, with a soft, knowing inflection, that in that world, he became a beggar who attracts other people. Even a world utterly foreign, he concluded, could be embraced, leaving Yeonjae in stunned silence, a blush dusting his cheeks. Actor Jung Hyun playfully suggested his own performance must have been lacking if Yeonjae only saw imitation, a notion Yeonjae immediately and flusteredly denied. With a captivating smile that radiated hopeful persuasion, actor Jung Hyun leaned in, asking for one more chance to reveal the true essence of acting. He clinked his teacup gently, asserting Yeonjae would surely grasp it quickly, but if his mind remained unchanged, there was a stark condition. The finality of his promise hung heavy in the air. If Yeonjae remained unconvinced, he would concede completely. Yeonjae, deep in somber thought, felt a resigned certainty that his perspective would ultimately remain unaltered. A soft, contented sip passed actor Jung Hyun's lips, his expression serene. Actor Jung Hyun's gentle comment about the tea's pleasant aroma sent a faint, flustered blush creeping across Yeonjae's cheeks. Yeonjae's brow furrowed, a mix of confusion and faint anxiety clouding his wide eyes. Actor Jung Hyun's voice softened with a melancholic edge, remembering his late husband's shared affection for tea. A poignant sorrow tinged his words as he recounted how his husband had lovingly brewed him tea, every single day. In the past, even during their early days of dating, the warm, comforting ritual of tea brewing had been a constant between them. Even when their voices rose in heated arguments, the teapot remained, a silent witness to their passionate, if occasionally strained, connection. And on the happiest of days, their mugs clinked together against the fiery backdrop of a sunset beach, tea marking every cherished, intimate memory. Even as years passed, the comforting warmth of tea was still offered, a hand gently presenting a steaming cup to an older self. The tea persisted, a quiet symbol of enduring care, even in the sterile confines of a hospital room, as illness claimed him. It's quite funny, right? Actor Jung Hyun mused, the bittersweet irony of tea's unwavering presence even in the hospital room hanging in his voice. The shared fragrances of their daily tea permeated every memory, a comforting, intimate aroma woven into the very fabric of their lives. He confessed, a profound sadness in his eyes, he hadn't fully grasped the deep significance of those simple, shared tea moments until now. Yeonjae stared, his expression a sudden, bewildered jumble of confusion and shock. Actor Jung Hyun closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing the tea's fragrance to wash over him in a wave of serene emotion. A tear welled in his eye, the aroma a spiritual bridge, allowing him to feel his beloved husband's presence, still right by his side. Even after his husband's passing, actor Jung Hyun somberly revealed, the comforting fragrance had stubbornly lingered, a ghost within their shared home. His voice caught, heavy with melancholic vulnerability, as he admitted that even that cherished fragrance was inexplicably, painfully fading away. His hand clenched, a desperate internal struggle racking him as he confessed it had become agonizingly hard to breathe. He had tried to replicate the tea, but the elusive, longed-for fragrance, like a whisper of the past, forever escaped his grasp. Tears welled, a testament to his deeply sad, persistent attempts to recapture that lost aroma. Yeonjae listened, his face etched with empathetic sadness, as actor Jung Hyun confessed his efforts only magnified the painful, constant remembrance of his husband. His hands settled softly on the table, a vulnerable pause before his next, quiet confession. A subtle, rhythmic tap of his foot revealed the melancholic depths of his vulnerability, admitting he often felt on the verge of tears. Without a word, Yeonjae reached out, his touch a tender, emotional balm against actor Jung Hyun's tear-streaked face. A soft, gentle swipe of Yeonjae's thumb erased a tear, a moment of profound, shared comfort. Yeonjae's hand offered a tender, comforting squeeze, a silent promise against the world's harshness. A sudden, thrumming realization pulsed through Yeonjae, without noticing, his heart had stirred, and a heartfelt, "Thank you, really," escaped. Actor Jung Hyun smiled gently, a grateful warmth in his eyes, as he commented on Yeonjae's tender, comforting hands. Then, with a gentle, inquiring gaze, actor Jung Hyun turned the conversation back, asking Yeonjae about his own story. With a flush rising on his cheeks and raw emotion in his voice, Yeonjae bravely asked about the man who had touched actor Jung Hyun's life. What was your husband like? A tear tracing a path down his cheek, Yeonjae whispered the word, husband, his own heart unexpectedly vulnerable. An unseen question about his husband pierced the calm, conversational air. A single word, husband, shattered Yeonjae's composure, leaving him utterly bewildered. The woman's gentle reminder only deepened his internal scramble, her words soft with understanding. His mind recoiled in utter disbelief. Such a notion was simply impossible, right? Jae. A flicker of unease rustled through him, Omsak. His confusion spiraled, a palpable distress clutching at his very core. Passasak. As his distress deepened, the woman's outstretched hand offered a silent, poignant comfort he didn't yet grasp. His single, desperate word hung in the quiet, charged air, why? Her profound sorrow was undeniable, her tears streaming freely, sparking his question. Because it reminded me of my husband, she confessed, her voice heavy with the weight of memory. She continued, a somber echo in her words, revealing her husband once shared the very same sentiment. A melancholic whisper, my hands, he said my hands are warm. Her voice trailed off, the implicit, but hanging heavy with an unspoken sorrow. Then, the narrative turned, tracing the stark reality of life after his passing. It was then, in her profound grief, she truly understood the meaning of his words for the very first time. Yeonjae remained in a somber, reflective silence, absorbing her every word. With a soft sook, she dismissed her raw vulnerability, insisting she was fine, though her eyes told a different story. But Yeonjae's single, resolute word contradicted her self-reassurance. Her surprise was palpable, a soft, questioning sound escaping her. A susuk of internal unrest accompanied Yeonjae as he rose, realizing emotions he'd thought alien were now eerily familiar. Earnestly, Yeonjae pleaded for her to continue, his mind reeling as he silently grappled with this profound, baffling surge of emotion. Her lingering pain resonated deeply within him, sparking an urgent, empathic need to understand more. Holding her hands, Yeonjae's question transcended mere curiosity, seeking to truly grasp the man who had shaped her life. Her voice, steeped in deep emotion, began to paint a portrait, he is. In the past, she had always felt profoundly alone, an isolated figure amidst a bustling, indifferent world. Then, a soft sukuk, a tender hand graced her cheek. The unexpected touch startled her, a jolt cutting through her solitude. He was the radiant, open-armed vision who first taught her the warmth of human connection. His embrace was a revelation of warmth, yet a somber, however, hinted at the trials still to come. A scene of raw despair unfolded, she wept on the floor, while he stood burdened by sorrow, clutching a single, poignant rose. His weariness was bone-deep, etched into every line of his face. She inwardly lamented memory's cruel fragility, recalling their painful embrace, a silent idiot in her gratitude. Her melancholy deepened with the bitter regret of unexpressed gratitude. She recalled his quiet devotion, his steadfast warmth, a profound comfort in her sadness. The memory shifted, a fleeting, silent void. His unwavering presence had shielded her from the world's relentless cold. Yet, by the time she fully grasped his protective warmth, it had already begun to sarajim, to fade away. Her grief was a heavy cloak, weighing her down with profound regret. It was already too late, she realized with a crushing finality. Back in the present. A silent pause enveloped the moment. I shouldn't have done that, she murmured, her voice tinged with the melancholic wish for more smiles. Yeonjae, too, echoed her pain, a shared regret for missed opportunities. He pondered the simple, profound act of embracing, a powerful image of vulnerability rising in his mind. There were moments, transcendent and rare. Time itself seemed to halt, and a profound silence engulfed the entire world in its serene embrace. Only a single voice would pierce the hush, its clarity resonating with undeniable truth. It was the sacred instant when pure sincerity flowed, touching one to the very core. Without warning or conscious intent, one would find themselves utterly immersed in the unfolding emotion. This immersion found its heart in Yeonjae's. No, more profoundly, in the raw, exposed tears themselves. It was the sorrowful, yet serene, immersion into the lady's profound grief. Actor Jung Hyun articulated Yeonjae's unique truth, not imitation, but a complete, soul-deep transformation into another's experience, which Yeonjae silently absorbed. "See, Yeonjae," Actor Jung Hyun declared, a confident grin spreading across his face, "See ik." He beamed, radiating warmth as he proudly declared his breakthrough understanding of Yeonjae's gift. A gentle sukkuk accompanied Actor Jung Hyun's reaching hand. As Yeonjae wept, a tender pat landed on his head. "Todak." Yeonjae let out a soft, distressed gasp as a comforting rub, "Bubi," eased his confusion. Still cradling Yeonjae's head, Actor Jung Hyun gently probed, seeking insight into the raw emotional experience. Actor Jung Hyun then challenged Yeonjae, asking if he still perceived his profound immersion as mere imitation. A wave of sukkuk fluster washed over Yeonjae, leaving him undeniably confused. Yeonjae looked earnestly at the woman, meeting her understanding, gentle smile. A soft paw of warmth and peace radiated from her gentle smile. "No," Yeonjae declared, a profound realization dawning, "it's completely different." As Yeonjae tried to elaborate on his completely new understanding, Actor Jung Hyun affirmed, "Then, that's good enough, Yeonjae." With a firm, encouraging taeoyak on Yeonjae's shoulder, Actor Jung Hyun began, "Let's." Then, with a hopeful, radiant smile, he extended an invitation that would redefine Yeonjae's path, "Act together." A deep tremor shook Yeonjae as a firm hand gripped his shoulder. In the shimmering void, Actor Jung Hyun's gentle invitation resonated through Yeonjae's very core. Yeonjae's world vibrated with an unexpected surge of surprise. A cascade of internal trembling racked Yeonjae, the intensity of Actor Jung Hyun's words leaving him utterly bewildered. Yeonjae's own frantic heartbeat roared in his ears, drowning out all else in a wave of overwhelming distress. The insistent phrase echoed through Yeonjae's mind, leaving him in a state of stunned processing. As if collapsing inward, Yeonjae's form radiated an inner light, a silent thought still echoing the impossible proposal. Amidst the cosmic dust, Yeonjae pondered the surreal sequence of events with quiet introspection. A jolt of shock coursed through Yeonjae, finding himself adrift in the cosmic expanse alongside a distressed Actor Jung Hyun. Actor Jung Hyun, still floating, grumbled at the ethereal, wispy fog obscuring their strange reality. Actor Jung Hyun explained Yeonjae's peaceful slumber in his arms, revealing their dreamlike conversation was unfolding while he slept. Yeonjae's thoughts fluttered, a dawning realization that he was, indeed, resting safely in Actor Jung Hyun's care. Yeonjae's silhouette glowed with the blinding intensity of a forgotten, critical memory suddenly clawing its way back to the surface. Yeonjae startled awake with a sudden shout, shocking Actor Jung Hyun from his calm repose. Yeonjae, confused, questioned the sudden alarm as Actor Jung Hyun frantically admitted to a grave oversight. Yeonjae panicked, his mind racing to Actor Jung Hyun's past misfortunes, but Actor Jung Hyun calmly dismissed his worry. Yeonjae looked utterly lost, trying to reconcile Actor Jung Hyun's words with his own frantic assumptions. Actor Jung Hyun, now shimmering with cheerful energy, assured Yeonjae that all past misfortunes had vanished thanks to his acting. Yeonjae listened, a small tremor running through him, as Actor Jung Hyun explained the unprecedented nature of their situation. Hunched and trembling, Yeonjae drifted in the cosmic expanse, a deep distress still clinging to him. Yeonjae, his confusion still clouding his mind, asked how such a resolution was possible, recalling past difficulties. Yeonjae expressed doubt about his ability to help, yet Actor Jung Hyun eagerly insisted it was precisely the key. Actor Jung Hyun's mischievous smile glowed brightly as he unveiled his theory, a non-existent role perfectly tricked the mediums. Yeonjae listened intently as actor Jung Hyun proposed a radical new strategy to outweak misfortune. Yeonjae looked down, a profound consideration stirring within him. Old wounds ached in Yeonjae's memory, a visceral reminder of pain both given and received. The memory of young Yeonjae's terrified face, causing another student distress, haunted him. The raw anguish of a younger woman, cradled by an older one, painted a vivid picture of past sorrow. Another image surfaced, a distressed woman shielding her grief, forever linked to a smiling face in a framed photograph. Surrounded by glowing lines, Yeonjae wrestled with the heavy question of whether he could risk drawing others close. Yeonjae's face glowed with intense inner questioning as he began to articulate his deepest fears. Yeonjae voiced his profound doubt, wondering if he truly deserved to continue pursuing his path. Actor Jung Hyun's closed-eyed smile was a gentle reassurance, a silent response to Yeonjae's unspoken fears. Actor Jung Hyun's firm hand pat Yeonjae's, delivering a resounding affirmation. Actor Jung Hyun declared his absolute certainty, clasping Yeonjae's hand with unwavering determination. Yeonjae's wide eyes reflected the shimmering wonder of the moment, a subtle blush spreading across his cheeks. Actor Jung Hyun, beaming, gave Yeonjae a surprising push, telling him to leave immediately. Yeonjae gasped, startled, as he was propelled forward, demanding to know his destination. A familiar voice called out, pulling Yeonjae from the depths of his surreal dream. Yeonjae shot upright, his eyes wide with a sudden jolt back to reality. Actor Jung Hyun announced their arrival at the orphanage, causing Yeonjae to look back with surprise. Yeonjae managed a soft sound of acknowledgement as actor Jung Hyun playfully remarked on his peaceful sleep. From the driver's seat, actor Jung Hyun gently asked if the intensity of immersion had drained Yeonjae. Yeonjae, mesmerized by the vibrant hues outside, observed the beautiful sunset, feeling the last vestiges of his trembling dreams fade. The narrative declared this moment the beginning of something significant. Yeonjae stood, his heart swelling with the profound satisfaction of finally pursuing his deepest desires. Yeonjae's gentle smile reflected the utter pleasantness of his newfound contentment. Actor Jung Hyun advised Yeonjae to embrace a positive outlook as he prepared to leave the car. Actor Jung Hyun promised an unparalleled education, ensuring Yeonjae would find no regrets in his tutelage. Yeonjae smiled softly, a silent agreement to actor Jung Hyun's confident boasts of his teaching prowess. Actor Jung Hyun reacted with a baffled question, taken aback by Yeonjae's immediate acceptance. Yeonjae, a slight smile gracing his lips, began to articulate his newly found resolve. Yeonjae declared his fervent desire to act, his face radiating with bright determination. Actor Jung Hyun's confident smile widened, clearly pleased by Yeonjae's passionate declaration. And so, Yeonjae solidified his decision, his hand clenching with purpose. Their fists met in a solid bump, a shared understanding forged in the warm glow of the setting sun. This was the moment Yeonjae's journey into acting truly began. Not long after, a new chapter unfolded. The first lesson commenced, marked by the soft rustle of a turning page. Actor Jung Hyun cheerfully extended a script, a symbol of Yeonjae's new beginning. Actor Jung Hyun presented Yeonjae with his very first assignment, a pivotal script. Yeonjae's eyes widened in surprised contemplation, the script now a tangible reality in his hands. Actor Jung Hyun set a clear, concise deadline, 1 month. Actor Jung Hyun, with a knowing smile, revealed Yeonjae's ultimate goal, securing the role within that time. Actor Jung Hyun gleefully dropped the bombshell, Yeonjae would earn the part through an audition. Yeonjae's mind reeled, utterly stunned by the unexpected revelation of an immediate audition for his very first lesson. The words of an unexpected audition immediately presented a tangible, looming challenge. Yeonjae's fingers flicked a page, and a sudden realization dawned, his first role was for a historical drama, an unexpected challenge. Actor Jung Hyun probed his apprehension, but Yeonjae confessed his deep worry about ruining a historical drama with his inexperience. With a mischievous grin, actor Jung Hyun's inner chibi teased Yeonjae about dreaming of the shoot, provoking a flustered, resounding denial, before playfully retracting it. The chibi actor Hyun, amidst sparkling encouragement, emphasized that the audition was merely a teaching tool, though preparation was still paramount. A chibi Yeonjae could only manage a tiny, exasperated sigh. Actor Hyun acknowledged the undeniable difficulty inherent in historical dramas. He explained that historical dramas demanded a complete transformation, from the very cadence of speech to the elegant stride, as ancient worlds shimmered into being around them. Actor Hyun elaborated that this fusion historical drama would intentionally deviate from reality, leaving Yeonjae in hesitant contemplation. A vision of a tear-streaked woman, radiating warmth, affirmed his nascent potential. With an unwavering gaze, actor Hyun insisted on Yeonjae's absolute success, hinting at a profound lesson that only victory could unlock. Yeonjae absorbed the truth that the very essence of his character lay dormant within his own spirit. A confident smile played on actor Hyun's lips, revealing the calculated reason behind his specific choice for Yeonjae's debut role. Butterfly Flower on Zelkova Tree, a fusion romance, painted a vivid tale of commoner Hyewon's entanglement with the crown prince to save her family. Her life, a delicate flutter like the butterfly, was an uncertain dance as the crown prince's temporary stand-in. A pointed tap of actor Hyun's finger dramatically revealed the targeted role, Crown Prince Hyun, the enigmatic rival of the protagonist. Fleeing assassins, Hyun, disguised as a commoner in Nabi's home, would ultimately surrender to a consuming jealousy born of his love. Actor Hyun clarified the intense demands of the role, embodying a young Hyun, suffering unrequited love that festered into bitter jealousy. Actor Hyun then playfully highlighted Hyun's arrogant, self-centered nature, noting it was a stark, almost comical contrast to Yeonjae's own style. He challenged Yeonjae to utterly transform, to embody a new person consumed by the madness of unrequited love. Could he truly achieve it? Yeonjae began, acknowledging the profound weight of this first, carefully selected role. A quiet resolve settled upon Yeonjae, he simply had to do it. From that day, Yeonjae plunged into the persona of Hyun, his chibi self mimicking the prince, while a historical figure's desperate cries echoed. Yeonjae muttered, lost in his research, as an unseen voice raged, questioning his every move within the script. Yeonjae deliberately altered his gait, his distinct thuds drawing puzzled remarks from classmates about his newfound immersion in historical dramas. He attempted to grasp the perspective of unrequited love, his intense glance making a female student uncomfortably question his unsettling stare. The very idea of a crush sent a terrified Yeonjae fleeing from a chibi female student's aggressive advances, crying, "Scary." Yeonjae continued his simulations, his voice echoing in the quiet, grappling with an unexpectedly challenging line. A young male character reacted first with confused questioning, then with sudden, wide-eyed surprise. Yeonjae struggled to deliver the line, his frustration mounting, acknowledging the unspoken truth. This was proving far from easy. He slammed his hand down, utterly exasperated that a seemingly simple line eluded him, despite having memorized the entire script. A nagging doubt crept in, perhaps his struggles stemmed from a fundamental misunderstanding of the script itself. It seemed pathetic, a crown prince burdened with heavy responsibilities, reduced to foolishness by love alone, a tragic flaw. He rustled the script, exasperated by the crown prince's contradictory actions, loving Nabi, yet refusing to listen, deliberately making her uncomfortable. Yeonjae slumped against the counter, a heavy sigh escaping, admitting his utter lack of understanding. He stared into his reflection, the image of a stern historical figure blurring his own, desperately seeking the face of unrequited love. He longed for an example to guide him, just as his phone began to vibrate. Baehyuk's text buzzed a playful reminder. Today was the auspicious, Takbaki ceremony, for Yeonjae's audition success. Another buzz from Baehyuk contained a playful, yet firm, warning not to vanish after school. Yeonjae's phone vibrated once more, and he silently processed Baehyuk's insistent messages. The chef, beaming with pride, emphatically guaranteed the exquisite taste of his restaurant's offerings. Baehyuk urged a bite, but Yeonjae, with firm resolve, declared his absolute refusal. The female student recoiled from the greasy tteokbokki, while Baehyuk, despite his protests, attempted to push his acclaimed real deal dish. Bae-hyuk silently cursed the tteokbokki ghost, then voiced his annoyance at her unusually intense stare. Bae-hyuk hesitantly offered tteokbokki, surprising the female student, but Yeonjae quickly clarified his true, more profound, interest. Yeonjae's sudden question about unrequited love startled his friends into speechless surprise. Bae-hyuk questioned the abrupt topic shift, and Yeonjae explained it was vital for his audition, as his character harbored a one-sided crush. Yeonjae pondered the old adage of love making fools, questioning if such deep affection could truly inflict pain upon another. He mused further on the complexity of unrequited love, questioning its depth, as a nearby friend continued to chew contentedly. Bae-hyuk's sudden delight over the tteokbokki surprised the female student, while an annoyed Yeonjae bristled, demanding if they were even listening. Another crew member, observing from outside, chuckled at Yeonjae's visible, comedic anger. The male crew member in the brown jacket, perhaps the chef, offered a resigned, knowing shrug. Yeonjae's anger was simply inevitable. Bae-hyuk loudly dismissed crushes as irrelevant to his idol destiny, while the female student, munching, prioritized English vocabulary, much to Yeonjae's chagrin. Yeonjae sighed in exasperation, dismissing his friend's immaturity, only for Bae-hyuk to gasp in offended outrage at being called kids. Yeonjae chuckled, watching his chibi friends comically protest, one asserting his height, the other her seniority and maturity, in a swirling cascade of amusement. A faint smile played on Yeonjae's lips, their playful bickering merely highlighted their strong bond. A heavy thump and a decisive slap announced the arrival of two figures. The female student recoiled in annoyance, while Bae-hyuk's soft gasp indicated surprise at the unexpected presence. The older male student recognized Sung-yoon, who, in turn, politely greeted Park Hae-in in response. The older male student delivered a veiled warning, questioning the wisdom of Yeonjae's continued association with a certain individual. The female student angrily confronted the older male student, who coldly dismissed her, repeating his sinister warning about the misery associated with Yeonjae. Bae-hyuk glared, bristling with anger, questioning why Park Ha would patiently listen to such utter nonsense. With a sharp gasp, Bae-hyuk abruptly pulled Yeonjae and the female student away, urging them to flee the toxic encounter. A sudden burst of annoyance and rage erupted from the older male student, furious at being dismissed. With a sly smirk, the older male student challenged Yeonjae to reveal an unspoken truth to his friends. A sinister whisper, heavy with accusation, shattered the air, pinning Yeonjae with the horrific truth: people had died because of him. The older male student, a sinister grin on his face, challenged Yeonjae to reveal his truth. A sinister whisper, heavy with accusation, shattered the air, pinning Yeonjae with the horrific truth: people had died because of him. He relentlessly pressed Yeonjae, feigning innocence as he intensified the pressure. He began to expose Yeonjae's adoption, but the female student's shocked voice abruptly halted him. A cold dread seized Yeonjae. How could he possibly know such a deeply buried detail? It was a memory Yeonjae had painstakingly tried to bury. He had fled, thinking he could finally move on, yet it always returned. This was Yeonjae's cursed fate, a haunting echo, a spectral warning that demanded he never truly forget. Sung-yoon's expression deepened with a quiet, inward pain. It seemed his life was simply destined for misfortune. How utterly ridiculous, she seethed, her anger a sharp, sudden crack. She raged, tearing into his preposterous claim that Yeonjae was some harbinger of ill luck. With a sharp intake of breath, she conceded his point, but only to dismantle his argument more fiercely. Her fury remained, demanding to know the true reason he was tormenting Yeonjae. With a decisive flourish, she declared their unwavering loyalty to Yeonjae, forcefully shutting down his ridiculous accusations. Her words struck him speechless, his composure crumbling. Frustration flared as his carefully constructed narrative crumbled before their disbelief. He doubled down, recalling Bae-hyuk's past fall, trying to link it to Yeonjae's supposed misfortune. The words were a crushing blow, a younger sibling's death, now laid at Yeonjae's feet, grinding his spirit to dust. He shrieked, dramatically throwing his arms wide, convinced he was a selfless protector exposing Yeonjae's dangerous presence. In a clumsy, self-incriminating confession, he blurted out his role in the infamous flower pot incident. A horrified gasp confirmed his disastrous slip-up. What? Hung in the air, a punchline to his unraveling. Before, a broken flower pot lay on a ledge, watched by a shadowy observer. A flower pot, the question echoed with dawning clarity. The shadowy figure watched silently from above. Disbelief twisted into rage as she grappled with the insidious truth, it had been him all along. He stammered, flustered and trapped, claiming he was simply preventing future harm. He erupted in a grand, theatrical display, loudly proclaiming his concern for their safety from Yeonjae. His wild gesticulations continued, a frantic performance of self-justification against the trio's stony silence. Sung-yoon's eyes widened, a sudden, startling revelation dawning upon him. The words exploded from Sung-yoon, a blunt, unexpected question about his crush on Park Hae-in, silencing the cafeteria. The entire cafeteria, from the chef to the munching students, collectively gasped in bewildered amusement. Still seething, the female student rounded on Sung-yoon, demanding to know the madness behind his sudden, dramatic question. Her denial withered on her lips as the uncomfortable truth dawned, stopping her mid-sentence. His profound blush, an embarrassing explosion, confirmed the crushing truth. Yeonjae watched, caught between surprise and awkward apprehension. Wait, he liked her, the sudden realization hit Yeonjae like a comical, flustered jab. Yeonjae's thoughts raced, connecting the dots, the flower pot, the forced help, all driven by his clumsy infatuation. All that chaos, Yeonjae mused, just because he liked Hae-in. Yeonjae internally labeled him clumsy, bad, and selfish, realizing this awkward, volatile display was simply the raw, unrefined face of a crush. The weight of such a selfish crush settled heavily on Yeonjae's heart. A sudden, startling insight struck Yeonjae, connecting it all to Yoo Hyun's profound feelings. With a sudden, flustered apology, Yeonjae bolted, leaving a trail of baffled gasps in his wake. The brown-haired student frantically yelled after Yeonjae, who was already a disappearing blur. Yeonjae sprinted onward, his resolve burning bright. Amidst the vibrant city, a new plan shimmered into being. The male character with blue hair offered a gentle challenge, "Shall we try?" Yeonjae took a steadying breath, agreeing with quiet determination that he only needed to perform as he had meticulously practiced. Yeonjae, with an intense, almost pained focus, tried to channel the very essence of Sung-yoon's emotional vulnerability. Yeonjae's familiar address of "Nabi" drew a visibly surprised reaction. A nervous blush rose as Yeonjae questioned his timing. The male character with blue hair sternly insisted on formal address, but Yeonjae, unconcerned, simply brushed aside his maternal worries. With a dramatic sniffle, Yeonjae declared he felt inexplicably unwell. A surprised gasp escaped the male character with blue hair as Yeonjae vaguely claimed ignorance about his sudden, mysterious illness. Yeonjae dramatically emphasized his suffering, claiming he was too sick to even eat breakfast, practically on death's door. Then, with a hopeful, pleading glance, he asked if he could stay for the day. The male character with blue hair remained thoughtfully silent. The male character with blue hair spoke Yeonjae's name, eliciting a nervous, surprised reply. Just now, the male character began, with an unsettling pause. He cut through the pretense, directly asking Yeonjae who he had been impersonating. Yeonjae stammered, hesitantly offering Yoo Hyun's name as his answer. His composure crumbled under the intense pressure. No, the blue-haired character declared, as Yeonjae's internal world crashed, he hadn't been acting as Yoo Hyun at all. But then, was it Sung-yoon he had been mimicking? With a soft thud, the blue-haired character called Yeonjae's name. Yeonjae flinched, bracing for the inevitable, gentle blow. He delivered the final, understated verdict, that wasn't Yoo Hyun. The young male character bounced with uncontainable energy, a silent testament to a boundless spirit. Each determined move was a fight against the looming audition, a silent battle waged in the reflection. A sudden slip jolted his concentration, his breath catching in a sharp gasp. The stark reminder of the audition countdown pressed down with urgent weight. His body gave way, a weary sigh escaping as the familiar frustration of the repeated stumble gnawed at him. Every muscle screamed for respite, a fleeting thought of surrender battling his will. Long ago, Yeonjae's focus was absorbed in the quiet dedication of studying. But a fierce, sweat-soaked resolve suddenly flared, refusing defeat. With an energetic burst, he commanded himself to rise, fueled by the unspoken acknowledgement of his own arduous efforts. The male character with dark brown hair called Yeonjae's name, breaking the comfortable silence. His assessment was direct and unwavering. This was not the Yu-hyun they sought. Yeonjae's diligent, highlighted notes bore silent witness to his meticulous preparation. Though the core was missing, the male character with dark brown hair admitted the technical execution was remarkably sound, a solid base beneath the shaky performance. Yet, a fundamental question lingered: what version of Yu-hyun truly existed in Yeonjae's mind? A tense silence hung as the male character with dark brown hair pressed for a glimpse into Yeonjae's silent internal process. He confessed his own early struggles with Yu-hyun, admitting a personal gap in understanding unrequited devotion. Such self-serving actions, he declared with conviction, could never truly be called love. But a friend's vulnerability had shattered his simplistic view, revealing the complex truth that even affection could wound. He then revealed his intricate method, weaving the very essence of his friends into characters, a patchwork of borrowed habits and perceived looks. A thoughtful understanding slowly dawned, connecting the dots of Yeonjae's unusual acting style. A flicker of insecurity crossed Yeonjae's face as he questioned his own technique. He rose slowly, a silent sign of deepened contemplation. A gentle pat on the head surprised Yeonjae, signaling a softer, more direct approach to his questions. He thoughtfully recalled Yeonjae's past triumphs, the child from Itaewon and that memorable cafe improvisation. The male character with dark brown hair prompted Yeonjae to revisit his mind for the elusive thoughts behind those earlier, successful performances. Yeonjae's mind drifted, searching for the conscious thoughts that had guided him in those distant, vivid memories. It was less thought and more raw, unbidden emotion, a truth that simply existed within the scene. Yeonjae realized with a jolt that the feeling wasn't intellectualized, it had just been there. He articulated a profound truth: true acting wasn't about foreseeing the character's path, but becoming them entirely, existing within their world. This total immersion, he confidently asserted, marked the true genesis of acting. Yeonjae absorbed the profound words, his mind quietly wrestling with their implications. The question hung heavy: why had effortless immersion once come so naturally, yet now proved an elusive struggle? The male character with dark brown hair smiled faintly, identifying Yeonjae's present struggle as a failure of true immersion. A playful jab suggested Yeonjae found the dialogues too childish, a notion Yeonjae swiftly, and perhaps defensively, refuted. He brought up the perennial criticism surrounding writer Han Jae-hye's characters, often dismissed by staff as childish and antiquated. Yet, the male character with dark brown hair countered, her dramas consistently soared, asking if Yeonjae recognized the monumental success of The Love on the Moon. Yeonjae pondered the secret to its widespread acclaim, offering a theory quickly dismissed by his instructor. Her brilliance, he clarified, lay not in fully formed characters, but in leaving them intentionally incomplete. Traditional dramas offered fully fleshed characters, leaving actors to embody them, but Han Jae-hye's vision defied that conventional artistry. The perceived childishness, he explained, was Han Jae-hye's deliberate signature, an open invitation for cast and crew to collaboratively sculpt the characters' true forms. These unrefined characters became canvases, each crew member adding their unique stroke, discussing details from lighting to makeup. From this collective creativity, characters emerged not fully formed, but dynamically vivid, celebrated by an appreciative crew. He then turned the question to Yeonjae: what, then, was the actor's crucial role in this collaborative ballet of creation? With a serene smile, he gently refined the definition of an actor's profound duty. The answer struck Yeonjae with a quiet shock: to infuse the character with one's own unique essence. The phrase echoed in Yeonjae's mind, a new, complex idea demanding contemplation. Yu Hyun, he clarified, existed only as an outline on the page, the true essence lying in what came next. With a gentle push and the script now in his hands, Yeonjae was challenged to imbue Yu Hyun with his unique life. A hopeful smile awaited the reveal of the new Yu Hyun that Yeonjae would create. He challenged Yeonjae, asking if he was not just a little curious about the vibrant, breathing Yu Hyun who would soon emerge, uniquely colored by Lee Yeonjae's soul. Yeonjae's gaze fell upon the script, a new resolve beginning to settle within him. A quiet admission escaped Yeonjae's lips as he finally accepted the challenge: he was curious. A genuine excitement filled the air, a deep longing to witness Yeonjae's blossoming creation. Yeonjae stood, the script now a beacon of burgeoning inspiration in his hands. The vast, serene night sky now silently watched over the city. Leaning into the cool night air, the male character with dark brown hair marveled at Yeonjae's truly impressive talent. He silently questioned the very possibility of Yeonjae's method, this uncanny ability to weave friends' characteristics into his performances. His thoughts dwelled on the sheer depth of Yeonjae's observational prowess, a truly astonishing gift. Yeonjae possessed an intangible quality, he mused, one that compelled eager anticipation for all he would undoubtedly achieve. A sudden phone call broke his reverie, and a familiar voice greeted Jinbae before launching into an impending favor. He posed a leading question, hinting at a new opportunity that might draw Jinbae back into the role of manager. Jinbae wondered aloud about the essence of the Yu Hyun that Yeonjae would create. Yeonjae, slightly flushed, probed if he wasn't curious about the breathing Yu Hyun colored by his own very soul. A soft scoff escaped Yeonjae as an unseen hand offered him the script. A quiet confirmed Yeonjae's curiosity, accepting the script. Yeonjae's soft smile radiated a hopeful desire to see his unique creation. Yeonjae drifted peacefully, recalling his confident declaration. Yet a few escaped him, revealing his days of struggle, constantly defeated by Yu Hyun's elusive nature. Yeonjae, ever observant, sensed Fogg's persistent worry about his version of Yu Hyun. Fogg voiced his profound struggle, sensing an insurmountable difference between himself and Yu Hyun, prompting Yeonjae's thoughtful inquiry. A melancholic thought struck Fogg: he would distance himself from Nabi if he realized his affections, believing it best. A worried sigh escaped Fogg, clutching a tiny Nabi, convinced his entanglement with the queen would imperil her. Yeonjae's hand carefully set a puzzle piece as Fogg explained Yu Hyun's perplexing choice to pursue Nabi, rather than protectively withdraw. Fogg expressed his profound confusion, unable to reconcile Yu Hyun's actions. A pained escaped Yeonjae, sinking into heavy contemplation. Yeonjae, a flicker of resolution in his eyes, declared he understood the reason, prompting Fogg's urgent query. Yu Hyun simply refused to return to his past. Yeonjae animatedly confessed how his world had been dull until meeting Fogg, who made him realize the sheer joy this world offered. But then, a sudden uncertainty settled as Yeonjae pondered being asked to revisit his own past. Definitely no. Yeonjae declared, beaming with resolute joy. A soft "Young" escaped a surprised Yeonjae, as Fogg confessed an unimaginable life without him. Yeonjae's mind reeled in astonishment at the casual depth of Fogg's declaration. However, Yeonjae turned, seeking deeper understanding. A soft echoed, a magical flicker of internal realization. Just as Yeonjae brought Fogg joy, so too did Fogg bring Yeonjae true comfort, a tranquil solace he'd never known. He stood cloaked in a smoky haze, realizing that ignorance of comfort would have been merciful, but now. A chilling thought arose: what if Fogg, his anchor to comfort, were to abruptly vanish? Fogg's gaze deepened with solemn agreement. He mused that affection wasn't solely about performing deeds for another, but often simply being there. The security he'd finally found, a sensation he now fought desperately to retain, was a precarious joy. A heavy Gu affirmed his intimate, painful familiarity with that desperate struggle. Of course. Yeonjae declared resolutely, gripping Fogg's hand, vowing never to return to his past misfortunes. A raw terror seized Yeonjae, his face illuminated by dread, whenever he confronted echoes of his past. Yeonjae wondered if Yu Hyun, too, harbored such a profound fear of the past. Yu Hyun saw himself not as the crown prince, burdened by his future throne, but simply as a man. Nabi, with a playful smile, saw him as the egocentric Yu Hyun, nothing more. Only Nabi allowed him the profound liberation of being simply Yu Hyun. Yeonjae watched Yu Hyun walk away, understanding Nabi's protective role in safeguarding him from his tragic past. A decisive jongbok echoed as he took a step forward. The precious security he experienced for the first time, a feeling he would guard with his very life, bound them together. This was the tragic fate of someone who, despite himself, wounded even those he held dearest. Not a crown prince, but a solitary soul, whose bloodied hand yearned only for love. This profound realization forged his Yu Hyun, a testament to his acceptance. Back in reality, a modern city building stood tall. On Jinbei, smiling gently, inquired about Yeonjae's homework. Yeonjae responded with earnest confidence. On Jinbei, noticing Yeonjae's confidence, playfully challenged him to reveal his creation. Yeonjae's gaze became intense, ready to reveal his Yu Hyun. Yeonjae closed his eyes, exhaling a quiet heek, needing to immerse himself slowly. A sharp jiak underscored the raw sensation of his fingernails digging into his clenched palm. The sharp pain in his hand slowly faded as Yeonjae walked into a bright, dreamlike mist. Instead, an unseen force serenely pulled him deeper, pushing him toward the other end. He sank into the mysterious, extreme depths. Suddenly, the immense kook of crushing pressure overwhelmed him. I can't breathe, he gasped, his reach desperate against the suffocating depths. Save me, he pleaded, a terrified, urgent cry. A haunting, sorrowful Nabi escaped as she drifted away. No. Don't go, he pleaded desperately, reaching for her receding form. His voice, thick with despair, echoed, "Where are you going? Don't leave me behind." Nabi, he cried, his bloodied hand reaching for hers, a desperate grab in the depths. With a violent psh, he gasped, emerging from the water in a horrifying mix of shock and pain. A soft guyung underscored his gentle embrace of Nabi. He gazed at her with a soft, affectionate smile, whispering her name. With a joyful grin, he playfully chided Nabi for her belated arrival. His eyes wide with comical worry, he insisted she call him Agassi, fearing his mother's displeasure. A sly smile touched his lips as he treasured Nabi's voice, then playfully complained, "You're so mean, it's just us, and I think I'm sick." Nabi's concern flared as he dramatically clutched his chest, declaring himself ill from her teasing. As Nabi touched his forehead, he winked, declaring his sickness was simply her beloved presence, a playful tap. "I'm very sad." He pouted, drawing Nabi's hand to his cheek, secretly savoring the familiar, tender sack of her warmth. Yu Hyun closed his eyes, smiling contentedly, a silent promise resonating, he would never lose this precious warmth. A soft exhale escaped Yeonjae, a silent tremor of worry resonating through the tense air. Actor Jung Hyun observed Yeonjae, whose posture suggested the weight of a recent conversation hung between them. For a moment, a quiet approval settled over actor Jung Hyun as he observed the screen. A gentle smile played on actor Jung Hyun's lips as Yeonjae's form shimmered, feeling as though Yu Hyun himself truly stood before him. Then, a jolt of startled surprise seized actor Jung Hyun, his bewilderment echoing the sudden shift in the room. Actor Jung Hyun playfully wrestled Yeonjae, his joyous demands for an explanation a humorous assault Yeonjae mock struggled to escape. Yeonjae looked down, a thoughtful blush on his cheeks, pondering a newfound personal connection to the character. In a swirl of luminous memories, Yeonjae embraced the profound feeling of finding a friend who truly saw him, cherishing a bond he never wished to lose. Yeonjae realized his own yearning mirrored Yoo Hyun's, a powerful empathy guiding his approach to the role. A subtle sparkle of approval glinted as actor Yoo Hyun praised Yeonjae, who couldn't help but blush at the sincere recognition. Actor Yoo Hyun affectionately patted Yeonjae's head, celebrating the brilliant, unique interpretation of Yoo Hyun Yeonjae had brought to life. Actor Yoo Hyun's gaze drifted, his serious expression hinting at a deeper, unfolding realization. Observing Yeonjae, actor Yoo Hyun sensed a profound transformation, as if the character of Yoo Hyun had become an intrinsic part of the young actor's very soul. A dark, troubling bruise marked the pale skin of an unseen hand, a stark testament to Yeonjae's extraordinary, perhaps even dangerous, dedication. Actor Yoo Hyun gently held Yeonjae's injured hand, his concern probing whether such a wound was a deliberate act of method acting or a consequence of deeper pain. With an emphatic clench, Yeonjae revealed his potent technique, a focused action that instantly dissolved reality and ushered him fully into his character. Actor Yoo Hyun's brow furrowed in comedic confusion, a sweat drop illustrating his momentary bafflement at the unfamiliar term, button. Surprised, actor Yoo Hyun questioned the concept, and Yeonjae clarified he was simply referring to the immersion method they had just discussed. This button was no mere cue, but a pre-programmed conduit, meticulously connecting specific physical acts to evoke profound character emotions in the audience. Like a switch flipping, Yeonjae lay submerged in a shimmering, dreamlike state, effortlessly embodying the exact emotional state required. Actor Yoo Hyun offered a clearer definition of the button as an immersion technique, and Yeonjae nodded, a swift understanding dawning. A spark of comprehension lit Yeonjae's face as he mimicked the button action, though actor Yoo Hyun subtly cautioned against its perceived simplicity. Actor Yoo Hyun slumped, a weary testament to the years of grueling effort required to truly master such an elusive and powerful acting technique. A soft, knowing smile graced actor Yoo Hyun's profile, his quiet really. A profound acknowledgement of Yeonjae's unique gift. Actor Yoo Hyun beamed, unequivocally declaring Yeonjae a genius whose talent transcended his own understanding. Yeonjae tilted his head, a charmingly confused sound escaping him, utterly bewildered by the lavish praise. Chibi actor Yoo Hyun enthusiastically vowed relentless training, while Chibi Yeonjae, slightly overwhelmed, could only manage a hesitant agreement to the boisterous plans. The days blurred into weeks, culminating in a vibrant cheer that heralded the eagerly anticipated audition day. Yeonjae gazed around in amusing bewilderment, completely disoriented by the unexpected turn of events. As Yeonjae sat to tie his shoes, a boisterous wave of cheers and heartfelt encouragement from the neighborhood children and a woman completely caught him by surprise. Yeonjae stood flustered, realizing the shushing calls from the peering children and woman meant his secret practice sessions had been an open secret all along. A flurry of supportive text messages greeted Yeonjae the moment he opened his eyes that morning. An unseen hand held a smartphone, displaying heartfelt messages of encouragement from Park Hae-in and Bae-hyuk, bolstering Yeonjae for his audition. Smiling and waving, the warm faces of the neighborhood children and woman offered a stark, heartwarming contrast to Yeonjae's solitary past. Yeonjae glanced back, a gentle smile conveying his profound gratitude and a silent promise to return triumphant. With a determined step, Yeonjae began his purposeful walk, a sparkling determination in his every movement. Yeonjae feigned calmness on the phone while waving goodbye, attempting to hide the underlying tension in his voice from actor Yoo Hyun. Actor Yoo Hyun's warm smile radiated through the phone, reassuring Yeonjae that his anxieties were entirely unfounded. From a high balcony, actor Yoo Hyun's encouraging words flowed, urging Yeonjae to cast aside worries of success or failure, for he was already enough. Yeonjae blushed, his heart fluttering as actor Yoo Hyun's unwavering belief in him washed over the phone line. Actor Yoo Hyun's radiant smile urged Yeonjae to perform without reservation, to showcase his true talent to the fullest. Yeonjae's voice surged with fierce resolve, his clenched hand mirroring the determination to fulfill his promise. With a decisive step, Yeonjae declared his unwavering commitment to give his absolute all and return victorious. An unseen voice marked the end of an audition, signaling the imminent arrival of the next participant. The judges, immersed in their contemplation, reviewed the audition scene for the highly anticipated butterfly flower on Zelkova tree. The judges deliberated the previous candidates, dissecting visuals, vocal quality, and experience, yet found no ideal fit for the complex role. Han Jae-hye sighed in deep frustration, her belief in finding a suitable child actor for the demanding role rapidly dwindling. A translucent royal figure illustrated the daunting demands of the role, commanding gravitas intertwined with a tender, childlike devotion to Nabi. Han Jae-hye pondered the immense narrative significance of the role, questioning if such profound depth could truly be found in a child actor. Han Jae-hye, unwilling to yield, declared her stubborn resolve, only to be interrupted by the assistant director signaling the next participant. An audition form for Lee Yeonjae was highlighted as the assistant director recognized the next applicant from a previous, notable role. The assistant director gushed about Yeonjae's soaring popularity, while Han Jae-hye listened with a thoughtful, subtly bewildered expression. Despite her reservations about his suitability for the role, Han Jae-hye abruptly decided to summon applicant number 43. Han Jae-hye's focused expression shifted to surprise, struck by the unexpected calmness and composure in Yeonjae's voice. Yeonjae stood tall, his confident introduction as applicant number 43 for young Yoo-hyun echoing through the formal room. Han Jae-hye observed Yeonjae, noting a distinct difference in his presence compared to his previous on-screen persona. The judges, still skeptical of his minor role experience, decided to proceed with Yeonjae's designated performance. Yeonjae closed his eyes, drawing a deep, preparatory breath, a silent signal of his imminent transformation into character. His fist clenched tightly, Yeonjae mentally prepared for Scene 8, the pivotal interaction between young Nabi and Yoo-hyun. As Nabi entered the scene and Yoo-hyun approached, Yeonjae launched into his performance with an immediate, captivating intensity. Han Jae-hye leaned forward, her expression shifting from skepticism to an intrigued focus as she absorbed Yeonjae's performance. Yeonjae, fully embodying Yoo-hyun, delivered his line with a powerful, questioning gaze that pierced through the room. Han Jae-hye gasped, her expression freezing in visible shock and profound confusion at the unexpected depth of Yeonjae's acting. Nabi softly uttered her own name, lost in profound contemplation. The historical male figure questioned her presence, startling Nabi from her reverie. 3 crew members held their breath, their gazes fixed on the unfolding scene with tense anticipation. Yeonjae, embodying the historical figure, playfully chided his companion about decorum, his words laced with a teasing sigh. The female crew member's mind reeled, disbelief flashing across her features at the character's audacious claim. The historical figure feigned despair, a manipulative charm masking Yoo-hyun's true, internal anguish. A bead of sweat traced her temple as the female crew member pondered the critical turn of events yet to come. As Nabi departed, a melancholic silence fell, presaging the imminent entrance of Lady Lee, the Queen's attendant and Nabi's mother. In a flash, his gentle smile dissolved, replaced by a commanding presence that sent a shiver through the room, leaving the female crew member awestruck by his profound talent. The imposing figure commanded, his voice cutting through the stillness. He then delivered the single, potent word, wife. A startled gasp escaped the female crew member, her mind reeling from the impact. He exuded an innate arrogance and an oppressive aura, born of a perceived superiority that weighed heavily on all around him. Beneath his composed exterior, a turbulent current of impatience and anxiety churned unseen. A hint of sweat betrayed the intensity within his mysterious gaze. With just one powerful line, an energy surged through the room. The audition room buzzed with an unspoken triumph. Yoo-hyun had been unequivocally, gloriously brought to life. The woman in black and white was formally dismissed. The historical male figure mused that Nabi had not yet ventured far. A collective realization dawned upon the 3 crew members. A voice finally announced the conclusion, bringing a sense of definitive closure to the rigorous audition. A nervous flinch rippled through Yeonjae, betraying his hidden apprehension. Yeonjae bowed deeply in gratitude, as an internal voice affirmed with triumph, "He is the one." A powerful certainty struck the female crew member, her internal swoosh of triumph abruptly turning into an urgent command to wait. The male crew member interjected, his voice cutting through the momentary silence. His intense gaze pierced, demanding to know the intention behind that specific look in the final scene. Both crew members flinched in unison, utterly astounded. It was unprecedented for Kim PD-nim to ask a direct question. A worried breath escaped the female crew member as she scrutinized the PD's unreadable expression. Had some subtle detail failed to meet his approval? Yeonjae hummed, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "I was scared," Yeonjae admitted softly, prompting the male crew member to echo the word with stunned disbelief. Yeonjae explained that Lady Lee, the Queen's attendant, meticulously oversaw Yoo Hyun's every move. He clarified that one misstep from Yoo Hyun could irrevocably separate him from Nabi at any moment, creating immense dramatic tension. "I acted scared," Yeonjae confessed, "because Yoo Hyun missed Nabi so deeply." He explained his conviction that Yoo Hyun would inevitably feel that profound way. For Yoo Hyun, he concluded, Nabi remained the sole source of solace in a treacherous world. The male crew member absorbed the explanation, a deep understanding dawning. "I see," he responded, his tone laced with approval. A voice from above echoed a clear sentiment of enjoyment. The panel, collectively drained yet deeply satisfied, finally leaned back in their chairs. The male crew member lavished praise, marveling at how Yeonjae had encapsulated the entire drama in mere moments. She asserted that Yeonjae's profound understanding of Yoo Hyun rendered any further questioning utterly unnecessary. A serene smile of profound contentment graced the male crew member's face. The male crew member declared a good feeling about Yeonjae, startling his colleagues into collective surprise. The chibi crew members erupted in comical inner turmoil, wondering if their famously selective PD-nim had ever made such a lightning-fast decision. His confident smile affirmed more than a mere feeling. He declared with absolute certainty that this drama would undeniably thrive. Yeonjae's footsteps echoed softly down the corridor, each one a pensive beat of lingering doubt. His body swayed precariously, a stark testament to the profound physical and emotional fatigue. He slumped to the floor with an audible sigh, silently questioning the success of his performance. So lost in character, he couldn't recall a thing, leaving him haunted by the PD's unsettlingly ambiguous expression. A cold wave of dread washed over him. What if he had fatally erred? He gazed out the window, his form silhouetted against the tranquil, vibrant sky. He resolved to simply let go of the lingering anxieties for the moment. A deep, fortifying breath steeled his resolve. "It's over," he declared internally, his arms flung wide in triumph, resolved to cherish this profound feeling of accomplishment. He smiled serenely, sensing clarity, feeling the dissipating fog of uncertainty within him. In a shimmering, watery dreamscape, Yeonjae's true self, surrounded by ethereal bubbles, affirmed with pure joy, "Of course." Her vibrant smile radiated, exclaiming with undeniable delight, "Of course I did." "Wow," she exclaimed, finding unending beauty in the sparkling, wondrous scenery. Unseen voices cheered wildly, celebrating the genius actor, Lee Yeonjae, as if fireworks burst around her. Her joyful reverie was abruptly shattered by a sudden, startled confusion. Terror seized her as dark tendrils rippled through her luminous world, a horrifying presence she couldn't recall. Her panicked mind screamed, bewildered by the impossibly fast-moving, misfortune mediums, desperate to identify the horrifying, alien entity. The abstract reality itself fractured, hinting at an impending, ominous chaos. An unnamed observer was struck by the serene beauty of the cafe. The blue-haired character couldn't believe Yeonjae had allowed these revealing photos to be taken, given his usual reserve. The blue-haired character playfully lamented Yeonjae's photographic elusiveness, while the young man with dark brown hair explained the sheer effort it took to capture a single shot. As the two recounted the epic struggle to photograph Yeonjae, he swallowed his dessert, wondering how they had forged such an unlikely bond. Yeonjae paused, the sweet dessert forgotten as he wrestled with the baffling turns of fate. The demanding ordeal of the audition had finally concluded. A profound weariness settled over Yeonjae, longing for the familiar solace of the orphanage and the fog, but fate had other plans. A startling jolt as Bae-hyuk appeared from nowhere, grabbing Yeonjae's arm, his frustrated shout piercing the evening calm. Yeonjae found himself caught, a prisoner to Bae-hyuk's playful grip, as another voice called his name. Actor Young-hyun, a familiar and reassuring presence, offered a warm invitation, eager to celebrate with good food. Actor Young-hyun's innocent question about Yeonjae's friend caused Bae-hyuk to gasp, a sudden jolt of realization widening his eyes at the famous face. Bae-hyuk, stunned, choked on his surprise, replaying the unbelievable words in his mind. Bae-hyuk savored the word friend with unbridled joy, while Yeonjae pointedly averted his gaze, unwilling to acknowledge the moment. As the two effusively praised his facial genius, comparing him to a flower deer statue, Yeonjae ate his dessert, mortified by the conversation unfolding before him. A nagging question surfaced for Yeonjae: if Young-hyun was merely checking in, what exactly prompted Bae-hyuk's sudden appearance at the audition? Yeonjae suspected a calculated motive behind Bae-hyuk's presence, believing there was always a precise reason for his actions, even as another observed his apparent affection. Bae-hyuk's playful insinuation about Yeonjae watching his dramas sparked a genuine gasp of surprise from the dark brown-haired character, instantly flushing Yeonjae's cheeks with unexpected embarrassment. Yeonjae, exasperated, silenced Bae-hyuk mid-sentence with a mouthful of cake. The blue-haired character noted their easy dynamic, an unspoken observation hanging in the air. Actor Young-hyun mused on Yeonjae's rare display of relaxed behavior, a truly unexpected sight. Bae-hyuk softly concluded that Yeonjae's true self only emerged in the company of friends. Yeonjae realized this camaraderie might be the very reason Bae-hyuk had pursued him. Yeonjae tapped Bae-hyuk's shoulder to get his attention. Yeonjae, with a serious tone, revealed Bae-hyuk's ambition to become an idol. Bae-hyuk gasped in surprise as actor Young-hyun praised his singing, dancing, and undeniable popularity at school. Actor Young-hyun's enthusiastic declaration of Bae-hyuk's idol potential left Bae-hyuk utterly bewildered and Yeonjae gaping in pure shock. Yeonjae, pointing an accusing finger, playfully warned that Bae-hyuk's talkative nature would cause trouble, imploring Young-hyun to intervene where he had failed. Bae-hyuk, utterly baffled by Yeonjae's sudden management act, listened as actor Young-hyun lightheartedly joked about Yeonjae already steering his friend's career. Yeonjae, with a sudden burst of energy, exclaimed he knew someone just like Bae-hyuk, someone deeply passionate about idols. Bae-hyuk eagerly pressed for more, unaware Yeonjae was internally assessing the success of his calculated performance. In a shimmering surge of joy, Bae-hyuk mistakenly believed Yeonjae was trying to forge a friendship between him and actor Young-hyun. Lee Young-hyun was not just any actor, he was the actor. Bae-hyuk mused that Young-hyun's easy charm meant any introduction would quickly blossom into a fast friendship. A quiet realization dawned on Yeonjae: the subject of his audition had been completely untouched. He wondered if they were even here to discuss his performance, amidst the lively chatter. Actor Young-hyun's gaze drifted, lost in a sudden, serious contemplation. An unseen voice inquired if all preparations were finally complete. The orphanage stood peacefully under the tranquil night sky. Yeonjae confirmed his evening routine was finished, then asked if Young-hyun was late for his finale party, to which Young-hyun confidently replied he was on time. Young-hyun advised Yeonjae to rest and forego homework, a gesture Yeonjae pondered with mild offense, noting the conspicuous absence of any inquiry about his audition. He wondered if Young-hyun's words stemmed from genuine concern, before softly offering his thanks. From a bustling party, Young-hyun thanked Yeonjae for sacrificing his time and buying dinner, despite the final episode celebration for Tale demanding his presence. He apologized for imposing on Yeonjae for advice about Bae-hyuk, feeling he had wasted his time. A sudden, weighty silence from Young-hyun made Yeonjae question him. Young-hyun broke the silence with a probing question about his friendship with Bae-hyuk. Yeonjae confirmed their friendship, asking for clarification, to which Yeonjae responded with an understanding hum. Yeonjae reassured him, admitting he had invited Baehyuk, but Yeonjae, sensing a subtle shift in his voice, felt a growing unease. A wave of anxiety washed over Yeonjae, fearing he had misspoken. Yeonjae quickly dismissed the concern, signaling a more pressing matter. Yeonjae, with a guarded tone, prepared to share something he had intended to reveal later. An abrupt congratulation from Yeonjae left Yeonjae utterly bewildered, demanding an explanation. "You passed," Yeonjae declared with a final, triumphant word. Yeonjae listened intently, processing the momentous words. He had secured the role of Yoo-hyun in Butterfly Flower on Zelkova Tree. Yeonjae's disbelief echoed Yeonjae's own surprise at the swiftness of the good news. Yeonjae advised him to retrieve the script and begin practicing, as the reading was a month away. His heart hammered frantically as his mind raced with chaotic questions. What about school? Filming in January? What would he tell his homeroom teacher? His head spun, thoughts spiraling wildly and disjointed, as a relentless drumming in his chest made coherent thought utterly impossible. From the depths of his panic, a fierce resolve emerged: he simply could not fail. With a desperate grip, he forced himself to calm down. His heart thrashed violently, each beat a brutal tear as a chilling, mysterious voice echoed, proclaiming its sinister knowledge amidst the crushing anxiety. His internal world fractured into shining, painful shards. With a crushing finality, something was irrevocably breaking apart. A sudden, visceral gasp tore from Yeonjae, his body buckling under an unseen weight. His mind screamed of impending collapse, a heavy thud echoing the frantic beat within. A sharp, tearing crack resonated as a desperate hand pressed against the surface. His heart hammered a brutal rhythm against his ribs, each thud a painful gasp he couldn't contain. Amidst the agony, a disembodied cry pierced his confusion, deepening his unease. He grimaced as a childlike Yoo-hyun, a fleeting thought hinting at the source of the cries. Brilliant light illuminated his small, upraised hand as he recognized the poignant sound. Within the solemn palace, the child Yoo-hyun turned his back, declaring this unfamiliar identity wasn't his own. Tiny, trembling fists, sparkling with ethereal light, revealed his tender age in this strange form. Yet, despite the foreignness, a deep ache resonated as he accepted this child's heart as his own. A gentle touch landed on his shoulder, a voice addressing him with the weight of "Your Highness." As the guardian urged him to face what lay ahead, Yeonjae began to grasp the daunting reality of his presence here. An overwhelming surge of fear and nervousness choked him, leaving him gasping, unable to face the world. Before a chilling tableau of still forms, Yeonjae felt an inexplicable dread, a premonition of untold tragedy. A desperate cry escaped his trembling lips as the guardian sternly commanded his unwavering attention. The imposing guardian declared his unique nobility, deeming those who would tarnish his crown prince status utterly unworthy. With a heavy sigh, Yeonjae struggled to heed the command to protect his dignity despite his visible anguish. The dragon robe, tailored perfectly, still felt an overwhelming burden on his small frame. A crushing pressure threatened to swallow him whole, each step a perilous descent into inescapable oblivion. The constant threat of collapse hung over him, an ever-present, terrifying shadow. Until, amidst the shimmering expanse, a profound connection arrived. A yearning touch, shimmering with unspoken longing, connected two souls. Her hair, a perfectly woven strand, and her eyes, clear and luminous, stood out vividly. Her dazzling, innocent smile, utterly untroubled by the world's complexities, radiated pure light. A gentle smile graced his lips, a soft thump resonating as a profound realization settled within him. An indescribable warmth and safety enveloped them as they sat, their hands intertwined. Rustling leaves accompanied his contented smile, her presence bringing an unwavering peace to his heart. He knew that opening his eyes would transport him directly to her, to where Nabi waited. Yeonjae's eyes fluttered open, a soft, fragmented name escaping his lips. A sudden, urgent cry of "Yeonjae" snapped him from his reverie, making him flinch. Her concern was evident, questioning his well-being upon seeing his distressed, sweat-soaked face. Despite her worried inquiry about his health, he insisted, perhaps too quickly, that he was fine. A faint exhalation of relief escaped him as he asserted, with closed eyes, that all was well now. Lost in thought, Yeonjae pondered the strange, intense experience he had just undergone. He reflected on the strange, natural immersion into Yoo Hyun's role, a fleeting vision clinging to his thoughts. The unexpected immersion, he mused, had inadvertently calmed the frantic storm within him. A slow, steady breath escaped him, anchoring him back to the present. A faint smile touched his lips, grateful for the solitude as he chastised himself for such an intense reaction to good news. His footsteps echoed as he concluded that his episode would have only caused unnecessary alarm for others. He convinced himself his distress was merely fatigue, something easily cured by a good night's rest. His hand trembled faintly as he resolved to conceal the unsettling experience. Fortunately, the days since had unfolded without another unsettling occurrence. Giggles and exclamations heralded Yeonjae's approach, a flurry of excitement for his approaching script reading. Bae-hyuk, a whirlwind of post-exam energy, seized Yeonjae's backpack, demanding playtime with a playful grab. As Bae-hyuk enthusiastically suggested an escape room, another student intervened, chastising his relentless pursuit of Yeonjae. A sharp slap punctuated the female student's exasperated demand for Bae-hyuk to cease his relentless bother, leaving Yeonjae unperturbed. Yeonjae pondered Bae-hyuk's newfound stubbornness, attributing the surprising closeness to their shared encounter with Hyung. Bae-hyuk's desperate cries punctuated Yeonjae's unsettling thought, this obsession, born from Hyun, meant he needed protection. Yeonjae smoothly reiterated his unavailability, citing afternoon plans that required his presence elsewhere. Yeonjae explained, intended to introduce him to a new acquaintance, sparking curiosity among his friends. The female student's eyes flickered in surprise as Yeonjae revealed Hyun would meet him directly at school. A sharp, sudden clack heralded the arrival of the otherworldly man, his radiant glow instantly startling the students. An ominous hum accompanied the man's intense, unwavering gaze, thick with unspoken purpose. A shared, bewildered concern etched itself onto the faces of the three students. His gaze remained fixed and unyielding, a sharp sound cutting the tension. A nervous gulp caught in Yeonjae's throat as he wondered about the intensity of the man's scrutiny. His eyes snapped wide, a sharp gasp escaping as a startling realization struck him. Resolute footsteps advanced, signaling an imminent, impactful movement. With profound reverence, the otherworldly man executed a deep, unwavering bow. A resounding, startling declaration of, "Good day, Mr. Lee." Yeonjae accompanied the man's dramatic bow, shocking every witness. A collective, wide-eyed astonishment spread through the stunned student body. The older student, utterly bewildered, questioned Hyung's unusual behavior and his intentions toward the innocent Yeonjae. A throbbing ache in his head signaled Yeonjae's profound exhaustion from the unexpected drama. A trembling hand offered the cake, its nervousness palpable. The barista hurriedly retreated, leaving a startled Yeonjae amidst the sudden quiet. Yeonjae pondered actor Hyun's strange suggestion, a flicker of discomfort stirring within him. A worried beat echoed Yeonjae's uncertainty about the stern man's presence. Days earlier, in the same bright cafe, a voice warned time was short until the upcoming shoot. Actor Hyun's concern deepened as he pressed Yeonjae about who would accompany him to the shoot. A piercing gaze from actor Hyun startled Yeonjae, who quickly stammered a defensive denial about a guardian. Actor Hyun underscored the crucial need for a guardian, especially for this particular shoot. The sheer scale of his vital role in Melodom Tree loomed, promising countless overwhelming difficulties on set for Yeonjae. Yeonjae conceded the distant location presented a troubled logistical impasse. Under a sparkling sky, Yeonjae's gentle thoughts drifted to teacher Si-hyun, unwilling to burden her and the orphanage's many children for months. A heavy sigh escaped actor Hyun as Yeonjae silently cursed his frustrating limitations as a minor. Actor Jung Hyun offered a thoughtful alternative, prompting Yeonjae to listen intently. Actor Jung Hyun offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Consider a dedicated manager for the shoot, he suggested. A formal throat-clear prefaced his formal introduction. Jinbae declared his name, age, and 4 years of management experience with exaggerated enthusiasm. Jinbae offered a profound bow, leaving Yeonjae slightly overwhelmed yet politely introducing himself. Yeonjae, seeking a lighter mood, suggested cake before discussion, as Jinbae slid a slice forward. The sight of the cake left Jinbae utterly shell-shocked. Yeonjae tentatively asked about his comfort, met with an energetic, resounding, not at all. Jinbae dramatically recounted a childhood cake-induced illness, trying to dismiss his visible distress with a reassuring cough. Jinbae, eyes ablaze with exaggerated determination, declared he would conquer his cake aversion, leaving Yeonjae utterly aghast. Yeonjae, deeply uncomfortable, wondered if this dramatic performance was actor Jung Hyun's definition of overly polite. Jinbae, now thoughtful, realized he needed to choose his words carefully around Yeonjae. Yeonjae mulled over asking teacher Si-hyun, but the thought of burdening her still creaked with hesitation. Jinbae silently watched Yeonjae, deep in thought. Jinbae's voice drew Yeonjae's surprised attention. Jinbae offered a surprising assurance, inviting Yeonjae to voice any discomfort. Jinbae earnestly clarified that actor Jung Hyun's introduction didn't obligate Yeonjae to a contract. He emphasized the profound significance of choosing someone who would share Yeonjae's precious next 4 months. He spoke seriously of their impending close bond, cautioning against personality clashes and pondering Yeonjae's uncertain future beyond the project. He hoped, as Yeonjae's first manager, their shared journey would blossom into cherished memories. Jinbae passionately urged Yeonjae to choose wisely, then, with hopeful animation, vowed to give his absolute all if chosen. Yeonjae pondered the earnest words, his expression serious. Actor Jung Hyun had advised him to speak up if anything felt uncomfortable. Actor Jung Hyun, disguised, issued a wary warning: a person's influence could easily sway Yeonjae at his impressionable age. He adjusted his glasses, seeking confirmation that Yeonjae understood his nuanced advice. A subtle smile touched Yeonjae's lips. He realized this manager was just like actor Jung Hyun. Jinbae, a whirlwind of anxious gestures and stuttered rambling, tried to convey his unwavering acceptance of any decision. With hopeful trepidation, Jinbae extended his hands, awaiting Yeonjae's decision. With a bright, decisive smile, Yeonjae offered his hand, accepting the partnership. Jinbae registered the gesture with surprised, wide eyes. Jinbae thanked Yeonjae with enthusiastic fervor, a firm grasp cementing his dramatic promise of no disappointment. A small chuckle escaped Yeonjae. What disappointment could there possibly be? Yeonjae rationalized, the project's short duration leaving little room for quibbling over minor details. He seemed nice enough, Yeonjae conceded, accepting a little burden was probably fine. Yeonjae stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked by his new surroundings. Jinbae, beaming, proudly unveiled a meticulously prepared actor's paradise, detailing its perfectly controlled climate and myriad provisions. He then revealed liquid Chong Simwon, questioning Yeonjae's nerves, who weakly insisted he was entirely alright. Jinbae's skeptical gaze found Yeonjae's nervous reflection. Jinbae's eye narrowed, probing Yeonjae's insistence, questioning his true composure for the script reading. Yeonjae sheepishly admitted his true need for the supplies, while Jinbae beamed with cheerful satisfaction. Jinbae confidently declared he would safely deliver Yeonjae to his first script reading. A nervous double gulp echoed Yeonjae's underlying anxiety. He simply decided to just go with it. Resolute footsteps echoed down the bright hallway. Jinbae confidently led the way, his steps guiding a slightly nervous Yeonjae. Jinbae opened the creaking door to the reading room, eliciting Yeonjae's slightly embarrassed gratitude. Yeonjae stood wide-eyed, utterly struck by the room's contents. Yeonjae took a step into the impressively spacious room. Yeonjae, surprised by the cameras, looked around as On Jinbae explained their promotional purpose. On Jinbae advised Yeonjae to smile for the cameras that would record his every word, leaving him surprised. A nervous gulp caught in Yeonjae's throat, thinking of the recording. Yeonjae, hand on the door, let out a startled squeak, realizing he wasn't alone. Han Seong, equally surprised, found herself face to face with Yeonjae in the doorway. Han Seong delivered a bright, enthusiastic greeting. Han Seong, beaming with friendly energy, introduced herself as the young Nabi. Yeonjae, shaking her hand with a nervous smile, introduced himself as the young Yoo Hyun. A wave of floral scent hit him, and Yeonjae internally recoiled, disgusting. The air buzzed with professional optimism as the highly anticipated drama, Butterfly Flower on Zelkova Tree, prepared to unveil its story. General PD Kim Min-sik radiated confidence, acknowledging the long-awaited reunion with writer Han and the collective anticipation of all involved. Main writer Han Jae-hye affirmed her absolute confidence in the script's vivid potential, a smooth trajectory that Kim Min-sik declared he had always anticipated. With everyone assembled, Kim Min-sik proclaimed that his hopeful premonition for their shared endeavor was visibly solidifying into reality. A bold, unidentified voice announced a greedy ambition for the project, drawing a lively OHH as actors Jang In-ho and Lee Song-gai were revealed for their roles. The same inspiring voice called for unwavering trust and ambition, setting an optimistic tone as Kim Seok-jun and Kim Hyun-woo were presented as the actors embodying Yoo Hyun and the Queen. One young actor jested about the PD's insatiable ambition, playfully recounting how it had made even the seasoned adult leads shiver in mock terror. He playfully bemoaned the child actor's astonishing talent, wondering with theatrical despair how the adults could possibly survive such competition. A chibi worrywart dramatically wailed about potential miscasting, but then, with a burst of boisterous laughter, another suggested channeling that fear into motivation and letting the young stars take the stage. Song Lee-jun, the young Hyeon, offered a humble bow, his sincerity a quiet promise to deliver his best despite the newness of his first drama. Han Seong, stepping into the role of young Nabi, radiated pure cheer as she bright-eyed sought warm encouragement for her very first historical drama. As the next introduction was announced, a faint creak accompanied a subtle, nervous flinch. An unseen hand clenched a knee, a silent tremor of anticipation. Yeonjae, embodying young Yoo Hyun, offered a polite but palpably anxious introduction, his words a careful plea to avoid causing any trouble. A sudden chorus of voices jarringly dismissed his humble worry, and Yeonjae felt an internal headache begin to throb from the chaotic assault. A bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as Yeonjae internally grasped the full weight of his problem. A dizzying, swirling miasma of scent assailed him, and in that shimmering, suffocating moment, Yeonjae found himself utterly gasping for breath. A metallic hum sliced through the quiet, prompting an unseen speaker to transition the agenda. "Let's start the reading," an unseen voice crisply commanded, sealing the moment with a sharp, decisive snap. The air grew thick and oppressive around Yeonjae, a palpable heat rising, making him question if his earlier anxious remark had cast a pall over the room. A female voice, steeped in gravitas, began to weave a dramatic tableau of Joseon, an era consumed by chaos, broken order, and the desperate plight of the homeless. A single line of narration underscored the immense, seismic shift awaiting the very fate of the commoner's king. Amidst the unfolding drama, Yeonjae reminded himself of his own central role as Nabi, steeling his resolve to regain his fleeting focus. Framed within the stark focus of a viewfinder, Yeonjae observed the intense concentration of his peers, intensifying the internal mandate not to let a simple perfume scent unravel him. A raw, desperate plea to calm down echoed in Yeonjae's mind as his hands convulsed, crushing the script in a vice-like grip against an onslaught of internal panic. A guttural, silent plea for mercy erupted from the depths of his being. A choked, pained gasp tore from Yeonjae's throat as the intense discomfort became an unbearable, searing agony, right there, at that very moment. A soft, insistent rustling of fabric ushered in a dreamlike transition as disembodied voices wondered about a mother's lateness in the deep of midnight, only to end in a bewildered, "Huh?" A sudden, guttural "hup" tore through the silent void. A shuddering "phew" of pure relief escaped Yeonjae's lips as the cloying perfume scent inexplicably vanished. Yet, an unfamiliar sensation began to prickle at Yeonjae's awareness. An undeniable chill seeped into the very air, turning it crisp and ethereal under a vast, moonlit sky. From the ancient gloom of a traditional dwelling, an unseen voice, soft yet insistent, beckoned, calling Nabi. A soft, almost ghostly voice bade her to come in, the ancient door groaning a low, welcoming. Han Xiang, gracefully transformed into young Nabi, exuded a delicate, blushing demureness. A disoriented mother escaped young Nabi's lips, her gaze sweeping between Yeonjae and her historical parent in this utterly surreal tableau. Trapped within the skin of childlike Yu Hyun, Yeonjae's mind reeled, a torrent of bewildered questions raging about the strange child and this impossible reality. A profound, unsettling surreality enveloped Yeonjae, as he stood amidst an impossible scene that, against all logic, felt exquisitely real. A fierce, visceral, echoed Yeonjae's desperate, internal cry, "Why am I here, and why does every fiber of my being scream to flee?" An alarming, sharp tingle prickled Yeonjae's cheek, a phantom pain emerging in this disorienting new reality. Blindfolded and utterly bewildered, Yeonjae stood as a dazed, silent figure, adrift in the subdued, mysterious tableau. A chilling command sliced through the night, ordering Yeonjae to introduce himself to Han Xiang, her master, from now on, a shocking decree that wrenched a stunned, "What? Master?" from young Nabi. A furious tremor shook young Nabi, her voice vibrating with indignant outrage, "You seriously bought a slave?" A distraught young Nabi clutched at the figure, her voice raw with incredulity, demanding to know the shadowy source of funds for such a purchase. A violent, full body shook Yeonjae as his mind plunged into the haunting memory of 5 days ago. He remembered a woman prostrate in pitiful prayer, a poignant image that underscored the astonishing speed of his world's collapse, just 5 days ago. His voice, heavy with solemn reflection, articulated the profound, irreversible transformation that had swept through his life in just those 5 short days. He internalized his crushing new reality as a lower folk, the bitter humiliation of ceaseless bowing now a forced habit, as he whispered a resigned "Nice to meet you," with a humble "I am Yu Hyun." "My lady," Yeonjae declared, each word steeped in the profound pain of acknowledging his lost royal title and his new, bitter existence as a slave. A raw, guttural, clawed at Yeonjae's throat, a silent scream confirming this agonizing path was his only hope for mere survival. A wave of crushing despair affirmed his new, utterly pathetic reality, he was weak and useless now. A sharp, alarmed, burst from young Nabi, her attention abruptly snared by Yeonjae's condition. Young Nabi, her voice thick with empathetic concern, urgently questioned his ragged, gasping breaths, her hand reaching out to touch him amidst a flurry of distressed "s." A sudden, violent of water erupted, splashing Yeonjae with shocking force, as a woman shrieked, "Real?" Young Nabi recoiled, her raised hand a hesitant shield against the fear and profound uncertainty now clouding her eyes. A sheepish squirm from young Nabi's lips, followed by a most unexpected, flustered expletive. Young Nabi paused with a bewildered, utterly perplexed by Yeonjae's abrupt halt and the sudden flash of anger in his eyes. A raw, wounded fury ignited in Yeonjae's bruised eyes. Back in the room, a low, indistinct murmuring began to softly filter back into his awareness. Yeonjae blinked, still reeling, as the bewildered murmuring of the assembled cast and crew swelled around him. A young male actor, genuinely impressed, mused aloud at the raw, intense acting he had just witnessed. An unknown crew member, utterly engrossed, let out a sharp "damn" as a wave of unexpected talent washed over the room. On Jinbi's mind reeled with an electrifying surge, utterly bewildered by the raw, undeniable brilliance of the acting. Yeonjae could only blink, a soft, in the sudden disorienting silence, clueless as to what had just transpired. A profound question echoed through Yeonjae's mind, unsettling his very core as he wondered what exactly he had been doing. His reality blurred, convinced his last conscious memory was of a sun-drenched garden, not this brightly lit room. An electrifying glare, sharp and unforgiving, pierced the room from the woman with long dark hair. A sudden wave of nausea swept over Yeonjae, a vip of discomfort forcing his hand to his mouth. He recognized the unsettling sensation instantly, realizing his physical distress stemmed from a profound immersion in his role. The woman with long dark hair erupted from her seat with a frustrated growl, slamming her hand down. Red fury exploded around her as she berated on Jinbei for ruining the perfect moment, who could only scratch his head apologetically. General PD Kim Min-sik smoothly called for a brief, 15-minute respite, which the agitated woman quickly acknowledged. Astonishment rippled through the room with a collective chit-chat and buzz, as a male voice murmured in disbelief. Yeonjae remained silent, lost in thought, while the woman with long dark hair scrutinized him intently. Kim Min-sik internally marveled, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, recognizing a power he had rarely witnessed. He silently declared Yeonjae a phenomenon, an acting force unlike any other. Yeonjae let out a deep, shaky, realizing he had pushed himself to the brink of hyperventilation. A voice cut through the quiet, and Yeonjae looked up, a silent question mark hanging in the air. 3 crew members, practically vibrating with excitement, wondered what impossible secret fueled his mesmerizing performance. Goosebumps rose on the crew members' arms as they showered Yeonjae with praise, leaving him utterly confused. The female crew member with glasses lauded his astonishing talent, asking if this was his first time, but Yeonjae remained speechless. He recalled old lessons from his seniors. Managers learn to spot that one star who possesses an undeniable, magnetic draw. It wasn't about perfect looks or flawless technique, but an intrinsic, captivating aura that pulled people in. Such an extraordinary power had been the lifelong yearning of the male character, a dream he'd chased through countless auditions. Despite his own lack of that magnetic force, he had never surrendered to despair. He remained dedicated to the stage as a manager, forever seeking that singular moment when someone would captivate him completely. Then, a sudden, sharp escaped him, a jolt of recognition as if a long-held wish had materialized before his eyes. Yeonjae stood there, an X mark of impact around him, having instantly seized the undivided attention of everyone present. The sheer, undeniable power to enthrall every soul in the room now belonged to Yeonjae, in a mere instant. A flush spread across his face as he clenched his fist, a profound realization dawning on him, so that's what it's like. On Jinbei declared Yeonjae the actor he had sought his entire life, amidst playful banter about age and budding friendships. On Jinbei's hands tightened, a resolute, confirming his resolve to never let go of an actor like Yeonjae. He knew the future was uncertain, unable to guarantee Yeonjae happiness in this work. Yet, On Jinbei vowed to be the manager who would support Yeonjae until the very end, helping him blossom into a brilliant star. Crew members drifted out of the room with a gentle, exchanging farewells and well wishes for future filming. On Jinbei approached Yeonjae with determined steps, formally addressing him with a. His voice taking on a stern edge, On Jinbei ordered Yeonjae to prepare for departure, causing Yeonjae to meekly agree. Yeonjae watched On Jinbei depart, utterly bewildered by his manager's sudden and inexplicable shift in demeanor. Yeonjae closed his eyes, a new question forming in his mind, sparking with uncertainty. He squirmed uncomfortably, feeling the woman's piercing glare at him like a physical attack. Yeonjae, choosing his words carefully, decided to directly ask the female student if she had something to say. The female student confessed her surprise, a sharp, in her gaze, admitting Yeonjae's skill surpassed any child actor she'd met. Her eyes brightened, and she leaned in, expressing an eager desire to collaborate with him immediately. A confident, almost playful smile graced her lips, a promise that she wouldn't hold back. The female student departed, leaving Yeonjae to ponder their future interactions. Just as she was about to leave, Yeonjae hesitated, then called out, needing to ask one last thing. With a blush, Yeonjae earnestly inquired about the female student's perfume. The female student blinked, caught entirely off guard by Yeonjae's unexpected question. A young male character swung his leg into the house with announcing his arrival. He paused, confused, a small escaping him as he realized no one else was home. He questioned the lack of lights as he stepped into the dark living room, a silent "oh" echoing his uncertainty. A sudden, horrified rip through the silence as the female crew member with glasses screamed. The young male character, exasperated, scolded her for her over-the-top reaction, to which she defiantly demanded to be called Nuna. The female crew member with glasses gushed over a character on the TV, while the young male character declared her rewatching an illness. She trembled with incandescent rage, a fierce, directed at the broadcasters. She defended the soft and fluffy cutie pie, on screen, passionately lamenting his fleeting appearance, and justifying her endless rewatches. Her online searches had yielded nothing but frustration. The captivating actor seemed to be just an ordinary person, not a celebrity. A social media user, potato_can_talk, expressed profound longing for Yeonjae, despairing over the scarcity of his on-screen presence. Other fans shared their anguish, lamenting the cruel reality of falling for a non-celebrity and demanding his return to acting. The female crew member with glasses, a chibi in terror, shrieked at the overwhelming sight of actor Jung Hyun's numerous costumes. The young male character, desperate for news, begged her for updates, even offering to do homework. She extended her phone, surprised he hadn't already seen the latest revelation. The female crew member with glasses gasped, a sudden of shock escaping her as she stared at her smartphone. News broke across the screen. Yellow Hat Boy Lee Yeonjae, the hot topic from Itaewon, had been cast in a major new drama. An ecstatic rip through the night, a joyful sound echoing under the crescent moon in the quiet residential area. The day's arduous tasks drew to a close outside the familiar stone gates of Morador Orphanage. The manager, with a gentle chuckle, urged the weary young male character to rest, acknowledging the impending demands of filming. A profound sigh of exhaustion escaped him, a quiet release. His footsteps receded with a faint clatter as he walked away into the golden light. The manager exhaled a breath of relief, silently acknowledging his persistent social awkwardness. On the drive back, the young male character unexpectedly broke the silence, inquiring about a particular perfume brand that had caught his interest. The young male character, despite his usual indifference to such things, made an uncharacteristically worried request for the manager to purchase the scent. A silent speculation about actress Han Seong lingered, yet the manager readily agreed to the purchase, waiving off any repayment. The young male character, however, resolved to settle the cost himself. Apologizing for the personal favor, he remained guarded, his inner world still too distant for true connection. The manager pondered, yearning for the day their unspoken gap would finally close. He sat in profound silence, lost deep within his thoughts. A horrifying shout, then a choked gasp, ripped through the abstract space as an older male character recoiled in visceral distress. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the wheel, a numb flush spreading across his face as he chided himself, "Don't be greedy." He resolved to proceed with measured steps, his gaze fixed solely on the present task, trusting his diligent effort would eventually yield results. With a soft click, the car pulled away, carrying a profound hope that closeness would blossom naturally in its own time. A puzzled escaped him as he looked around. He floated, disoriented, wondering why the familiar, hazy fog had vanished from this ethereal expanse. With a playful glide, the blue-haired male appeared, a mischievous grin spreading as he asked, "What are you looking for, little flower dear?" Startled, the young male character demanded to know why he endured such peculiar nicknames, only for the blue-haired male to deadpan, "Because you look like a flower dear." The blue-haired male triumphantly declared his arduous re-editing efforts on Itaewon, oblivious to the chibi's exasperated thought, "Did you pick that up from some strange thing again?" "People call you Baby Bambi," the blue-haired male crowed, waving a social media post, sending the young male character's chibi form into a frantic, yelping retreat. A mysterious fog had suddenly lingered since his audition, prompting the young male character to grumble about the internet's relentless search function. A sudden, sharp gasp ripped from him, his eyes widening in pure surprise. A deep rumble heralded a palpable shift, the very nature of the fog had inexplicably altered. The blue-haired male's cackling triumph over another game loss underscored a peculiar truth: their seemingly pointless, playful sparring had grown surprisingly frequent. Lying amidst the stars, he pondered the exact moment the ever-present fog had begun its peculiar shifts. With a relieved gasp, he mused that acting had become such a shield, perhaps discussions of impending misfortune were no longer necessary. His thoughts drifted back to their last hushed conversation. In that memory, two strange black rocks emerged. He listened with a silent, profound concern. Hunched, he echoed the words in disbelief, black rocks. During the audition, he explained, every single misfortune medium present had mysteriously vanished. It was a truly incredible, breathtaking sight. A female historical figure floated, startled, within the ethereal blue depths. With a deep rumble, those black rocks utterly purged a vast horde of misfortune mediums, leaving the female historical figure in awe. Every single one of them was utterly absorbed. It was a puzzling paradox, he observed. Bai-hyuk's bright energy inexplicably attracted so many misfortune mediums. Bai-hyuk, flinching with a dawning horror, realized his earlier assumption was terribly mistaken, wondering aloud if the young male character's misfortune was. His voice trembled as he finished, is tied to those rocks. A low murmur of thought filled the silence around him. Trembling, Bai-hyuk desperately pleaded, if I destroy them, will my misfortune finally end? A heavy sigh escaped him, admitting his own agonizing lack of answers. He revealed that past attempts to intervene only exacerbated the situation, forcing him to reluctantly accept its inscrutable presence. A thoughtful hum escaped his lips, lost in quiet contemplation. With a choked hiccup, Bai-hyuk pleaded, still, I can avoid misfortune through acting, right? As the young male character gently held him. He softly smiled, requesting Bai-hyuk's watchful presence for now, emphasizing the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary risks. He recalled his own cautious words. With a thoughtful turn, he admitted he now grasped its intricacies a little better. A sudden tap startled Bai-hyuk, eliciting a surprised ah. A playful hum escaped him as he decided that even these pointless conversations were actually rather nice. Laughter erupted as the chibi young male character playfully grappled with Bai-hyuk's ethereal form, ignoring his playful, struggling, what? Despite the day-long torment of the flower scent, he found solace in their playful banter, watching his worries fade with each mock strike. A ripple of pure, unbridled laughter filled the ethereal space. A beautiful day unfolded, rustling with hopeful promises for all. A lively chatter filled the air as students celebrated the arrival of winter break, their relief palpable. A female student lamented their impending separation and Yeonjae's first day of filming, while a male student groaned in dramatic despair. She bemoaned their missed opportunities to hang out, but a dismissive voice reminded her they never did anyway. The female student offered a comforting suggestion: they could always connect through video calls, with more chances to meet later. The male student puffed out his cheeks in exasperation, accusing his friends of being clueless, asking, you call yourselves friends, yet you still don't understand it? The male student, holding his head, confessed his understanding of Yeonjae, but admitted their uncertainty regarding Yeonjae's feelings for them. A teasing older student declared him a genius actor, to which the young male character humbly demurred with a thoughtful hum. He worried that Yeonjae, who always preferred solitude, would never confide in them, even if troubles arose during filming. His friend's worried thoughts concluded Yeonjae would never share his burdens, even as Yeonjae stood ready on a bustling film set. Yeonjae met the brilliant light with a gaze of unyielding determination. Just a few days prior, the city stretched beneath a bright, oblivious sky. The male driver's thoughts drifted, wondering if something troubled Yeonjae, who had remained lost in contemplation. Yeonjae, however, wrestled with an unspoken dilemma. He clinked the ornate perfume bottle against its gift box, reflecting on the opportunity he hadn't yet seized. A deep sigh escaped Yeonjae as he confessed his failed attempts to acclimate to Seong Nuna's presence. Finally, Yeonjae broke the silence, addressing the male driver. Yeonjae queried about the day's cast, and the driver confirmed that Song Lee-jun and Kim Hyun-ju were scheduled to appear. His voice tinged with anxiety, Yeonjae pressed for news of Seong Nuna. The driver cleared his throat before delivering the disappointing news: she would likely be absent. The driver explained Seong Nuna's packed schedule, leaving Yeonjae to rattle the perfume bottle in surprised resignation. 3 days felt an eternity, a silent resolve hardened in Yeonjae's gaze. He could wait no longer. The perfume bottle slid into his grasp, he had to conquer this scent. He strained against the cap, a guttural groan echoing his internal resistance. Despite his will, a profound discomfort seized him, forcing him to concede. The tires squealed faintly as the car halted, and the driver spoke. With a gentle smile, the driver offered a sincere ear, emphasizing his role as a confidant. Yeonjae's surprise was palpable, unaccustomed to such open solicitude. A bright shimmer greeted them as the driver, now beaming, announced their arrival at the set. Yeonjae stepped onto the bustling outdoor set, where traditional architecture shimmered under the bright sun, a world of organized chaos awaiting him. A subtle flinch betrayed Yeonjae's underlying wariness of the new environment. Yeonjae convinced himself of the silver lining, relieved he wouldn't face Seong Nuna today, as the driver's welcome echoed across the bright set. With each determined stride, Yeonjae reaffirmed his singular focus, immersing himself completely in the role. And with that purposeful step, the filming truly commenced. An unseen voice erupted in delighted surprise, welcoming Yeonjae to the bright dressing room. Song Lee-jun, already embodying young Hyewon, blushed as a voice praised how beautifully the costume suited him. The crew's delighted squeals of "what a cutie" surrounded Song Lee-jun, who found his imagined attire strangely grounding amidst the adulation. A regretful sigh escaped the female crew member, lamenting a pity that was too soon lost. As the female crew member wished Yeonjae could wear the stunning attire more, another figure shuffled into view. Despite the crew's lament over his limited time in the costume, Song Lee-jun, full of renewed purpose, cheerfully reassured them he was truly enjoying the role before departing with their blessings. As Song Lee-jun offered a polite thank you, he moved to exit through the brightly lit doorway. A startled sound accompanied Song Lee-jun's surprise as he opened the door to find the male character standing right outside. Song Lee-jun's surprise quickly turned to recognition as both exchanged startled acknowledgments. The male character flinched, stammering a flustered response that made Song Lee-jun wonder if he had been waiting there all along. They exchanged polite inquiries about their respective filming schedules, an attempt to bridge the sudden, inexplicable gap. An oppressive silence descended between them, emphasizing the utterly awkward atmosphere. He knew he needed to leave, yet a quiet hum of hesitation held him captive. The male character's nervous smile only deepened the heavy, uncomfortable silence that settled between them. Activating maximum brain power, Song Lee-jun blurted the most potent compliment: "You look good in anything you wear." The male character erupted in flustered shock, leaving Song Lee-jun scrambling to stop him from whatever he was about to do. Song Lee-jun's warning was cut short by a sharp, shattering clatter as something fell from the male character's hand. The item hit the floor with a soft thud, and the male character quickly bent to retrieve it, catching Song Lee-jun off guard. The male character awkwardly reassured Song Lee-jun he was fine, fumbled a reciprocal compliment, then bolted, eager to escape the tense encounter. A profound silence enveloped Song Lee-jun, leaving him to ponder the unsettling interaction. That fleeting look, a mirror of forgotten pain, brought a chilling realization: Lee Jun-hyung, he believed, harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. He couldn't ignore the male character's momentary unease, a discomfort that radiated even from behind a strained, unsettling smile. Before the fog, he'd lived with these glitched, hostile visages daily, a vivid nightmare now returning from the depths of his memory. A surge of fear gripped Song Lee-jun. Did the male character know something terrible about him? Or perhaps, a chilling thought emerged, it was the black stones, heavy with absorbed misfortune, influencing him. His thoughts plunged into a distorted, reddish spiral. What if his misfortune was inextricably bound to those enigmatic rocks? Was misfortune now inescapably drawing near? He clenched his hands, forcing his racing thoughts to halt with a decisive inner command: calm down, ignore the uncertain for now. He resolved to push past his turmoil. All that mattered now was enduring the shoot. A male crew member offered a reassuring smile, urging Yeonjae not to be nervous, but to perform as he always did. A shiver of apprehension ran through Song Legion as he nervously asked to be guided, knowing Kim Hyunju would lead. Kim Hyunju, radiating confidence, asserted her unwavering competence, assuring everyone that Yeonjae's first time would be flawlessly guided. A soft, ethereal whisper enveloped Song Legion as he observed her unique demeanor, steeling his resolve to deliver his absolute best. This precious role was a sanctuary. The world outside had never crowned him king, and with a firm inner hum, he decided to stay, no matter the cost. He clenched his hands, the fabric of his costume straining with his silent, resolute vow: he would be a burden to no one. The set hummed with a quiet intensity as the crew observed the unfolding drama. Kim Hyunju, a seasoned actress of 13 years, commanded the quiet reverence of the set. Revered as the best supporting actress, her serene focus held a silent, knowing hum. Before, in the bustling glow, a young Yeonjae harbored a quiet ache for lead roles, a dream stubbornly denied amidst the vibrant energy. Overcome by misery, she had repeatedly tried to flee the searing spotlight, each frantic step a desperate plea for escape. Yet, an unseen force still chained her to the stage. Despite it all, she was always drawn back, her worried face captured anew by the lens. A profound, sorrowful love for acting anchored her here. Then, a unique place emerged where her very identity held no sway, a stark contrast to her shadowed past. Despite never achieving lead, she vowed to become the most enduring, dedicating every fiber of her being to protect this sacred ground. Kim Hyunju delivered her impassioned lines, her unwavering presence mirroring Yeonjae's own survival as a supporting actor. Her measured questions conveyed a naturalness born of experience, the dialogue flowing precisely as intended. From the control booth, the manager mused on sincerity, envisioning the perfect scene brought to life by their craft. Through countless encounters, this fierce dedication remained her solitary, unyielding truth. But then, a chilling realization shattered her certainty. Kim Hyunju's composure fractured, a raw shock ripping through her carefully constructed facade. Just one unexpected line, and this mere kid was inexplicably turning the scene's tide, a shocking realization that ignited her fury. A collective unease rippled through the control booth, their startled faces reflecting the sudden shift. Behind a strained smile, Kim Hyunju seethed, as Yeonjae's innocent-sounding challenge landed with unexpected force. Yeonjae's earnest words spun an irresistible web, subtly tightening around her. Yeonjae delivered a line with an unexpected twist, causing a visible intake of breath. A jolt of pure horror visibly racked Kim Hyunju. Yeonjae's potent anguish resonated deep within the scene. Kim Hyunju uttered a low, guttural curse, her defeat hanging heavy in the air. The unexpected defeat had finally been acknowledged. The director's terse cut ending sliced through the tension, declaring the scene unsatisfactory. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crew. Yeonjae's unexpected prowess had clearly blindsided the acclaimed Hyunju, causing palpable distress. A moment of disorienting quiet settled over the set. Yeonjae's mind, however, remained in a bewildered haze. Another failed take left him perplexed, his gaze falling to a small, unnoticed injury. Kim Hyunju suddenly seized his arm, pulling him into a tense, unwanted confrontation. Yeonjae recoiled in alarm as she aggressively yanked him closer, her forceful grip demanding answers. His shock rendered him speechless, utterly disoriented. Her furious words were a gauntlet thrown, demanding his absolute best, or war. Stunned, Yeonjae could only manage a silent, intimidated breath. With a sharp "tsk," she flung her dismissal. How ridiculous, she seethed, storming off the set and leaving bewilderment in her wake. Declaring an abrupt end to filming, Kim Hyun-joo swept off the set, leaving Yeonjae and the brown-suited man desperately calling out. A curious whisper questioned the unbelievable news. In the brightly lit room, Yeonjae recounted Kim Hyun-joo's accusations, still bewildered by the nature of his supposed mistake. Yeonjae reiterated his pure acting intent, unable to comprehend the accusation, as his manager fell into deep contemplation. The manager posited a theory of lost initiative, startling Yeonjae with its unexpected insight. The manager elaborated on scene dynamics, highlighting how an inexperienced actor should yield, not dominate. Everyone on set could sense it, her renowned acting pride had suffered a profound, stinging blow that echoed through the room. The manager offered a blunt assessment: Kim Hyun-joo's outburst stemmed from wounded pride, revealing a true lack of acting depth. He further condemned her unprofessionalism towards a newcomer, a sharp criticism that momentarily surprised Yeonjae. Yeonjae defended her reputation, unaware of the manager's brutally frank assessment of others. The manager, suddenly self-conscious, wondered if he'd overshared. He cheerfully revealed his passion for analyzing film performances, sparking an unexpected awe in Yeonjae. Yeonjae, with a hopeful glint, mused on his manager's potential acting aptitude. The manager, a little shy, explained he preferred the analysis of acting over the performance, leading him to management. He humbly confessed to his own lack of talent and the utter embarrassment of his first movie, utterly astonishing Yeonjae. Yeonjae's jaw nearly hit the floor in disbelief. Yeonjae's eager questions probed for details, ignoring the manager's discomfort. Dismissing his disaster film as obscure, he playfully suggested a private viewing at his home before urging them to depart. A spark of intrigue ignited Yeonjae's mind about his manager's hidden past. Just then, the manager unexpectedly turned, catching Yeonjae off guard. A sly, knowing grin glittered across the manager's face. He directly probed Yeonjae's burgeoning curiosity. Yeonjae, caught off guard, felt a sudden flush. A wave of panic crashed, regretting his fateful decision. In a cosmic swirl of doubt, Yeonjae's conscience screamed, was invading personal space merely to sate curiosity truly permissible? His internal panic peaked just as a soft rustle signaled an undeniable presence. A warm, inviting smile accompanied the manager's simple announcement of their arrival. The manager's welcoming words were lost as utter shock engulfed Yeonjae, questions exploding within his bewildered mind. Yeonjae stood awkwardly, a wave of apprehension washing over him despite the polite invitation to enter. A luxurious world unfurled, the unseen host's casual assurances underscoring an almost fantastical level of comfort and provision. The manager's voice painted a picture of domestic indulgence, casually sketching plans for an evening of shared movies and delicious food. Yeonjae's mind reeled in pure, unadulterated shock. This is his house. Actor Jung Hyun playfully offered to prepare omuris, leaving Yeonjae trembling with a valiant effort to regain his composure and accept. Yeonjae's heart hammered as he imagined the catastrophic cost of even the slightest mistake, every object a potential million-won accident. The mental strain of his lavish surroundings left Yeonjae utterly depleted. Every step through the opulent halls became a minefield, Yeonjae's anxiety so pervasive he even found himself treating the towels with exaggerated caution. A quiet lament echoed in Yeonjae's mind, his only true desire had been to witness the manager's acting, not to navigate this overwhelming reality. The manager's voice broke the spell, announcing his timely arrival with 2 plates of omuris. With an inviting smile, the manager gestured for Yeonjae to settle in. The manager suggested they watch a movie as they ate, and Yeonjae, finding his voice, readily agreed. Yeonjae found himself captivated by the manager's unguarded, comfortable demeanor, a stark contrast to his public persona. Still flustered by the unexpected domesticity, Yeonjae gripped his spoon with nervous anticipation. A spoonful of omuris, rich with savory promise, was lifted. Yeonjae brought the first bite towards his lips, bracing himself for the taste. A spark of pure, unadulterated delight lit Yeonjae's face, delicious. Despite his earlier jitters, the evening settled into an unexpected, comforting routine. There was a simple beauty in the shared moments of comfortable clothes, warm surroundings, and delicious food enjoyed over a movie. Yeonjae's joyful laughter echoed, surprising the manager, who inquired, "Is it that funny?" To which Yeonjae playfully retorted, "You're too polite for this gangster act." It was an evening of such effortless warmth, the manager's gaze softening as he watched Yeonjae's genuine enjoyment. The manager's self-deprecating query about his past acting echoed through the quiet room. He explained his inability to discard the DVD, dark past he wished to forget, prompting Yeonjae's curious, "Why not?" A soft smile graced the manager's face as he recalled the director's kind words, a cherished memory from that early film. Before, a younger manager, radiating a rugged intensity, had sagely advised a young Yeonjae that acting was not a competition for individual glory. The manager had stressed that no actor performed in isolation. Now, in the present, the manager reiterated the director's cryptic advice, leaving Yeonjae to ponder its meaning, "Look around you." The manager elucidated the necessity of collective effort, warning that even a stellar individual performance would fail without seamless coordination. The concept of an overall picture resonated deeply with Yeonjae, sparking a profound introspection. His thoughts drifted to a past scene, wondering with dawning unease, how was Miss Kim Hyunju's acting when I was acting? A jarring realization struck Yeonjae, he simply could not recall her performance. A sharp, visceral awareness cut through him, revealing his own self-absorption on set, so focused on himself that he had been blind to his surroundings and his co-star. The painful truth dawned, he had truly been acting alone all along. The manager simply observed, allowing Yeonjae the space to grapple with his profound self-discovery. Acknowledging Yeonjae's isolated practice, the manager offered a path forward for improvement. He then imparted the singular, crucial piece of advice, "Then you should pay attention to your partner." A quiet understanding passed between them, both men contemplating the weight of the manager's words. The manager urged Yeonjae to delve deeper, to feel out your partner's acting carefully. He instructed Yeonjae to actively match that feeling, aiming for a synchronized performance. The manager shared a knowing smile, explaining that sometimes, following a partner's lead was the key to truly great acting. He hinted at a new, exhilarating dimension of enjoyment that awaited Yeonjae in collaborative acting. Yeonjae repeated the manager's words to himself, trying to internalize the unfamiliar concept. But a practical question lingered in his mind, but how? The manager offered a subtle, knowing smile, a hint of his solution already forming. The manager, declaring that acting with a less skilled partner could be beneficial, volunteered himself to be Yeonjae's acting coach. The initial attempts were nothing short of a comedic disaster, very hopeless. Yeonjae had meticulously envisioned every vocal nuance, every gaze, every precise timing for the scene. Yet, the manager's performance was wildly off-key, frustratingly creaky. Only through this direct experience did Yeonjae finally comprehend the depth of Kim Hyunju's past anger towards him. A bitter truth settled within Yeonjae, a realization of his profound past arrogance. Yeonjae expressed genuine surprise at the unexpected difficulty of harmonizing with a partner's acting. The daunting task of tomorrow's filming loomed, Yeonjae's frustration growing at his inability to solve the core problem, fearing his performance would suffer. He scrutinized his script, lamenting his rushed past acting and seeking to authentically match the dialogue's emotional core. The manager watched, a knowing smile playing on his lips, perhaps anticipating Yeonjae's coming breakthrough. The scene seamlessly shifted, a new environment awaiting. The historical set awaited, steeped in a dim, evocative silence, as the manager observed the figures arranged within it. Two crew members lamented the already gloomy atmosphere and expressed concern for another chaotic day of filming, dreading a repeat of yesterday's troubles. Doubts about the day's filming hung heavy in the air, the crew whispering anxieties about potential disruptions, as the manager absorbed their worries. The manager observed the palpable tension, noting the intimidating atmosphere of the set to an unseen companion. With a slight smile, the manager offered a polite greeting to a familiar face. "It's been a while, Manager Ahn." The manager, surprised, questioned Kim Seokjun's presence, to which Kim Seokjun calmly replied he had come to see Yeonjae. Kim Seokjun, with a confident chuckle, explained his purpose, to match Yeonjae's acting and prevent any controversy stemming from differences in their performances. The manager voiced his lingering concerns about Kim Hyunju's volatile temper and the potential for trouble on set today. Kim Seokjun offered a resolute assurance, declaring there would be no problems. Kim Seokjun's warm smile conveyed his unwavering confidence in Yeonjae's consistent diligence and hard work. The manager offered an awkward, slightly bewildered laugh, trying to process Kim Seokjun's bold statement. The director's commanding voice cut through the set, demanding silence and signaling the imminent start of filming. The manager reflected on his own clumsy practice sessions with the diligent actor, a profound realization stirring within him. Acting in true synchronicity with a partner had revealed the stark, undeniable difference that defined a truly solid actor. "Action," the director commanded, and Yeonjae, solemn and focused, prepared to embody his character. The director's command hung in the expectant air, signaling the commencement of the scene. A wave of crippling self-doubt washed over Song Lee-jun, wondering if he could truly deliver. Before, he'd wrestled with performances that dissolved into utter chaos, a frustrating memory that haunted him with a visceral wish and hiss. But a surge of fierce determination pushed back, reminding him of his relentless efforts. He took a centering breath, recalling his manager's gentle reminder to embrace a measured pace. His manager's steady voice had once offered invaluable counsel, to tune into his partner's breath when the world became too overwhelming. He had emphasized discerning the nuanced emotions conveyed through each subtle inhale and exhale. This simple, profound technique, his manager promised, would unlock an intuitive awareness of his entire surroundings. A quiet resolve settled upon him as he resolved to put the theory into practice. His mind drifted, seeking an almost spiritual connection to the rhythm of another's life force. Then, a faint, undeniable echo resonated within him, the subtle pulse of her existence. Her breath, he sensed, flowed with a serene, unyielding current. Yet beneath the calm, he perceived a chilling detachment. The words resonated, confirming the formidable matriarch who commanded such chilling respect. Her hand clenched, a quiet assertion of the authority she wielded. A cold reminder of her words accompanied the deliberate wipe of blood from her lip. Her hand twitched with an unspoken demand, declaring him the sole beacon for their land. Yet, she accused, he still allowed trifling personal affairs to sway his critical judgment. With arms crossed, she questioned if he had ever truly grasped the sincerity behind her unwavering counsel to remain ever composed. Despite the measured breathing, Song Lee-jun detected a profound undercurrent of genuine regret in her voice, a sudden, startling revelation. This was no mere lecture, he understood, but a message far more complex. Her narrowed eyes confirmed his chilling interpretation, a veiled, yet absolute, command for obedience. He began to speak, his voice a quiet admission. "I was wrong," he confessed, his gaze fixed on the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, a momentary crack in her stern facade. Despite the shift in the scene, Song Lee-jun remained immersed, subtly affecting those watching. Han Seong and the other man exchanged a gulp of astonishment. A quiet, satisfied chuckle escaped her lips, a silent declaration of victory. He challenged her words, bewilderment etched onto his face as she remained imperiously composed. With a grim, internal click, he condemned himself for failing to grasp her infallible wisdom, for his own success depended solely on her will. Her gentle touch, though outwardly comforting, underscored the chilling grip of her authority. "Cut," the director's voice sliced through the tension. An unseen voice immediately hailed the performance as extraordinary. A ripple of collective awe and animated chatter swept through the crew, marveling at Kim Hyunju's transcendent skill. An excited voice declared the day's filming historic, its words echoing the crew's elation. His hand instinctively went to his chest as the true meaning of synchronizing with a partner's breath finally dawned on him. He had wrestled with the concept during practice, utterly baffled by how to embody such a nuanced connection. But with Kim Hyun-ju, her emotions flowed into him, guiding his every nuanced movement with perfect clarity. The manager's profound lesson finally clicked into place. A serene smile touched his lips, radiating the profound joy of this newfound artistic synergy. "Hey!" Kim Hyunju's sharp voice made him jump, completely pulling him from his thoughts. Perplexed, she demanded to know what secret training had so drastically transformed him overnight. Her astonishment grew. How had he achieved such profound mastery in a single day? With a deep, resounding bow that rustled his costume, he offered her profound respect. "What?" she exclaimed, utterly blindsided by his humble apology for the previous day. Then, with earnest eyes, he thanked her for the invaluable lesson. Her surprised expression softened, a rare, fleeting vulnerability appearing. A fond exasperation tinged her off-panel words, a wry acknowledgement of his bold, youthful spirit. Another actor, a flash of blue hair, excitedly hailed Kim Hyun-ju, drawing her attention. He gushed with a broad, beaming smile, declaring her performance a magnificent, unforgettable spectacle. She curtly advised him to cease gawking and instead focus on his own practice. Her chilling words delivered an electric jolt. Failure to embody Yoo Hyun perfectly would carry severe consequences. He spluttered in bewildered confusion at her sudden irritation, which she met with a dismissive humph. A knowing smirk touched his lips. He believed he had unraveled the enigma of her current disposition. He wondered about the true identity of this young actor who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. His performance, it seemed, hadn't merely met Kim Sunbeam's intensity, but breathed vibrant life into her own portrayal. That gaze, he realized, held an unexpected depth that defied simple understanding. As an assistant offered water, the man mused on the young actor's surprisingly rapid ascent to such remarkable skill. A calculating smirk played on his lips. How incredibly intriguing, indeed. He considered digging deeper, but before he could, Yeonjae's exuberant call sliced through the air, completely shattering the moment. "I missed my player." Yeonjae chirped, embracing a startled Song Legion as the dark-haired man threw his hands up in humorous exasperation. But a fresh wave of confusion washed over him. The dark-haired man watched Song Legion's face bloom into a sudden, embarrassed blush, his heart thumping wildly. A soft, unseen exhale filled the mysterious quiet. The female teacher, wearing a brown cardigan, grumbled, annoyed by the inconvenient thirst that roused her. A soft rustle pricked the quiet, drawing her attention with a sudden, unsettling Then a distinct clink urged her onward, her mind caught in a web of cautious inquiry. From within the shadows, soft moans of Ud hinted at an unseen distress. Teacher Si-hyen's voice cut through the stillness, eliciting a weak cough and a desperate tap-tap from within. Her voice, now clearer, carried a concerned authority, asking about the person's health with an insistent knock-knock. Just as she began to ask again, a soft, deliberate click interrupted her mid-sentence. A sharp gasp escaped her, betraying a sudden jolt of pure alarm. The name escaped her lips as Yeonjae stumbled out, a terrifying stagger betraying his desperate state. Teacher Si-hyen's voice thrummed with anxious care, pressing for his well-being, while Yeonjae offered a dismissive explanation for his alarming appearance. He offered a gentle pat, an empty reassurance that sleep would solve everything, trying to quell her rising concern. Her continued concern was cut short by his firm address, as he continued to distance himself. A faint smile softened his features, a desperate attempt to lighten the mood while denying his struggle. As he continued his weary walk, Teacher Si-hyen's gaze followed, still heavy with pensive worry. A soft exhale released her doubt as she reflected on Yeonjae's repeated distress, a familiar pattern stirring a deep, growing unease. A lingering, unsettling feeling persisted, a strange sensation she couldn't quite place from earlier. A distinct perfume scent, surprisingly out of place, now echoed in her thoughts, deepening the unfolding mystery. A raspy, desperate cough ripped through the solemn air, the figures around him bearing witness to his struggle. A shiver ran through the ailing historical male figure, his weak voice bemoaning the pervasive, inescapable cold. A desperate plea escaped his trembling lips, his body racked by an involuntary, pitiable tremble. His voice faded into a single, agonizing plea. A gentle touch registered, a subtle shiver of acknowledgement from his fevered skin. As he weakly questioned her presence, Nabi responded with a gentle, reassuring smile. Her words brought tranquil news. His fever had receded since dawn, bringing a wave of relief. A genuine sense of relief washed over her, finding solace in the medicine's steady efficacy. His quiet gratitude resonated profoundly as she offered a tender, comforting stroke. His unseen voice recounted days of persistent illness, painting a melancholic picture of his suffering. He confessed a newfound desire, wishing for perpetual illness if it meant Nabi's constant, intimate care, receiving a gentle pat-pat in return. Nabi's gentle chiding sparked a burst of hearty laughter, filling the air with their light-hearted affection. Suddenly, with an intense directness, he called her name, his hand unexpectedly seizing her wrist with a decisive grasp. His gaze locked onto hers, an unspoken intensity passing between them in that emotionally charged moment. His heartfelt words resonated with a pure joy, mirrored by Nabi's bright, affectionate smile. An unseen voice dramatically declared, "Cut. Amazing. Let's move to the next scene." A bustling chorus of praises erupted for the seamless single take, everyone echoing that Nabi and Yoo Hyun are the best. Han Seong began her congratulations, a friendly pat accompanying her words of "good work." Yeonjae abruptly declared his departure with a quick stand up quickly, leaving Han Seong mid-sentence in an awkward silence. Her hesitant "okay" hung in the air as Yeonjae began to walk away, his gait betraying a fragile unsteadiness. A wrenching stumble turned into a sharp gasp, his body seized by a sudden, intense pain. A desperate "oh my" escaped him as he convulsively clutched at the agonizing knot in his stomach. A male character with dark brown hair approached, his voice carrying an insistent, genial concern for Yeonjae's well-being. The male character with dark brown hair's blunt assessment of his awful appearance was met with Yeonjae's weak, suffering exhale. His persistent questions were punctuated by Yeonjae's ceaseless stomach ache, a visceral throb confirming his prolonged distress. Despite the apologies, Yeonjae's silent stomach ache drove a desperate plea for a moment of isolating relief. A heavy exhale punctuated his private thought, the profound embarrassment of his physical frailty weighing on him. 2 weeks in, his facade of normalcy fractured, leading him to question if this mounting internal struggle stemmed from an ancient, glowing method. Even with Nabi by his side, he grimly believed the method still held, allowing him to maintain this precarious facade of normalcy. As he mused on his composure, the assistant director's booming announcement abruptly ushered in the next anxious scene. He clung to the desperate thought of enduring just a little longer, knowing the child actor's scenes, and his suffering, were almost complete. A desperate series of gulp-gulp affirmed his resolve, while the unspoken concern of another actor lingered silently in the air. A young male character's thoughts were consumed by hesitant worry over Yeonjae's worsening pallor, questioning whether to intervene. He suppressed his growing unease, convincing himself Yeonjae's struggles were merely fleeting, a conflicted internal struggle for inaction. Kim Min-sik, General PD, broke the silence, his query cutting to the heart of Yeonjae's remaining commitment. The assistant director's matter-of-fact update revealed the finite number of Yeonjae's remaining scenes, stirring a quiet, underlying tension. A melancholic sigh accompanied his words, regretting the impending conclusion of Yeonjae's captivating portrayal. He tried to quell his persistent self-doubt, reiterating that his worry for Yeonjae was surely unfounded. The ethereal currents shifted, hinting at an imminent and unsettling change. A sharp "what?" echoed, betraying an immediate, profound shock. The words hung heavy, sparking a collective jolt of pure shock amongst the three actors. Kim Min-sik, General PD, radiated confidence, explaining that the drama's unexpected buzz demanded more, banking on their talent to elevate the early episodes. Han Seong's eager assent was met by Yeonjae's sudden, fidgeting concern for the adult actor's screen time, a clear shift in the room's mood. His wide-eyed question betrayed a genuine, persistent worry for his colleagues. Kim Min-sik, General PD, dismissively assured him, confirming the adult actors had already consented to the changes. As Kim Min-sik, General PD, revealed the additional scenes, Yeonjae's anxiety manifested in an uncontrollable, distressed fidget. His mind buzzed with despair, the thought of this prolonged charade twisting his stomach, his hope for a swift end now shattered. Yeonjae abruptly interrupted Kim Min-sik, General PD's praises, his desperate words about needing to consult his manager creating a tense, awkward silence. He ignored Kim Min-sik, General PD's incomplete protest, his hurried tap-tap growing urgent and unsettling as he retreated. A desperate internal monologue, punctuated by choking gasps, spurred him towards the bathroom, hoping relief or oblivion lay behind the turning door handle. His mind reeled with a confused, but why, a strange internal click preceding a new revelation. A terrifying gasp tore through him as the world tilted, convinced the very floor was alarmingly rising. Han Seong gasped, lunging forward with a desperate, panic-stricken grab. Yeonjae! Han Seong cried out, catching his collapsing form as his body hit the ground with two desperate thumps. A gentle awareness sparked within Yeonjae, then blinked. A quiet exhaustion weighed heavily on Yeonjae, tethered to sterile comfort. Disorientation clouded Yeonjae's mind as he wondered where he had awoken. The stark reality of his surroundings jolted Yeonjae, a sharp gasp escaping him. A thread of recognition pierced Yeonjae's haze, identifying the familiar face. The manager's words painted a grim picture of Yeonjae's collapse, revealing how close he came to serious harm. A flash of gratitude crossed Yeonjae's mind, a ghost of the moment Sohn Legion had saved him. A quiet, unsettling current zapped through the manager's gaze. The manager's voice cracked with a stressed gasp, revealing Yeonjae's prolonged suffering and his own regret for not intervening sooner. A heavy silence stretched before the manager began his urgent inquiry. Frustration etched onto his features, the manager demanded answers about Yeonjae's sudden collapse. Yeonjae's gaze drifted away, unwilling to meet the manager's searching stare, burdened by unspoken thoughts. A whirlwind of self-recrimination and despair swept through Yeonjae, as he silently chided himself for failing, just when he needed to endure a little longer. The manager's patient, unwavering silence pressed down on Yeonjae, an unspoken demand for honesty hanging heavy in the air. With impassioned fervor, the manager pleaded for Yeonjae to confide in him, reminding him of his unwavering commitment to offer help. Yeonjae recoiled from the offer, drawing the blanket closer, his reluctance to burden his manager with personal matters clear. The manager acknowledged Yeonjae's words, a knowing glint in his eye that hinted at more. He sensed the profound exhaustion Yeonjae carried, offering a gentle, understanding observation about his struggle. Though unable to shoulder the entire weight, the manager extended a steadfast offer, pledging to at least be a silent, listening presence. With a gentle smile, the manager offered a lifeline, urging Yeonjae to trust and lean upon him. The manager's earnest words stirred a deep, reflective pause within Yeonjae. Silence stretched, broken only by the quiet click of the four, as Yeonjae wrestled with his decision. Yeonjae tried to brush off his condition, a subtle shuffle accompanying his attempt to dismiss its gravity. His simple belongings revealed a quiet, organized resilience. Yeonjae hesitated, gathering the courage to begin his difficult confession. With a gentle, knowing smile, Yeonjae conceded that his full story would require considerable time. Slowly, with careful precision, his story began to unfold. Yeonjae delved into the depths of faraway memories, reliving each intricate detail for his attentive manager. Without interruption or judgment, the manager absorbed Yeonjae's entire narrative, offering a rare and precious gift of unwavering presence. His fragile, glowing story, once contained, now shimmered, almost tangible. The manager absorbed Yeonjae's confessions, offering heartfelt thanks for his vulnerability, then prepared to glide away. The manager reached with a smooth sweep for the bottle, eliciting a sharp, instinctive surge of surprise from Yeonjae. Yeonjae's desperate protests were met with the manager's firm, exasperated reminder of his faint, leaving Yeonjae groaning in defeat. Yeonjae insisted on retaining his burden for the sake of filming, his resolve unwavering as the manager considered his plight in silence. The manager proposed a simple, logical solution, suggesting Yeonjae directly address the perfume's problematic scent. Yeonjae admitted his internal conflict, dreading the discomfort he might cause by asking for a change, a hesitation the manager clearly understood. The manager cut through the emotional quandary, asserting the direct solution was always the simplest. A silent, undeniable recognition of the manager's irrefutable logic settled within Yeonjae. Yet, a familiar shadow of doubt lingered, convinced the solution wouldn't come easily. Against all his expectations, Kim Hyunju's agreement burst forth, bright and unwavering. Yeonjae's world tilted with a dramatic sweat drop of pure, unadulterated shock. Kim Hyunju's innocent confusion collided with Yeonjae's bewildered interrogation, a truly comical exchange of mismatched expectations. Kim Hyunju casually dismissed the need for reasons, playfully revealing she had already deduced Yeonjae's discomfort with her scent. Kim Hyunju's playful laughter painted Yeonjae as cute, much to his blushing, flustered chagrin. Yeonjae's mind replayed his baseless fears, realizing his apprehension had stemmed from projecting his own discomfort onto her feelings. Kim Hyunju, with confident charm, not only dismissed his worries about her perfume but also spun the moment into a playful opportunity for connection. Chibi Yeonjae's mind spiraled, utterly baffled by the prospect of growing closer. Chibi Kim Hyunju, with a knowing wink, shamelessly admitted her ambition was simply to benefit from his impending success. Her fantastical vision shimmered into being, a glorious romance drama with Yeonjae, proving that on-screen chemistry truly counted. As she strode away, Yeonjae questioned her bold honesty, only for Kim Hyunju to playfully challenge his expectations. She left him with a final, confident parting shot, gauging his resilience with a knowing smile. Her voice, now ethereal, proposed they deepen their budding connection for the remainder of filming, lest they both miss out. Yeonjae remained rooted, a soft tap echoing the unexpected shift in his reality. With a weary thud, Yeonjae slumped onto the bench, a long, drawn-out sigh escaping his lips. Yeonjae wrestled with a bewildered frustration. His immense problem had been inexplicably resolved without him lifting a single finger. He vividly recalled the suffocating distress of standing near her, a memory that now seemed ridiculously cute. With a deep, restorative huff, Yeonjae noticed a newfound ease in his breathing. Yeonjae pondered the sudden lightness, questioning if the simple solution truly alleviated his profound burden for the remainder of filming. Yet, a familiar tightness persisted in Yeonjae's chest, leaving him to wonder if genuine peace could truly be so easily attained. Yeonjae's ethereal gaze blinked, returning him to the conscious world. Suspended in a nebulous cosmic dance, Yeonjae drifted with Han Seong through a shared, ethereal space. Han Seong, with impish glee, imitated his recent scene, leaving Yeonjae utterly baffled by her sudden performance. Han Seong's ecstatic praise popped for his acting, fulfilling her long-held desire to imitate him, though Yeonjae remained predictably unimpressed. Han Seong shrieked with kyung delight, proclaiming she had replayed his performance countless times, while Yeonjae simply looked worn. Han Seong suddenly pivoted to reassurance, declaring Yeonjae needn't worry about her, which caught him entirely off guard. With a knowing smirk, Yeonjae gently exposed Han Seong's transparent attempt to feign cheerfulness, playfully calling her an idiot. A telltale sweat drop formed, leaving Han Seong speechless and thoroughly embarrassed. Yeonjae gently conceded his own genuine desire for the interaction, an honest admission that transcended mere acting, acknowledging Han Seong's efforts. A quiet, profound seriousness settled deep within Yeonjae's gaze. Han Seong's gentle voice pierced the cosmic calm, a tender inquiry into Yeonjae's lingering weariness. Han Seong's direct question caught Yeonjae off guard, a flash of surprise crossing his face. Yeonjae asserted his well-being, claiming the burdens of the past were now definitively behind him. Yeonjae offered a comforting pat, assuring Han Seong that the house held more cherished memories of genuinely good people, even to the very end. A ripple of concern crossed Han Seong's face, recalling Yeonjae's earlier, contradictory words. The narration shifted back to the hospital, revealing the profound, unstated reason for Yeonjae's aversion to the perfume. The scent had been a poignant echo, stirring memories of his adoptive mother's comforting embrace. As the fog dissolved, her comforting voice promised, "It's all right, my son," stirring deeply buried memories of warmth. Young Yeonjae, radiant with joy, melted into the tender embrace of his loving adoptive mother. He clung to the profound comfort of the woman he had called Mom, a gentle embrace sealing the memory. Remembering his adoptive mother evoked a bittersweet truth, a simultaneous surge of tender warmth and the crushing weight of profound pain. Yeonjae's melancholic gaze turned inward, pondering if he remained an unwitting prisoner, shackled to the echoes of that potent memory. In that cherished memory, the tender voice of his adoptive mother embraced young Yeonjae, a beacon of unconditional love he still recalled. He melted into her gentle embrace, a secure warmth seeping into his very soul. Yet, the very thought of that tender bond now carried the crushing weight of profound suffering, an undeniable truth. He wondered if he remained a prisoner, shackled to the echoes of that potent memory. A cascade of memories threatened to overwhelm him, diverting his focus from the arduous filming ahead. But soon, news arrived. Additional filming was greenlit for the child actors, signaling an unexpected continuation. The new scenes, laden with Yoo Hyun's complex emotions, fell to him, even those originally slated for the adult actors. The weight of potential failure pressed down, demanding his absolute best for the remaining shoots. Practice, he realized, was his only salvation. Amidst a shimmering, snowy dreamscape, a confused Young Hyun questioned his own bizarre presence among bleeding sheep. A blissful Young Hyun savored his ice cream, declaring pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Yeonjae, clearly perturbed, reminded Young Hyun he'd rushed over expecting genuine urgency. Yeonjae deadpanned about the urgent ice cream, while Young Hyun insisted his intense countryside craving was a matter of life or death. Actor Young Hyun, utterly content, declared this very moment the absolute pinnacle of perfect bliss. A flicker of relief washed over him, though a quiet unease still tugged at his thoughts. Still, a question gnawed, did he truly belong here? Time was melting away, like the ice cream, fueling his anxiety about practice. Young Hyun, sensing Yeonjae's silent turmoil, fell quiet, lost in thought. Young Hyun confessed his own struggles with overwhelming thoughts, often seeking quiet solace, yet admitting the profound loneliness that sometimes followed him. A genuine smile graced Young Hyun's face as he thanked Yeonjae, relishing his unexpected companionship. Yeonjae, caught off guard, registered the unexpected sincerity of Young Hyun's words. Why the sudden, unsolicited declaration, he silently wondered. He wondered if Young Hyun had overheard his earlier manager conversation, now attempting to subtly alleviate his burden. Young Hyun offered a gentle, knowing smile, a quiet support. Young Hyun's serene smile met Yeonjae's gaze, a mix of surprise and deepening reflection. His gaze sharpened, delving into a profound introspection. Unseen by Yeonjae, a tangled web of motives lay beneath it all. They stood in quiet camaraderie, letting the open landscape soothe their busy minds. Young Hyun, a weight lifting, felt his troubled mind finally find a measure of peace. "Thank you," Yeonjae replied, his voice laced with sincerity. A soft smile of quiet contentment spread across Young Hyun's face. Chibi Young Hyun playfully recalled Yeonjae's additional shoots, which Chibi Yeonjae readily confirmed. Young Hyun boomed with enthusiasm, declaring a shared commitment to give their absolute best. Yeonjae's thanks faded into a lingering question about Young Hyun's enigmatic use of "also." The vast, star-dusted canvas of night stretched endlessly above. Softly, soundlessly, the snow whispered its descent through the frigid air. The female historical figure declared her imminent departure for the palace with quiet resolve. She announced her marriage to the crown prince, a formal pronouncement that served as her solemn, final goodbye. The historical male figure offered congratulations, yet sensed a deeper, unstated emotion. He pointedly questioned her distressed countenance, revealing her hidden anguish. He dismissed her sorrow as concern for a mere slave, failing to grasp the true depth of her connections. She vehemently protested, her words a desperate plea against his grave misunderstanding. Tears welled as she confessed a heart heavy with sorrow, yet acknowledged a far deeper, unspoken pain. The raw agony of no longer awaiting Yoo-hyun, a cruel future, tore through her very being. His voice confessed a blasphemous heart that held him back, while the female character's fists clenched, vibrating with unspoken fury. A choked gasp escaped her, her tear-filled eyes wide with agonizing bewilderment. Why was a fake chosen over her? An explosive fury erupted as she screamed, unable to comprehend or accept the unbearable truth. Nabi was being torn from her. No, she shrieked, an explosive roar of utter hatred. Then, Young-hyun's urgent voice pierced the haze. Yeonjae, are you okay? Her eyes snapped open, a desperate, disoriented jolt back to reality. Kneeling figures blinked, still disoriented from the scene's emotional depths. The director, weighing technicalities, called cut, leaving the kneeling actress with a quiet, resigned sigh. A weary sigh escaped her, the arduous shoot had finally concluded. Against all expectations, the additional shoot concluded without a hitch. With Seung's scent changed and Lee Jun's uneasiness gone, Yeonjae found an unexpected freedom to truly lose himself in his performance. A polite reassurance hit her inner knot of resolve. She would not be unintentionally indebted to anyone. As the crew confirmed the next scene, Yeonjae resolved to remain vigilant, determined not to cause any further trouble. A booming, resonant sound suddenly cut through the air. Young-hyun's booming gratitude echoed across the set, thanking everyone. An exclamation of awe greeted the festive food truck. Wonder spread at the sight of the elaborately decorated food truck. Young-hyun, beaming, announced Yeonjae's hard work and invited everyone to feast. Yeonjae flinched, utterly stunned by the unexpected spectacle. A bewildered Yeonjae questioned the sudden feast, as Young-hyun dramatically declared his arrival to save him. Yeonjae's embarrassed protest was immediately countered by Young-hyun's playful dismissal. Jinbae insisted Yeonjae accept the rare generosity, revealing the unbelievable scarcity of Young-hyun buying food. Gulp. Playful banter between Chibi Young-hyun and Jinbae unveiled their unexpected closeness, much to Chibi Yeonjae's stunned realization. Deep in his script, Yeonjae focused intensely, when Jinbae's surprised broke his concentration. Jinbae expressed astonishment at Yeonjae's dedication, who explained the demanding emotional weight of the upcoming tricky scene. Jinbae singled out the notoriously challenging scene where Yoo-hyun's laughter erupts. Jinbae confessed his own worries about the scene, inviting Yeonjae's opinion on his approach. Yeonjae, offering thoughtful critique, suggested adding more nuanced detail. Han Seung and Song Lee-jun arrived, surprised by the bustling gathering. Chibi Han Seung and Song Lee-jun introduced themselves with bubbly politeness, instantly welcomed by a jovial Chibi Young-hyun. The set erupted into a cacophony of laughter and conversation, leaving Yeonjae feeling slightly overwhelmed. A quiet sigh escaped him, he felt subtly out of sync with the boisterous atmosphere. Then, a sudden realization sparked in Han Seung's mind. Han Seung drew Yeonjae's attention, casually asking about his remaining shoots. Han Seung declared, with a triumphant air, that their extra footage was already wrapped. Song Lee-jun voiced a perceptive concern for Yeonjae's potential loneliness. He vowed their unwavering presence, promising to stay until Yeonjae's very last scene. "Work hard until the end," came the earnest encouragement. A wave of profound surprise washed over Yeonjae. The warmth of their support lingered softly in the air. A quiet moment of contemplation settled upon him. "Listen carefully, Jinbae," On Jinbae's voice commanded. On Jinbae expounded his profound belief, acting was a test of shared understanding, not a rivalry for superiority. He underscored his firm conviction, true acting was never a solitary endeavor. Jinbae's words sank in, prompting quiet, deep reflection. Jinbae's wisdom sparked a dawning, profound realization within Yeonjae. Lively chatter filled the air, with actors animatedly discussing makeup and sharing professional tips. Amidst the crew's low murmur, the director discussed scene continuity, then gave his thoughtful approval. Around the table, actors openly discussed the universal, embarrassing sting of making mistakes, even when nervous. The set pulsed with a vibrant, noisy energy, a rich tapestry of shared activity surrounding Yeonjae. Then, with a sudden, profound clarity, Yeonjae grasped the deeper meaning. A joyous, resonant laugh escaped him, a sound of pure understanding. The lesson bloomed into a simple, profound truth, true connection. Yeonjae's smile was met by his manager's knowing, satisfied gaze. A soft smirk touched his lips. Yeonjae was proving truly exceptional. A gentle sigh of pure anticipation rose, eager to witness his next steps. Under the magical moonlight, a quiet wonder settled. What magnificent paths lay ahead for this remarkable young man. The serene winter night hummed with the distant, measured updates of the crew, each report a quiet note in the cold, clear air. Amidst the dim, spotted lights of the set, a low murmur of discussion, an unsung, threaded through the focused preparations. A crew member's observation on the swift passage of time and the child actor's impending wrap-up hung in the quiet, busy air. Kim Hyunju's playful jab about carrying the scene settled with a THWOM, as the male character internally scrambled with rising anxiety, his fingers with nerves. A sudden, almost imperceptible of shock rippled through the male character at Kim Seokjun's unexpected presence. The male character's voice hitched, struggling to process the sight of senior Kim Seokjun. Frustration coiled in the male character, questioning Kim Seokjun's unexpected presence and his curt, dismissive retort. In his mind's exaggerated theater, the male character furiously challenged Kim Seokjun's presence, only to be met with a hilariously unprintable command. The manager, Ed warmly, gently praising Yeonjae for his budding popularity among the seasoned actors present. The manager smoothly transitioned, acknowledging Yeonjae's understanding but insisting on a vital review for the significant scene. This pivotal scene, absent of words, demanded an agonizing tapestry of longing, despair, anger, and jealousy to etch Yoo Hyun's silent, villainous transformation. The manager confessed his initial hesitation at entrusting such a monumental, wordless transformation to a young actor, before reaffirming his profound faith. With a confident, the manager liberated Yeonjae, urging him to unleash his full creative impulse without fear of error. The manager's resolute promise ignited a silent, steadfast resolve within Yeonjae. A sudden of gratitude escaped Yeonjae, his enthusiasm for the challenge now brightly evident. A crew member's commanding call to stand by sliced through the frosty air, a collective of preparation. His deliberate steps, a soft against the snow, ushered in a profound, almost magical silence. The familiar, nerve-wracking hush now held an entirely new resonance within him. A collective, unwavering focus settled over the crew, their gazes locked on the impending performance. Every eye on set was now fixed solely on him. The ready call resonated, pulling the tense anticipation taut. The profound truth dawned: he wasn't alone in this creative undertaking, he needed to offer. Then, the electrifying command of action reverberated, slicing through the night. His absolute trust in every soul present. His measured, rhythmic steps, a determined, carried him forward, punctuated by the labored of his breath. Another isolated echoed, a solitary beat in the vast quiet. His breath caught in desperate as his legs gave way, a harsh, as he struck the frozen earth, followed by a visceral. Twisted on the snow, his body racked with painful coughs and a strangled, miserable EUGH. His hand clenched, a desperate grasping at the sparse, frozen grass in profound agony and raw frustration. A guttural, tearing AAAH ripped from his throat. A raw, unending tore from his very soul, tears carving hot trails down his snow-kissed face. The heart-wrenching screams echoed, piercing the tranquil, cold stillness of the snow-laden forest. A low, distressed Hugh, escaped the male character, the raw emotion palpable. A wave of vicarious pain, an almost physical asterisk. Asterisk, washed over the male character from the sheer intensity of the performance. A pang of regret hit him as he pondered his own lost opportunity, doubting his ability to convey such profound sorrow. A trembling ran through him. This was it, the undeniable truth of the character, a profound of understanding. The very zenith of this arduous scene approached. When Yoo Hyun fully embraced his villainy, sealing it with that singular, chilling laugh. A slow, unsettling realization began to bloom behind the male character's wide eyes. Flashback, the pivotal moment was Yoo Hyun's booming, defining laugh. Yeonjae, deep in thought, had once offered his nuanced interpretation of the laugh, to which the male character suggested refining it further. The male character had paused, contemplating how Yeonjae's take on the scene had diverged so strikingly from his own preconceived notion. The male character let out a thoughtful, understanding that Yoo Hyun, despite his misguided choices, was a child acutely aware of the pain he inflicted, yet unable to release his desperate hold. He had wondered if a young actor could truly channel the script's demand for such a powerfully loud, villainous laugh. In that fateful instant, a profound of sorrow welled within Yoo Hyun. With heartbreaking sobs, he finally surrendered his desperate, aching yearning for love. Kim Hyun-ju and the male character remained rooted, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. The concept had remained an inchoate, unformed idea in his mind. Yet, it perfectly embodied the Yoo Hyun he had always envisioned. A wry, ha, escaped him, internally labeling someone as utterly mean. He internally questioned the sheer, unexpected magnitude of the trust now placed upon him. A disbelieving, burst forth, he was being asked to shoulder something of this magnitude, by this truly scary kid. Then, a voice declared a triumphant cut. It's perfect, as gratitude poured over the hard-working crew beneath the moonlit sky. A ragged HA. Escaped Yeonjae, his body trembling with the of emotional and physical exertion. Kim Seokjun's rare praise and offering of water were met with Yeonjae's sincere, grateful acceptance. With an enthusiastic, the manager extolled Yeonjae's performance, remarking on the collective, breathless awe it had inspired. His raw performance had ignited a profound surge of motivation within the other actors, a shared sense of renewed purpose. The unexpected power of Yeonjae's portrayal had even shaken the notoriously picky Kim Seokjun, sparking a surprise from him as another actor was spurred to go practice. The manager probed, asking Yeonjae about his initial encounter with truly real acting. With a confident, the manager suggested the difficulty, yet also the irresistible allure, of continued acting. A heartfelt yes affirmed his blossoming passion. And just like that, with celebratory snapshots capturing the smiles, the filming forward butterfly flower on Zelkova tree triumphantly concluded. Spring had arrived with an unexpected rush, sweeping away the lingering afterglow of accomplishment. The school year began anew. A male student erupted in astonished gasps. What? Woyan Entertainment? Exclamations buzzed through the classroom as students learned of a meeting with the illustrious Woyan Entertainment, the home of celebrated actors like Lee Jung-hyun. Wow, that's crazy, Lee Yeonjae. One student breathed, playfully begging Yeonjae not to forget him as his star continued its meteoric rise. In his exaggerated fantasy, the student, a chibi sob-filled, imagined regaling future fans with tales of his casual friendship with Yeonjae. Yeonjae's off-panel voice playfully dismantled the grandiose claims, much to a chibi student's UGH of frustration, as another classmate then began to speak. "Shall we play together after school?" the male student proposed, hinting at a more proper interaction this time, much to the female student's stunned, "Huh?" A thunderous, of communal shock exploded in the classroom. A warm blush spread across the male student's face as the astounding realization sank in, Yeonjae himself had just asked them to play. An escape room sign stood vibrant under the brilliant blue sky, hinting at adventures within its walls. The friends buzzed with excitement over the myriad of escape room themes, though Jinbae shook his head, perhaps already daunted by the choices. A sudden gasp broke the quiet as Jinbae and the female student stumbled upon a puzzling clue, the room's dim light amplifying their surprise. The male student erupted in triumphant laughter, jingling a set of keys, much to Jinbi's visible irritation. The two male students strolled past a lively karaoke bar, the day's bright promise still lingering in the air. Inside the vibrant karaoke room, the male student belted out a song with gusto, while Jinbi clapped along and the female student found quiet solace in her book. With a swift movement, the female student slipped into the photo booth, eager for the next round of fun. The male student playfully declared rabbit ears suited Jinbi, while the female student teased him with deer antlers, embracing the light-hearted chaos. A sudden alarm pierced the air, the countdown jolting all three students into a wide-eyed panic. The ticking intensified, each second tightening the knot of urgency as the male student cried out in a desperate, "W8." Their faces contorted in extreme panic as the unforgiving timer flashed, 2, then 1, sealing their chaotic fate. The unexpected, joyful chaos of their photo booth session was immortalized in a strip of 4 hilarious pictures. Jinbi gazed at the photo strip, a gentle smile gracing his lips as warm memories of the day sparkled around him. Jinbi playfully asked if his singing prowess was ready for a debut, only for the male student to declare he needed another 100 years until then. The male student let out a soft sigh of playful exasperation at the familiar banter. Suddenly, chibi versions of the friends appeared, commenting on Jinbi's surprisingly good mood, All of a sudden, the female student observed Jinbi's noticeably lifted spirits, a warm smile gracing her face. With a confident, subtle smile, Jinbi readily confirmed his mood had indeed shifted, and for the better. Jinbi's eyes closed in genuine happiness, affirming that he had genuinely cherished the experience. A chibi female student abruptly questioned Jinbi about his weekend plans, prompting a thoughtful, hesitant response from him as his footsteps echoed. Jinbi revealed his weekend would be dedicated to the annual spring cleaning day. The narration explained the nursery's yearly spring opening, when volunteers, including Jinbi, gathered for a thorough communal cleaning. Jinbi routinely disposed of trash, now completely accustomed to the rhythm of the annual event. But this year, a subtle shift was afoot, promising an unforeseen change with a heavy, resonating thud. The manager cheerfully announced the laundry was finished, a surprising presence at this year's spring cleaning event. The manager smiled, cloth in hand, inviting Jinbi to continue their collaborative cleaning task. Jinbi offered a shy, gentle smile, a quiet warmth emanating from within him. The air hung heavy with the bittersweet truth. Today marked the final day of their contract. The washing machine rattled and clanked, its mechanical churn reflecting the manager's serious gaze. The manager's amused laughter faded as Jinbi's simple question about blanket washing plunged the mood into unexpected confusion and self-doubt. The manager kindly offered Jinbi an ice cream bar, a small gesture of comfort during their wait. The washing machine continued its rhythmic washing, clothes tumbling in a watery blur. A quiet moment settled, a brief, abstract pause in the day's activities. Jinbi and the manager sat in an awkward silence, the only sounds their muffled ice cream consumption. A tense awkwardness hung between them as the manager made a strained expression while eating his ice cream. The chibi manager expressed exaggerated relief at avoiding childcare, which Jinbi calmly clarified, explaining the nursery's careful volunteer policy. Jinbi patiently explained that only long-term visitors cared for the children, prompting a subtly challenging question from the manager. Jinbi quietly refuted the manager's assumption, a somber understanding coloring his words as he ate his ice cream. Jinbi explained the profound impact volunteers had on the children, who would remember and wait for them indefinitely. Jinbi concluded by explaining their policy stemmed from a deep desire to shield the children from disappointment, a truth the manager absorbed intently. A quiet realization dawned on the manager, a bead of sweat betraying his inner contemplation. The melting ice cream wrapper lay empty in a hand, marking the quiet end of their shared snack and the conversation it accompanied. The scene dissolved into a sparkling, abstract space, signaling a new thought or transition. The manager, with enthusiastic gestures, shared the exciting news of On Jinbi's meeting with Wooyin Entertainment, praising his immense future potential. The manager expressed his genuine delight that all of On Jinbi's recent endeavors had concluded with such resounding success. The manager offered a warm, heartfelt smile, stating it had been an honor to work with On Jinbi, however brief their time together. On Jinbi received the manager's words with a thoughtful, slightly surprised expression, processing the unexpected sincerity. On Jinbi fumbled hesitantly in his pocket, finally beginning to address the manager. On Jinbi humbly presented a small gift, explaining it was a token of his gratitude, purchased with his drama deposit. The manager gasped in surprise, flustered by the unexpected generosity and his own lack of a return gift. A hand carefully opened the gift box, revealing a sleek, rectangular watch gleaming within. On Jinbi's sincere smile spoke volumes as he expressed his profound gratitude for the manager's guidance on his first project. On Jinbi conveyed his deep appreciation for the manager's advice and shared experiences, crediting him for making his filming enjoyable. With clasped hands and a gentle smile, On Jinbi offered the manager a deeply heartfelt thank you. The manager quietly admitted the depth of his sadness, revealing that today, their last day, weighed heavily on him. The manager's eyes widened, his cheeks flushed with an overwhelming surge of suppressed emotion. His mouth slightly ajar, the manager made a subtle, nervous movement, struggling to articulate his profound feelings. The manager reflected on his initial admiration, confessing he simply enjoyed watching On Jinbi act. He recalled his early commitment, a silent promise to offer On Jinbi his utmost support, despite being a temporary manager. But as he witnessed On Jinbi's diligent efforts behind the scenes, the manager's feelings for their professional relationship deepened profoundly. The manager expressed his unwavering belief in On Jinbi's inherent strength to overcome any future challenge. Yet, the more time they spent together, the more the manager's desire intensified to remain steadfastly by On Jinbi's side. The manager's fist clenched tightly, a visceral manifestation of his earnest desire to continue as On Jinbi's manager, if only for a little longer. On Jinbi's eyes widened in profound surprise, reeling from the manager's unexpected confession. On Jinbi hesitated, a charged silence hanging in the air. With a blush and a hand pressed to his chest, On Jinbi nervously began to formulate a momentous question. On Jinbi looked earnestly at the manager, finally posing the pivotal question, would he consider being his manager? On Jinbi clarified his earnest request, emphasizing that he sought a permanent commitment, not just a temporary role. On Jinbi gulped, trembling with vulnerability, as he knelt and pleaded with the manager, his emotions raw and desperate. The manager's face erupted in flustered joy, exclaiming with a surprised flutter, "You passed." A man in sunglasses suddenly clapped, declaring their romance had passed with the highest score, amidst On Jinbi and the manager's utter confusion. The man in sunglasses wept tears of joy, declaring their romance had deeply touched him, then abruptly commanded them to follow him. On Jinbi and the manager stared in utter bewilderment, nervous sweat beading on their temples. Actor Yeonjae rushed in, agitated, frantically telling the man in sunglasses to wait as On Jinbi and the manager looked on in surprise. Actor Yeonjae, visibly flustered, angrily scolded the man in sunglasses for making such misleading comments. The man in sunglasses calmly chuckled, finally acknowledging he hadn't introduced himself amidst the chaos. The man in sunglasses apologized for the confusion, explaining his true purpose, to discuss a contract with Mr. Lee Yeonjae. The man formally introduced himself as Jang Woozian, the charismatic president of Woozian Entertainment. The decision had been made, affirming the powerful presence of Yeonjae Entertainment. A man with light brown hair extended a warm hand, welcoming him into this new professional world. Yeonjae, slightly surprised but eager, pledged his commitment, a small thumbs up signaling his hopeful acceptance. The man's confident smile held a serene assurance, betraying no hint of the bold path he had just set. From this moment, Yeonjae would stand guard, a steadfast protector on his journey, a promise gleaming like a new dawn. The man encouraged him to drop formalities, and Yeonjae, amused, vowed to unleash his true, unreserved self. But a seed of doubt, tiny and persistent, sprouted in Yeonjae's mind, questioning the suspiciously swift contract and its too perfect terms. His gaze drifted, a silent question hanging in the bright, open air. He clung to Hyun's words, that Yeon offered a supportive, chill haven, trying to reconcile it with the baffling speed of events. Byhyuk's tales had painted Yeon Entertainment as the grandest stage, the ultimate dream for every aspiring actor. Among the industry's elite, Yeon was renowned for nurturing its stars, their signed contract a veritable crown of recognized talent. Yeonjae, bewildered, dared to ask why such a prestigious company would want him, prompting a flustered, "Huh," from the man. His lack of experience and recent start in acting only deepened Yeonjae's confusion, eliciting a shocked protest from the man. The man vehemently denied Yeonjae's implied suggestion of Hyun's interference, insisting his actions were beyond reproach. The man then explained a personal insight had driven his conviction, leaving Yeonjae wondering when this secret observation occurred. He clarified that his conviction stemmed not from a live meeting, but from a video. The video, he revealed, was the unforgettable last scene from Butterfly Flower on Zelkova Tree. Such was his belief, the CEO declared, that to have not recruited Yeonjae after witnessing that performance would force his own resignation. Yeonjae's mind reeled, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. How could the CEO have seen an unreleased scene? Jinbae offered a sympathetic apology for Yeonjae's apparent fluster, while Yeonjae privately mused on his manager's peculiar nature. Jinbae, his voice confident on the phone, wondered if his words would still hold weight after all the commotion. Yeonjae, a silent gulp passing, reflected on Jinbae's trustworthiness, sensing an extraordinary presence beneath his manager's laid-back exterior. The man mused thoughtfully, wondering if any crucial detail had slipped his mind. Then, with a sudden snap, memory surged, illuminating his face. He urgently commanded Yeonjae to move, with an almost glittering intensity. Yeonjae's wide eyes betrayed his utter bewilderment at the sudden, sharp demand. He could only manage a single, confused, "what?" in response. The destination became clear, a sign proclaimed orphanage. Yeonjae stood, his shoulders slumped, a heavy sadness clinging to him despite the bright day. Again, he found himself amidst a flood of tears, the orphanage residents, both young and old, weeping at his departure. Two women sobbed uncontrollably, their laments for Yeonjae's sudden leaving only compounding his worried distress. A child's raw, piercing wail erupted, shattering the air. A child's desperate plea, "Don't go, Appa," startled Yeonjae, who was caught off guard by the clinging embrace. Yeonjae knelt, his heart aching, surprised by the depth of the child's sorrow despite their fleeting time together. His hand gently brushed away a tear, offering solace with quiet, comforting words. But his efforts backfired, and the child's wails intensified, leaving Yeonjae utterly baffled by the sudden surge of grief. A gentle, firm touch landed on his shoulder from behind, offering silent support. Yeonjae turned, a grateful smile blooming as he recognized the comforting presence of his director. The director's kind eyes promised a safe journey, offering a steadfast haven should his new path prove too arduous. Yeonjae absorbed her words, a thoughtful quiet settling over his face. Before, at the tender age of 5, the director had been the unwavering hand that guided him into this new life, a memory now tenderly resurfacing. Her warm hand, once so impossibly vast, had enveloped his tiny one, a protective shell against the world. She had offered him entry, a welcoming smile paving the way into this cherished home. It was a place where he always knew he belonged, a comforting constant in his young life. Young Yeonjae's soft smile captured the pure affection he held for this beloved home. The director's hand gave his shoulder a firm, reassuring squeeze, a silent bolster of support. Yeonjae, with a heartfelt smile and a wish for her health, promised to make her proud. He walked away, leaving behind the sorrowful goodbyes of those who cherished him, a bittersweet farewell. The director, ever the pillar of strength, offered comfort to a weeping woman, easing the shared pain of Yeonjae's departure. Yeonjae departed with a confident smile, recognizing that his newfound hope, and his very ability to leave with joy, was rooted in a pivotal encounter and his burgeoning acting career. A black van waited, its driver watching, a silent harbinger of Yeonjae's next chapter. He approached the driver, accepting his offer of assistance with his luggage and a polite thank you. Yeonjae reached for the car door with decisive intent, addressing the driver as manager. Then, a warm smile exchanged, he corrected himself, using the more familiar Jinbae Hyung. On Jinbae, with an open invitation, asked if they were ready to embark for Yeonjae's new home. Suddenly, a male figure cried out, lost and flailing in a swirling, cosmic abyss. Bae-hyuk, thoughtful and serene, observed the cosmic scene, a soft sound escaping her lips. Bae-hyuk floated, disoriented, questioning the bizarre, ticklish, and shaky sensations that enveloped her. All Bae-hyuk truly desired was the joy of Yeonjae's laughter, to forever bask in the warmth of his smile. Whatever. Bae-hyuk scoffed, dismissing her strange feelings as mere boredom while stretching in the void. Bae-hyuk raged in the turbulent void, pulling at her hair in frustration over Yeonjae's newfound ability to avoid trouble, desperate for some shared fun. Her eyes narrowed, a sharp glance cutting across the void, fixing blame on an unseen agitator. Bae-hyuk, blaming that troublemaker, extended her hand, considering a brief intervention into their affairs. With violent crackles of lightning and screams of terror, Bae-hyuk was savagely pulled towards a dark, malevolent stone. Bae-hyuk screamed in pure terror and agony, realizing her very essence was being devoured by the stone, frantically pleading for it to cease. With a final, agonizing gasp, Bae-hyuk's hand was violently wrenched into the stone, her form consumed entirely. In the quiet stillness of the room, Yeonjae's ragged breath broke the silence, a sign of sudden awakening. Yeonjae sat upright in his bed, his heavy breathing betraying the lingering distress of a nightmare. Tears streamed down his face as he murmured, bewildered and mournful, that the fog was gone. A startling, Kwang, revelation had a woman in a lab coat internally screaming, her composure shattered by surprise. Online murmurs turned to incredulous whispers as the news confirmed their beloved, yellow-capped kid had truly joined William. A wave of triumphant joy, Kwang, washed over the woman in the lab coat, celebrating the universe correcting its course. A quiet, clack, affirmed William's unmatched eye for true talent. Yet, a creeping question began to unravel the certainty. The online chorus grew critical, whispering that Yeonjae's swift ascent might stem from LJH's cloud. A torrent of digital, KRAK, accusations poured in, dismissing Yeonjae's rise as a mere marketing ploy fueled by favoritism. The dim screen revealed a shocking pronouncement, making an unseen observer gasp in disbelief at the audacious claim. The CEO of William, shrouded in fury, declared his intent to silence the critics with a furious, KRAK, slam of his fist. Consumed by a maniacal glee, the CEO embraced the fiery, sizzle, chaos, demanding even more negative attention. Amidst the CEO's off-panel, wild laughter, a male character with dark brown hair calmly observed the strange spectacle. The male character voiced his rising concern over the escalating situation, but the CEO dismissed his worries with a casual wave. With a confident thud, the CEO assured them that once the drama aired, all doubts about Yeonjae would simply evaporate. Despite the CEO's assurances, an undercurrent of deep worry still gripped the male character with dark brown hair. A sudden, ring, broke the contemplative silence, startling the male character with dark brown hair as On Jinbi's name appeared. A friendly click, and a warm greeting masked an underlying sense of expectation from the male character with dark brown hair. On Jinbi's voice was heavy with concern, offering a hesitant apology for the sudden, urgent call. A sense of foreboding settled in as On Jinbae confessed that Yeonjae's demeanor seemed disturbingly altered. The rustle, of a classroom hid a casual query about the article, floating among the students. The unseen female student burst forth with an excited, rumble, confirmation, having eagerly devoured the news. The classroom buzzed with, "Rustle, Rustle," critical whispers, as some students debated Yeonjae's genuine talent versus viral fame. The chatter of unseen students continued, relaying internet gossip to fuel their shared speculations. Yeonjae sat in a quiet, troubled silence, the unseen classroom, chatter, weighing heavily upon his spirit. A male student asked Nabi if she sensed Yeonjae's unusual behavior, prompting a cautious, concerned agreement. The female student erupted in an exasperated scoff, railing against the baseless gossip swirling around Yeonjae. The male student acknowledged the viral talk, yet suspected a deeper, more troubling reason behind Yeonjae's unease. A sudden escaped the male student, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. A mischievous energy crackled as a student began to sneak up behind an unsuspecting classmate. A malevolent giggle escaped the sneaking student as a hand dropped something onto the unsuspecting student's neck, setting a mischievous trap. A horrifying crack erupted as centipedes splattered, splash, across the floor, sending a jolt of pure terror through the students. Panic, scream, shout, erupted as students recoiled in horror, desperately crying out for someone to stop the crawling menace. A single, horrifying centipede was reflected in Yeonjae's wide, terror-stricken eye, amplifying the chaos of the classroom. Yeonjae's voice cut through the panic, coldly questioning if the centipedes had been intended for him, surprising the other student. Yeonjae's demand for an answer echoed with a forceful, thud, making the trembling student vehemently deny his intentions. An unseen female student interjected, fiercely defending the alleged culprit, while Yeonjae watched with an unreadable, intense gaze. Another male student snidely, questioned Yeonjae's sensitivity, implying his viral fame had made him overly dramatic. Yeonjae's direct query about Haein caused a sudden jolt of shock, making the taunting male student flinch in surprise. With a firm voice, Yeonjae dismissed any romantic connection to Haein, which only served to enrage the male student further into a furious growl. A violent smack echoed as the enraged male student lunged, seizing Yeonjae by the collar, nearly choking him. The female student screamed Yeonjae's name as he hit the floor with a painful impact, collapsing in a daze. The female student knelt beside Yeonjae, her voice laced with deep concern, checking for any injuries. Yeonjae harshly slapped away the comforting hand, his voice cold and dismissive, asserting his need to handle things alone. Yeonjae shuffled away, his silent departure leaving a void in the classroom as a male student watched him go. A concerned whisper of "Lee Yeonjae" hung in the air, a silent plea carried by the concerned student. A soft, ethereal transition enveloped the scene, signaling a shift in perspective. Jinbae was absorbed in his work, the gentle scratch of his pen marking the quiet domesticity. Yeonjae's quiet return, startled Jinbae, who paused in surprise, sensing something amiss. Jinbae gasped in concern at Yeonjae's appearance, but Yeonjae, with averted eyes, simply dismissed his worry. Jinbae, filled with insistent anxiety, pressed Yeonjae for an explanation of his obvious distress. Yeonjae's face was etched with a profound regret as he offered a heartfelt apology to Jinbae. Yeonjae announced his exhaustion, seeking refuge from further conversation in the quiet of his room. A soft, slight thud punctuated Yeonjae's retreat, marking his escape into solitude. Yeonjae collapsed to the floor, panting, huff, with a desperate, crushing exhaustion that stole his breath. Tears streamed down Yeonjae's face as he clutched his chest, overcome with a despairing self-blame. Yeonjae's voice was barely a whisper, believing his own desires had invited this crushing misfortune. In a surreal, cosmic realm, Yeonjae declared his resolve to stop evading misfortune, startling Nabi, who glowed with ethereal energy. Yeonjae's voice resonated with newfound determination, vowing to finally confront misfortune head-on. Nabi, radiating a nervous energy, confessed her doubts about her own capacity to face the looming challenges. Nabi's eyes widened with an anxious realization, remembering the black stones as a potential key to their misfortune. Pleadingly, Nabi implored Yeonjae to momentarily reconsider his aversion to the black stones, suggesting their critical importance. Yeonjae lay curled on the floor amidst scattered papers, embodying a profound weariness. Yeonjae's mind drifted to the lingering absence of fog, wondering if it meant a return to a past without it. A deep-seated fear of renewed loneliness gnawed at Yeonjae's contemplative thoughts. With renewed resolve, Yeonjae determined to practice, anticipating future misfortune and seeking a way to reclaim fog. A single, glistening tear traced a path down Yeonjae's cheek, a silent testament to his profound sorrow. Yeonjae's internal monologue offered a stark, regretful admission of failure. Yeonjae lay crumpled on the floor, consumed by deep regret, wishing he had never succumbed to ambition or acting. A distant, urgent voice began to call out Yeonjae's name, growing increasingly desperate. The unseen voice expressed frantic frustration, realizing Yeonjae couldn't hear them, struggling against an unseen force. The unseen voice cried out with desperate urgency, emphasizing the critical need to rescue Yeonjae immediately. The night began to fall, painting the sky with a profound melancholy. Below, the city sprawled, a hushed expanse of hidden lives. A frustrated cry echoed as something clattered violently to the floor. His fury simmered, a low, guttural snarl escaping his clenched jaw. Park Hae-in erupted, her voice cutting through the classroom's false calm. Park Hae-in vehemently defended Yeonjae, her words a fierce barrier against the male students' protestations, as others voiced their support. A quiet buzz of agreement rippled through the classroom, confirming the persistent nature of Sung-yoon's provocations. The subtle movements of nervous energy filled the air as classmates cautiously suggested avoiding the already irritated male character. His jaw tightened with seething hatred, the raw venom reserved solely for Yeonjae. His aggressive scolding for a simple mistake was met with a bewildered defense, his disproportionate anger boiling over. A dark, resentful rage seethed within him, fueled by the perceived disrespect that had emerged since Yeonjae's new acting career. A chilling resolve hardened his features, a sinister plan forming to ensure Yeonjae's permanent, irreversible downfall. A soft, rustling sound accompanied his subtle shift, hinting at unseen machinations. The subtle whisper of movement lingered, leaving an unspoken question in the dim light. The familiar sign for the teacher's room marked a momentary pause in the school day. Yeonjae received his leave papers with polite gratitude, wishing him well for the upcoming production conference. A soft click of the door marked his exhale of quiet relief. An older student's voice broke the silence, asking if he was departing. A flicker of surprise crossed his face at the unexpected inquiry. The older student offered companionship, a friendly gesture for the walk to the school gate. The familiar hustle of students filled the courtyard, a bright and ordinary afternoon unfolding. A quiet glance from the older student lingered, observing the figure beside him. The older student's thoughts drifted, lost in a pensive moment. The older student's mild confusion about the early departure was met with Yeonjae's explanation of his demanding schedule. A sudden, palpable awkwardness descended between them. Yeonjae's discomfort shifted, a slight furrow in his brow. The older student offered a sincere apology, admitting to recent sensitivities that had affected his demeanor. A warm, reassuring smile sought to mend any lingering discomfort. Dismissing his apology with a wave, the older student smoothly offered Yeonjae a book, a casual peace offering. Yeonjae's surprised question about the book was met with the older student's simple, casual offer. Amidst a fanciful vision of space, the older student fretted if his gift was a repeat. Yeonjae, in chibi form, confirmed he hadn't. With a cheerful farewell and well wishes for the conference, the older student departed, leaving Yeonjae to his thoughts. Surrounded by whimsical cosmic elements, Yeonjae's thoughts drifted to anxious speculation about tonight's events and the mysterious book. His footsteps echoed a quiet rhythm, his mind lost in contemplation. The male character with light brown hair reflected on Yeonjae, a growing unease settling in his mind. Two destinies intersected as their firm footsteps carried them past each other in the bright hallway. A sharp, hostile glance pierced the air as the male character with light brown hair passed Yeonjae, leaving him startled. A dark, unsettling premonition bled across the scene, hinting at encroaching dread. A frustrated sigh escaped him as he muttered about Yeonjae's difficulty, then a sudden recognition struck, identifying Sung-yoon. He feigned indifference to Sung-yoon's path, yet an undercurrent of thought about Yeonjae's manager betrayed a deeper, unacknowledged concern. A sudden, chilling question crept into his mind, casting an ominous shadow over his expression. An unsettling blur of abstract forms mirrored the growing unease. A male driver's apologetic voice conveyed an unforeseen delay. Yeonjae, standing at the bus stop, assured the delayed driver to prioritize safety, a subtle worry gnawing at him. A gentle sigh of temporary relief escaped him. He questioned his morning's practice, wondering if his efforts had truly been enough. A wave of anxiety washed over him, dreading the potential consequences of his inherent misfortune at the conference. His shoulders hunched with the weight of unspoken worries, each step heavy with apprehension. A deep weariness settled in, his internal monologue questioning the pervasive worry that sapped his strength before anything had even begun. The rumbling of the world outside only intensified his profound yearning for even a brief moment of restorative sleep. Despite his exhaustion, a new resolve solidified within him, to navigate the conference and later offer a sincere apology to Jin Bi-hyung. A sharp call to Yeonjae was abruptly followed by two jarring impacts, and an unseen question about his presence. The male character with light brown hair stood, his obscured face and raised hands casting an ominous premonition. An evil grin stretched across his face, his outstretched hands radiating a dark, manipulative intent. The world spun into a chaotic, disorienting blur, signaling a sudden, violent upheaval. A series of brutal blows struck with horrifying force, eliciting Yeonjae's desperate, pained scream. The repeated, deafening impacts tore through the air, painting the scene in abstract horror. Elegant strokes of calligraphy brought a momentary calm to the unfolding chaos. The stage was a hive of anticipation, crew members bustling as they meticulously prepared for the upcoming conference. Amidst the orderly makeup table, an anxious question hung in the air: where was Yeonjae? The manager's voice was laced with growing alarm, Yeonjae's unresponsiveness a stark prelude to the fast-approaching conference. The worried query about the agency was met with the manager's urgent explanation of the assistant director's prior call. The manager's distressed murmurs were shattered by the assistant director's frantic rush, delivering news of an urgent, profound problem. The assistant director's desperate cry of Yeonjae's name hung heavy, laden with shock and urgency. A bustling murmur of activity filled the empty stage, yet a crucial presence was missing. A ringing phone cut through the pre-conference bustle, a crew member wondering who dared to call so close to showtime. Disbelief contorted the crew member's face as the news hit him. The abrupt sounds and urgent questions painted a picture of spreading confusion, quickly shadowed by a sinister, knowing smirk hinting at a planned crisis. Profound shock contorted their faces, a desperate plea for clarification echoing their terror. The manager stood in the sterile hospital corridor, clutching a blood-stained garment, his voice a broken whisper of Yeonjae's name. The single word, heavy with disbelief and devastating sorrow, escaped his trembling lips. An imagined, desperate huff echoed through the tense, silent office. His lungs burned, each agonizing huff punctuating his desperate race through the muted hall. He burst into the waiting area, his raw cry for Jinbei slicing through the heavy, dim quiet. Still gasping, he pleaded for news of Yeonjae, his frantic questions hanging in the anxious air. Then came the startling clarity: the grim obituary had been a cruel, unfounded fabrication. Jinbei spoke quietly of swift damage control and a conference that continued despite its hollow core. A shaky huff escaped him, an admission of his hasty, unconfirmed rush to Yeonjae's side. The silence from Jinbei, heavy and unbroken, stifled his offers of help like an unspoken truth. He pressed again, his voice raw, demanding to know the true, dark reason for Yeonjae's ordeal. Jinbei, his voice a strained whisper, delivered the horrifying truth: Yeonjae had been struck by a massive truck. His raw grief was tangled with bewildering confusion about Yeonjae's final, desperate act. In that terrible memory, he seemed to fall as if thrust forward, directly into the path of an oncoming truck. And in that chilling moment of impact, bathed in stark, isolating light, Yeonjae sat utterly broken, stained by the day's tragedy. He truly believed Yeonjae had been taken from them forever. For 2 agonizing days, his adoptive mother teetered on the brink of collapse as doctors whispered their dire, heart-stopping prognosis. His anguish was a bitter fruit of his own inaction, knowing he had seen Yeonjae's suffering but remained silent. In a fit of desperate regret, he gripped Yeonjae, accusing himself of waiting when he should have forced the truth from Yeonjae. A gentle hand on his shoulder offered a quiet, firm reprieve from his spiraling thoughts. Yeonjae's adoptive mother offered a softening truth, describing the horror as merely a cruel twist of fate. But this wasn't the first time. A similar, shocking accident had befallen Yeonjae years before. In that ethereal, fearful memory, his mother's panic surged anew at the vivid image of Yeonjae bleeding on the unforgiving ground. Yet, with a bewildering grace, Yeonjae had awakened the next morning as if fully restored. She offered solace, insisting Yeonjae possessed a miraculous fortune, always emerging from peril against all odds. Her conviction was absolute: Yeonjae would once more defy death, just as a faint, distant whisper spoke the name, Nabi. The sudden mention of Nabi stirred a profound unease within him, drawing concerned gazes from those around. A vision bloomed, warm and soft, of Nabi nestled in a comforting embrace within an ancient, theatrical tableau. The vision intensified, Nabi's face glowing with pure, unadulterated joy for her companion. His jaw locked, a silent, agonizing clench against the crushing weight of his torment. A silent plea echoed in his mind, begging Yeonjae to simply open his eyes. Reality dissolved into a swirling gradient of ethereal blue and scattered starlight. Yeonjae drifted, lost and unconscious, through the shimmering, dark expanse of an impossible void. A profound peace enveloped him, like weightless suspension upon water. Yet a strange familiarity stirred within him, questioning this otherworldly expanse. A jolt of panic seized him, his eyes snapping open to the shimmering abyss. A gasp escaped him, he found himself inexplicably returned to the black space, a place he believed was closed off to him. A sharp, sudden intake of breath echoed through the void. Reality flickered, static rippling across the fragile membrane of his consciousness. Young Yeonjae's face, etched with a childlike surprise, drifted through the cosmic blue. A dawning realization flickered, that the fog had transformed. A delicate tack-tack softly echoed, almost unheard, in the vast expanse. A sharp, painful kwaak ripped from his throat as an unseen force slammed into him. Bewildered, Yeonjae looked down at the soft bundle in his arms, wondering what surreal event was unfolding. A soft whine escaped the tiny creature, its tail wag-ing weakly in the sparkling void. He held the sniff-ing puppy gently, utterly perplexed by its impossible presence in this cosmic expanse. His hand gently stroked the soft fur, a small act of comfort in the bizarre. A profound suspicion began to form in his wandering thoughts. He gazed at the tiny creature, asking if it truly was the enigmatic fog, as its ears squeak-ed up. The puppy whimpered-ed, its eyes sparkling with an ethereal, innocent charm. A delighted shock jolted him as the puppy playfully wagged and squirmed in his grasp. An exclamation of pure joy escaped him, his face alight with overwhelming relief. He pulled the puppy into a tight hug, burying his face into its soft fur, overjoyed at not losing it again. Remorse washed over him, recognizing his ambition had selfishly endangered this precious, loyal companion. The puppy gave a soft whine, then a tender lick against his ear, an unspoken offering of solace. He would gladly bear any misfortune, if only it kept his loved one safe. Glowing faintly in the ethereal fog, he cradled himself, a desperate plea for his companion never to vanish again. Tears streamed down his face, glowing like fallen stars in the profound, dark sorrow. Above all, he dreaded the crushing weight of solitude returning. Back in reality, frantic beeps echoed as doctors desperately battled to staunch the unrelenting flow of blood. Amidst the whir and the relentless beeps, urgent demands for blood and gauze sliced through the air as Yeonjae lay clinging to life. Then, with a stark, dreadful beep, the line stretched flat. Exhausted but unyielding, a doctor urged Yeonjae to hold on, his voice a lifeline against the steady beeps. Amidst the sterile beeps, an unseen voice pleaded desperately for a miracle as Yeonjae lay still. He called out Yeonjae's name with a gentle, ethereal warmth. He insisted he was fine, his voice sparkling with concern as he reached out with a shashak, trying to bridge the shimmering distance. Then, a dark, ominous hand materialized, seizing his attention with a jolt of pure shock. He stared, baffled, at his own hand, now shrouded in an unfamiliar darkness and wisps of smoke. He questioned the past, wondering if speech had been impossible in his puppy form. Bewildered, he demanded answers, only to be met with a nervous, evasive reply. A soft hack escaped him as his gaze darted away. He declared his heroic act, his voice glowing with pride, leaving his companion utterly stunned. He confessed the peculiar truth, explaining how he had been drawn into the dark rock with a soft pujake. Within that strange void, the chibi female character, fortunately, remained conscious, a silent observer of his vulnerable form. She recounted her vigil, abruptly broken by the sinister sight of black smoke coiling from the ominous rock. A cold dread seized her, her small frame tensing at the truly ominous sight. Just before the truck struck, the ominous smoke shifted, transforming into a musty, sticky liquid. It became countless particles of misfortune, compelling him with dark energy to rush toward the danger. He reflected on how he had exhausted his power fighting the misfortune, his transformation into a puppy a necessary, albeit puzzling, consequence that stole his voice. He beamed, declaring his profound relief that he had intervened and saved his friend, celebrating the happy outcome. As he tried to rationalize his changed hand, a furious shout cut him off, accusing him of madness. A stunned meowchat escaped him as his eyes widened in surprise. He violently grabbed his companion, a furious Pidgeot underscoring his rage at the reckless, self-imposed danger. Amidst the tension, a desperate justification was met with a pained insistence to have been left alone. A quiet "what" escaped him, heavy with internal distress. He confessed his profound self-blame, lamenting his inability to be content with mere survival. His voice filled with bittersweet regret, he recalled the sudden joy of acting and companionship that had swept him away, calling it greed. His regretful confession hung in the air, he should never have allowed himself that happiness. As he began to shoulder the blame, his friend's gentle voice intervened, stopping him with soft, unwavering empathy. He offered a warm, earnest plea, Yeonjae must continue acting, for the sake of them both. For a long time, the isolated figure had been adrift in loneliness, his existence only granted meaning by Yeonjae's unwitting acting. He gently reminded his companion that their connection, too, was born from Yeonjae's artistry. His voice heavy with fear, he confessed how close he came to losing his friend and falling back into lonely despair. Idiot, he declared with a playful joke, reminding his friend he was still right there. With a soft tim and a gentle hand on his shoulder, he urged Yeonjae to cast off his blame and move forward. He murmured gently, challenging the notion of his friend's solitude. A faint kapok marked Yeonjae's slow return to consciousness. Back in the stark hospital room, Yeonjae lay unresponsive, surrounded by a silent vigil of worried faces. A kind voice gently reminded Yeonjae of the many loving people awaiting his return. A simple plate of apple slices awaited his returning appetite. Yeonjae finally awoke, 8 days after the accident, finding himself being gently spoon-fed. On the screen, a forbidden love story unfolded, prompting an ecstatic KYAA. From an unseen admirer. His feeder animatedly praised Yeonjae's acting on screen, insisting he eat through the lively, chaotic commentary that had continued for days. Yeonjae pondered, Jijiodiok, if hospitals were always this bustling and overwhelming, even with a manager's demanding presence looming in his thoughts. He reflected Suk, surprised by his own resilience despite multiple major surgeries, though others had worried about his prolonged unconsciousness. A doctor declared his recovery a research-worthy miracle, seemingly consuming all his life's fortune. His days had become a whirlwind of activity, thanks to his friends' bustling visits. Ujuju, a chaotic symphony of well-wishes from the production team, orphanage teachers, and agency CEO, overwhelmed him with concerned affection. He confessed his unease at being the subject of so much worry, struggling to adapt to the unexpected attention. A knowing seek spread across his face. His friend light-heartedly insisted he'd simply have to get used to it, leaving Yeonjae perplexed. A soft dawkak sounded as his friend opened a box by his bedside. Okawe a dugudagu drumroll accompanied the presentation of charming envelopes. His voice echoed with soft surprise, questioning the unexpected appearance of letters. Yeonjae sat in stunned silence, holding one of the mysterious envelopes. His friend revealed the truth: the letters were from his fans, leaving Yeonjae utterly bewildered. An unseen voice confirmed the news, a tack accompanying the placement of a bowl, explaining the items were from the agency. Kim Seok-jun calmly recounted the unsettling false report of Yeonjae's death, which had emerged just before the butterfly flower on Zelkova tree announcement. He explained how the false report, coupled with acting controversies, had ignited public interest, making Yeonjae's performance a hot topic among various online comments. The woman excitedly revealed Yeonjae's new fan page, brimming with followers, leaving him utterly surprised. As his friend showed how fans were already changing profile pictures to him, Yeonjae, deeply moved, whispered, "This is real." His friend gently encouraged his speedy recovery, reminding him of the numerous worried fans. Manjijak, he gently caressed the envelope, resolving, "Yes, I will." His heartfelt gratitude extended to everyone who cared. Holding the letter, Yeonjae sat with a renewed, quiet determination. The woman and his friend stood together, sharing a gentle, knowing smile. A chibi male character suddenly piped up, his voice light-hearted, questioning their forgotten school obligations. One chibi character shrieked in panic about the time, while another frantically reassured them the bus still ran. One chibi character teasingly reminded the other of his morning filming, sparking a surprised, "Me too." The closed door stood as a silent boundary. Kim Seok-jun Suk expressed his caring concern that Yeonjae was likely still disoriented from waking. On Jinbae gently urged Yeonjae to see the evidence of everyone's deep concern. Yeonjae looked down, affirming his well-being with a nervous, grateful kulkik. Yeonjae offered a sincere apology for causing worry, which On Jinbae quickly dismissed. On Jinbae confessed a deep regret that haunted him throughout Yeonjae's unconsciousness. He held Yeonjae's hands, a gyrat of regret echoing his realization that he had waited too long. He stood, a newfound resolve hardening his voice: he would wait no longer. With gravitas, he addressed Yeonjae simply as, "Sir." On Jinbae's voice cut through the air, recalling the moment just before the truck struck. He pressed further, his tone laden with questioning, "Did Yeonjae remember?" Sunlight streamed into a quiet, well-furnished room. Under the blanket, a figure began to diol tremble. Trapped beneath the blanket, he whimpered, "No, this can't be." As his body diol uncontrollably. His trembling fingers clutched the smartphone, the headline confirming a shocking truth: Lee Yeonjae woke up. The young male character with blue-black hair erupted in a furious roar, wrestling against an unseen, infuriating force. As the young male character with blue-black hair spun in a whirlwind of fury, incandescent rage sparking around him, Yeonjae calmly echoed his vengeful thoughts. Yeonjae re-evaluated, realizing his initial pity for the supposed victim might have been tragically misplaced. A wave of guilt washed over Yeonjae, knowing his predicament had jeopardized the young male character, who watched with profound concern. A silent, powerful thought formed behind his glowing gaze. He mumbled with a slight grimace, Yeonjae's current demeanor proving utterly tiresome. With a surge of energetic resolve, the young male character declared his unwavering support, startling Yeonjae into sudden awareness. Yeonjae's confusion was met with a confident smirk, a knowing promising an intriguing secret. As a shimmering hand swept forward, he began his explanation. Then, with a whoosh of rustling film, countless memories unspooled, enveloping Yeonjae in a swirling panorama that left him utterly stunned. With a triumphant grin, he declared himself the architect of fate, his power to navigate Yeonjae's past and future a mere trifle for his grand designs. With a dramatic, decisive click, he initiated their journey. Yeonjae found himself suddenly thrust into a glitching reality, an abrupt, disorienting shift that startled everyone present. The world fractured around them, a jarring mosaic of static and fleeting images. A shocked realization dawned on Yeonjae as he recognized his uncanny surroundings. He uttered the chilling truth aloud, pinpointing the very site of his tragic accident. The young male character affirmed his meticulous reconstruction, assuring Yeonjae every detail from his memory had been flawlessly replicated. With a subtle smile, he pinpointed Yeonjae's core frustration, the infuriating absence of tangible proof. With a confident smirk and a radiating aura, he vowed to meticulously unearth the concrete evidence of Oh Sung-yoon's true culpability. Jinbae informed Yeonjae of a crucial breakthrough. Recovered security footage revealed a boy approaching him just before the accident. The witness, currently a neutral observer, claimed Yeonjae had merely stumbled from a rolled ankle. Yet, considering Yeonjae's account, Jinbae suspected the witness himself might be the true assailant. Yeonjae assented, but a hesitant mumble hinted at an unspoken layer of complexity. Yeonjae recounted a chilling detail: a suspicious black fog had swirled ominously behind Oh Sung-yoon in the moments he was pushed. A horrifying thought took root: the black fog, seemingly from the black rocks, suggested Oh Sung-yoon might have been an unwitting, sinister puppet. Yeonjae pondered the terrifying scope of the black rock's influence, while Oh Sung-yoon's chibi form could only admit his profound uncertainty. Though unconfirmed, he acknowledged the possibility, given the recent, inexplicable turbulence in the misfortune flow. If the black rocks truly manipulated Oh Sung-yoon, Yeonjae wrestled with the terrifying implications of an intentional act and his own agonizing next steps. Yeonjae sank into a heavy silence, his thoughts turbulent, as Jinbae watched him with quiet concern. Jinbae lamented the frustrating lack of evidence. The accident occurred in a camera-blind spot, compounded by a conveniently dead dashcam. But with a resolute squeeze of his fist, Jinbae vowed to relentlessly pursue the truth of its intentional nature. He swore with burning intensity, promising to uncover the truth, whatever the cost. Yeonjae's eyes widened in sudden, tense surprise. Yeonjae thanked Jinbae, but a chilling thought lingered: if the black rocks could manipulate, his own future was fraught with uncertainty he desperately needed to confirm. Yeonjae offered a polite acknowledgement of their abrupt and unexpected visit. The woman kindly inquired about his well-being, while the man apologized for arriving without a customary gift. The woman explained their son insisted on this visit, a tense confrontation looming as Yeonjae prepared to face Oh Sung-yoon. As his mother called his name, a profound terror gripped Oh Sung-yoon, haunted by a chilling, shadowy presence. Yeonjae's wide eyes reflected his utter disbelief. Oh Sung-yoon had something to confess. A heavy silence hung between them as Yeonjae observed the dejected figure of Oh Sung-yoon. Oh Sung-yoon choked, struggling with the weight of his words. Yeonjae cut through the pretense, stating he had questions far more pressing than any apology. Yeonjae's direct accusation pierced the air, demanding if Oh Sung-yoon had truly pushed him, eliciting a stunned "what?" Yeonjae pressed further, asking if Oh Sung-yoon had felt like a puppet, possessed by an unknown force, leaving him utterly speechless. He confessed his tormented confusion, admitting he had no memory of the act and no understanding of his own motivations. A sudden, startling realization sparked in Yeonjae's mind. Trembling with raw fear, Oh Sung-yoon vehemently confirmed his chilling conviction: he had indeed been possessed, for there was no other logical explanation. He described the unsettling sensation, the feeling of his own body moving autonomously, clicking with a chilling, unwelcome will. The confirmation that the Black Rocks influenced Oh Sung-yoon sent a jolt of panic through Yeonjae, leaving him to grapple with the terrifying uncertainty of his own future. Then, a cruel, dismissive "pft" shattered the solemn moment. His cruel smirk widened, revealing his true, contemptuous nature with a vile insult. Yeonjae reeled back in visceral shock, the unexpected betrayal a brutal blow. Oh Sung-yoon's triumphant laughter echoed, revealing his visit had been a cruel game, ending with a derisive declaration of Yeonjae's supposed madness. Yeonjae's desperate question about intentionality was met with Oh Sung-yoon's taunting, dismissive, "Who knows, figure it out yourself." Oh Sung-yoon strolled away, boasting of his lawyer parents and Yeonjae's utter lack of evidence, mockingly emphasizing the convenient camera blind spot. A menacing pat landed on Yeonjae's shoulder, signaling the coming cruelty. He leaned in, whispering venomous words that blamed Yeonjae's very existence for his misfortune, culminating in a chilling, hateful slur. Oh Sung-yoon casually waved goodbye, revealing he'd only come out of morbid curiosity, then offered a hollow, insincere apology. Pausing at the doorway, he twisted back, delivering a final, sinister, "See you at school, friend." Yeonjae stood utterly devastated, his heart crumbling under the weight of such cruelty. Whispers slithered through the classroom, confirming the impossible. Lee Yeonjae, the quiet one, had awoken. In the bustling hallway, students murmured with relief, yet a persistent question hung in the air: what really happened during that accident? One student offered a casual, flippant guess that Yeonjae jaywalked, punctuated by an indifferent yawn. The tense classroom atmosphere crackled as a classmate pressed Sung-yoon about a recent police questioning, only to be met with a terse, dismissive denial. The question hung, unspoken yet deafening, as his classmate nervously hinted at Sung-yoon's involvement in Yeonjae's calamity. Sung-yoon's intimidating presence loomed over the desk, pinning the trembling student with his unyielding gaze. Raw fear seized the student's face as the accusatory words pierced his composure. Sung-yoon's menacing glare sharpened, slicing through the air with a direct accusation about the push. A low, anxious hum spread through the classroom as the students' murmurs intensified, sensing the volatile confrontation. Sung-yoon's fury erupted, accusing the male student of chasing and pushing Yeonjae, only for the student to smugly deny it and demand proof. Sung-yoon's jaw clenched, his entire being consumed by a visceral, burning rage at the mocking counterargument. The heated exchange escalated as a female student interjected, boldly declaring Sung-yoon the most suspicious figure. A chilling revelation then shattered the classroom's silence, exposing Sung-yoon's past attack with a flower pot, causing a collective gasp of shock among the students. Sung-yoon recoiled, his face a mask of shock and anger as the suggestion of him pushing Yeonjae into traffic was hurled at him. One student's voice boomed through the room, fiercely accusing the light-haired student of continuous school violence and threatening police action. A quiet pause stretched, heavy with contemplation, before the light-haired student coolly questioned the very definition of school violence. His smirk twisted, turning the accusation back on his accusers with a provocative, unsettling challenge. Sung-yoon flinched, stung by the male student's piercing accusation that his concern for Yeonjae only began with the boy's acting career. Panic seized Sung-yoon, his defense crumbling into a desperate, stammered denial. The male student's relentless criticism continued, asserting that the others were merely performative heroes, exploiting Yeonjae's misfortune for their own gain. He condemned the students further, revealing their past avoidance of Yeonjae before his acting fame, now labeling them the true perpetrators of school violence. The male student declared his own innocence in Yeonjae's harm, then a sudden, desperate cry from another student shattered the carefully constructed lie. A chair scraped back with a heavy thud, as the male student delivered a final, chilling warning against baseless accusations. His menacing smirk broadened, challenging his accusers to provide concrete evidence while the dark-haired student recoiled in terror. He sneered, dismissing them all as utterly useless and stupid, his contempt palpable as he turned and walked away. A quiet moan of despair filled the air as the three remaining students stood utterly defeated, their faces etched with humiliation. The vast city sprawled under a quiet, expansive night sky, a tranquil reprieve after the day's intensity. Sung-yoon hummed contentedly, sprawled on his bed, lost in the relaxed, rhythmic beeps of his handheld game. Internally, Sung-yoon sneered at his classmates' futility, utterly self-assured that without evidence or connections, their accusations meant nothing. Sung-yoon's smug reverie was violently shattered by a thunderous crash and a furious shout, jolting him into terrified awareness. An older male character fiercely confronted Sung-yoon, grabbing him and demanding answers, while Sung-yoon, slapped with confusion, could only deny any wrongdoing. The older man thrust a glowing phone into Sung-yoon's hands, compelling him to witness the unsettling truth. Sung-yoon, still lost in bewilderment, stammered a denial, clinging to his ignorance. His face contorted, every muscle tightening in a visceral display of sudden terror and profound shock. "What the hell is this?" Sung-yoon gasped, utterly horrified as he read a viral online article detailing Yeonjae's past bullying and linking it to the recent incident. His disbelieving protests became desperate as he scrolled through the comments, users confirming and amplifying the shocking claims of Yeonjae's prolonged victimization. Sung-yoon's mind reeled as details directly connected to him surfaced, his hands shaking violently as the overwhelming truth crashed down. His horror intensified upon seeing a news headline announcing an exclusive video, leaving him to question its very existence. The same breaking news of Yeonjae's accident video calmly displayed on a tablet, a quiet testament to its now widespread reach. Yeonjae's manager beamed, declaring their definite advantage now that evidence and public opinion swayed in their favor. The manager marveled at the incredible luck of a motorbike with a dashcam being perfectly positioned to capture the pivotal moment. Yeonjae, still processing the compliment, was caught off guard by the manager's sudden inquiry about how he found the crucial motorbike. Yeonjae hesitated, his hand tightening around his cup, a nervous, escaping his lips. In a fleeting memory, young Yeonjae pondered where to start his search, then, with a sharp intake of breath, his gaze landed on a motorbike. A brilliant gleam shone off the red motorbike, spotlighting its unexpected, critical significance. A warm, almost painful memory surfaced, showing younger Yeonjae and Sung-yoon sharing a genuinely happy, friendly moment. Yeonjae offered a gentle smile, attributing the fortuitous discovery to the unexpected help of his friends. Yeonjae's adoptive mother expressed her deep gratitude, asking him to extend their heartfelt thanks to his supportive friends. Yeonjae responded with a soft, reassuring smile, promising to convey their profound appreciation. The manager's relief was palpable as he lauded the perfectly timed article, acknowledging their immense debt to Yeonjae's helpful friends. A decisive clap signaled the conversation's end, as the manager declared their discussion complete. Yeonjae's adoptive mother expressed her past anxiety, while the manager offered sincere thanks for Yeonjae's hard work. Jinbae stepped in, reassuring Yeonjae that the adults would now handle the remaining complexities. The manager confidently elaborated, boasting that they had secured the top lawyer from the nation's premier law firm. The manager revealed their secret weapon, attorney Park Jong-suk, Yeonjae's own adoptive mother, nodding with quiet authority. The manager playfully elbowed on Jinbae, teasing him about his impressive mother, much to Jinbae's blushing embarrassment. With light-hearted goodbyes, the manager and Jinbae playfully departed for desserts, leaving Yeonjae with a fond farewell. Yeonjae sat alone, pensive and quiet, the distant hum of a notification stirring his thoughts. His phone vibrated ceaselessly, Yeonjae reacting with a jolt of surprise at the endless stream of notifications. The screen displayed a message from Bae-hyuk, apologizing for the sudden contact and expecting Yeonjae's surprise. Bae-hyuk's message continued, revealing how Suhan had suggested exposing the bullying, and Haein organized the powerful online article. The message explained their delayed intervention and offered a pending apology, to be delivered in person and accepted at Yeonjae's discretion. Yeonjae smiled softly, his heart warmed by Bae-hyuk's caring farewell, confirming he had already accepted their apology. Yeonjae reflected on his past, understanding why he had once been avoided, yet an unspoken sadness still lingered. The sudden, insistent vibration of his smartphone interrupted Yeonjae's quiet reverie. Yeonjae's eyes widened, startled by the persistent buzzing of his phone. His phone displayed an incoming call, the name on the screen, Oh Sung-yoon, filling Yeonjae with profound surprise and confusion. A tranquil cafe offered a brief respite, its quiet ambience a stark contrast to recent turmoil. Across the table, a somber apology hung heavy in the air, laden with unspoken regrets. He continued, his closed eyes concealing a raw confession of past wrongs. His internal monologue confessed the insidious grip of rumors and his own preconceived biases. He admitted his complicity, acknowledging the silent agreement that fueled the very bullying he now regretted. The male character with dark brown hair absorbed the words, his stillness betraying a complex internal calculus. A slight shift in his gaze hinted at an underlying strategy forming. Meanwhile, outside the cafe, a group of professionals engaged in a surprisingly relaxed social ritual. Yet, a subtle unease flickered across the faces of some, hinting at deeper concerns. The polite smiles they exchanged masked a world of unstated expectations. The young male character, his voice trembling, desperately insisted his past actions were unintentional. He continued to spin an implausible narrative, clinging to the flimsy excuse of a video's misinterpretation. Without a word, the male character with dark brown hair abruptly rose, leaving the young man bewildered. A sudden, forceful grab shattered the fragile peace, eliciting a cry of utter shock. His gaze sharpened, an unyielding resolve hardening his features. An ominous voice warned of Oh Sung-yoon's clear ulterior motives, urging caution. Yeonjae's ghostly past self hovered, confessing an inescapable curiosity about Oh Sung-yoon's intentions. The spectral figure seemed lost in a vortex of silent contemplation. A cryptic instruction to check a left pocket sparked a questioning bewilderment in Yeonjae. A voice recorder emerged, undeniable proof of a clandestine act. A triumphant smirk played on his lips as the recording device confirmed his suspicions, leaving the young man utterly defeated. The male character with dark brown hair's blunt accusation cut through the pretense, exposing the charade. A desperate gulp betrayed the young man's terror as he stammered for an explanation. He frantically fabricated an excuse, his inner turmoil raging at being so expertly exposed. The male character with dark brown hair calmly observed, having long suspected the consistent deception. The playing recorder exposed a deeper, more insidious motive than mere jealousy. His flustered denials morphed into stunned terror as the truth of his insecurity began to sink in. The recording dredged up a past of cruel rumors and exclusion, forcing the young man to confront his own feelings of superiority. The male character with dark brown hair continued, dissecting the precise moment envy had curdled into bitter resentment. His terrifyingly accurate words struck with a visceral force, leaving the young man speechless with shock. A choked gasp erupted, signaling the complete shattering of his carefully maintained composure. His fury ignited, he lunged, seizing the male character with dark brown hair's shirt in a desperate, uncontrolled outburst. A raw gasp escaped him, his mind screaming a desperate plea to avoid immediate ruin. While internally debating a forced apology, the male character with dark brown hair calmly urged him to continue his charade. The male character with dark brown hair held him firmly, twisting the knife by demanding he complete his feigned performance. A wave of terror washed over him, a chilling realization of the male character with dark brown hair's calculated manipulation. A sudden shove sent the young man reeling back, just as Yeonjae arrived, his surprise palpable. A guttural gasp escaped him, his hands instinctively clawing at his throat in a desperate fight for air. He shouted in bewildered fury, realizing the male character with dark brown hair was intentionally prolonging the struggle. Yeonjae roared, intervening forcefully, while the young man frantically pointed fingers, desperately trying to shift the blame. The rapid approach of urgent footsteps signaled more adults were about to join the fray. The male character in brown suit's furious demand cut through the tension, compounding the young man's obvious distress. He expressed his profound exasperation, watching the young man stumble through a pitiful re-explanation of his intentions. A raw, terrified cry burst from him, appealing desperately to his parents for understanding. The parents stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting the sudden, unexpected horror. The young man trembled uncontrollably, his terror manifesting in every quivering limb. Yeonjae calmly asserted his authority, drawing a firm line for future interactions. Park Jong-suk delivered her introduction with a professional tap of her business card, shifting the power dynamic. The male character in brown suit pondered the name, a nagging familiarity stirring within his memory. Then, a sudden, horrifying realization struck, widening his eyes in profound shock. The business card confirmed the identity of a legal titan, sending a new wave of shock through him. The young man uttered his father's name, a choked cry of desperation and utter bewilderment. The male character in brown suit raged, accusing the male character with dark brown hair of an elaborate deception, demanding truth while Yeonjae offered quiet comfort. The male character with dark brown hair remained silent, his trembling hand the only hint of a deeper, calculated response. He finally broke his silence, his defiant question a powerful reversal of the accusation. The young man reeled back, utterly blindsided by the male character with dark brown hair's unexpected challenge. Park Jong-suk's firm advice ushered the humbled young man away, his muttered apologies fading into the light. A primal, terrified scream tore from his throat, the full weight of his actions crashing down. A news report announced the crucial release of dashcam footage from Lee Yeonjae's accident. Amidst the lively chatter, the news confirmed a classmate as the culprit behind Lee Yeonjae's incident. Online communities erupted with damning exposes, hinting at continuous harassment and the real possibility of prison time. Amidst their meal, one man recognized Lee Yeonjae, confirming his role and sparking deeper curiosity. Relief washed over him as he celebrated the positive turn of events for Lee Yeonjae. Impressed by Yeonjae's talent, he probed about the discovery, met only with a humble acknowledgement of luck. A chilling question sliced through the casual conversation, introducing a sensitive rumor about Yeonjae's past. Surprise registered deeply as he realized the industry's cruel swiftness in spreading such a personal detail. A sudden, visceral shock ripped through the group, igniting a startled, agonized scream. "My heart dropped," he yelped, dramatically clutching his chest, demanding an immediate answer. The male character with dark brown hair and glasses confirmed the rumor with an exasperated shrug, silencing his shocked companion. He mused aloud about Yeonjae's impressive achievements despite his humble origins, offering a drink to settle his still-pounding heart. Meanwhile, news reports hailed Lee Yeonjae's drama for its record-breaking ratings, praising his outstanding acting. A subtle, knowing smile played on the older male character's lips as he quietly confirmed something deeply personal. His broad smile radiated profound emotion, announcing the long-awaited discovery of his twins. In a burst of confetti and warm light, a joyful family celebrated a cherished milestone. The air buzzed with festive cheer as the male character with light brown hair proudly held the birthday cake.